Ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, patriots all over our country that is under God, welcome to tonight's Red America First Town Hall, the nation's most engaging platform where we, the people, run the show. Red for the blood of Christ, America First policies and candidates, and I'm your host, Ashley Weiss. Welcome to tonight's special election 2024 coverage, and it's going to be jam packed. Of course, all of us on here are hoping for the good story, but the American voices will be heard tonight. For 3 years, Red America First has been the beacon for unheard Americans, promoting the values of faith, freedom, and family. Our mission is to spread the word of God, advocate for America First policies, and ensure the voices of all America are heard.
And I'm your co host, Valerie Weis. Tonight, I'm so excited. We have Dr. Douglas Frank coming on our special election broadcast. So many coincidental things popped up tonight: bomb threats, power and internet outages, floods, recount declared, and much, much more. But first, we have exciting announcements to make. We are launching our new podcast, Pastor's Point. Pastor's Point goal is to teach and encourage others about the truth of Jesus Christ. Our goal is to share the gospel of Jesus and grow in the knowledge of the Word of God and encourage all to adhere to biblical principles. Our desire is to expose the enemy's darkness and deception at work in this world by engaging others in discussing the truth found in Christ. Preview this new podcast December 5th, 12th, and 19th as we journey through the All About Jesus series leading us into Christmas. Then, starting January 25th, this podcast will be weekly. Yeah, sorry. January 2025, the podcast will be weekly.
Friendly reminder, our team relies on all of the support of our viewers and donors. We need your guys' help. Those on the live stream, there's a QR code. Scan it with your phones. Help us out. We appreciate it. Even $20 could help us out on our national mission. Visit givesendgo.com/Red America First/donate. Join us this Thursday night for Town Hall. We're going to have two guests, Patrick Byrne and director Matthew Thayer. They're going to be discussing the new docu-series, The Enemy Within.
For those joining the live stream, tune in for an engaging and informative evening as we work to amplify the voices of the unheard Americans. We are looking to grow our live panel. Panel members engage directly with guest speakers like Dr. Frank, who will be on tonight, and participate in the famous state to state intel round. We go state to state to get intel from each state. That's what's really happening, and we cannot rely on the mainstream media anymore. So we are the news now. So if you're interested in doing that, sign up at redamericafirst.com, add your state, and that you want to be a panel member.
And we're going to continue with our program. And to start tonight's election broadcast coverage, let's start with prayer from Pastor Bart Denny. Thank you so much, Pastor. Good evening to you. Are you excited about the election, sir?
I am excited and cautiously optimistic that we're going to see an outcome that that I think most of us here, if not all of us, want to see. And of course, we want to see, there's a lot of trickery I think that could happen, and we don't want to. I'm going to be praying tonight that we don't see that happening, but cautiously optimistic.
Well, thank you so much, sir, in advance.
Yeah, let's pray. Our Father in heaven, Lord, tonight this election is a big thing for our country. It's a momentous occasion. It's a choice between a set of values and Lord, we feel in so many ways a choice between darkness and light. Lord, we know President Trump nor any other Republican is not perfect. But Lord, that I believe that you've put each of them there for such a time as this. Lord, we ask for smooth and free and fair and transparent elections, Lord. There will be a transition of power no matter what, Lord, this coming January, and we pray that that would be peaceful. And Lord, we do recognize as much as we are invested in this outcome, as much as we have an outcome we want to see, Lord, that regardless of who is the winner tonight, Lord, you remain on your throne. You remain sovereign over all, and your purposes will be worked in and through all of it, Lord. So you won't be thwarted. So we thank you for that, Lord. We thank you for our guests. I pray, Lord, that our hearts and minds would be open, and we look forward to what you're going to do in this group and in this nation. And we praise you, Lord. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much for that, Pastor. We felt that Holy Spirit. Valerie, would you do the pledge of allegiance, please? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for that. Valerie Weis is the co-founder of Red America First. Now we're going to be calling on the Oklahoma State Director, Leslie Mahan, and she's going to sing the national anthem for us tonight. Thank you so much in advance, Leslie.
Thank you, Ashley and Valerie.
Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glow, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Amazing job, Leslie. As always, lead vocalist to Red America First organization. And oh my God, tonight, this is our Super Bowl. Tonight, right here. Our team works so hard to provide the real news, the real data, and always with a little twist. I'd like to share Trump has a good lead. And at the end of the night, the prediction just is the same as last night. Kamala Harris needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. All three. She needs to win. Tonight, Valerie and I will host election information as it rolls in while trying to juggle our town hall audience and also address the live stream questions as they roll in. But quickly, let's go over the election process. Valerie?
Welcome, everyone, to Town Hall, members and live stream audience, and grand spectacle of American democracy. Where we engage in what's is essentially a nationwide popularity contest, but with more legal paperwork. Here's the process. Voting. We, the people, citizens, cast their votes for president. However, they're not directly electing the president, they're choosing electors. These electors, totaling 538, are divided among the states based roughly on population. A candidate needs 270 electors to win. Most states operate on a winner-takes-all system. Whichever candidate wins the popular vote in a state gets all its electors, except for Maine and Nebraska, which do it differently. Votes are counted, results are certified by states, and sometimes there's drama, like last year. Okay, so what happens if there's a tie? What if there's 269 to 269? This is very rare and almost unheard of, but if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump end up with 269 electoral votes each, the House of Representatives would determine the outcome. They decide who becomes president, with each state delegation getting one vote. Here's the kicker. States with more representatives, like California, get one vote, same as the states with fewer, like Wyoming. They choose the vice president, and here each senator gets a vote. This often turns into a political circus, where backroom deals, persuasion, and possibly even coin flips could decide the fate of our nation, and we certainly don't want that to happen. As we approach the ending of the 2024 election, here is the current status. Kamala Harris has been hitting the campaign trail hard, especially in Pennsylvania, showing all enthusiasm of someone who's not just there for free coffee. Her strategy seems to be, if you can dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with presence. But Donald Trump, the MAGA king, he's been rallying his base with the promise of making America great again and again. His campaign has been a mix of nostalgia for his first term and a defense of his second term policies. Now let's discuss when the polling is closing.
Which Kentucky and in Indiana already went Trump. So we're going to discuss that after, but continue with the polls closing.
Yeah, so at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia should have their counts. Then we go to 7:30, we've got North Carolina and Ohio. 8 o'clock, we've got Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. And then 8:30, we will hopefully hear from Arkansas. 9 o'clock, we've got Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. 10 o'clock Eastern Time, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Utah. 11 p.m. Eastern Time, California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. And then 12 a.m., we will have Hawaii, and 1 a.m., Alaska.
Perfect.
But we have heard that some of the polls are staying open longer because we've already had cheating and stealing already.
Speaking of cheating and stealing, let's go over that list. Everyone that's listening needs to know what has occurred so far in this election cycle when it relates to election integrity. Valerie's going to go over a list of things, and then we're going to call on Wendi, our election integrity expert with Red America First. She's going to chime in after Valerie to see if we missed anything. And then we're going to talk to a candidate.
Yes.
At 7:30. Is going to be chiming in, telling us what's going on in Ohio. Go ahead, Valerie. Thank you with your list.
All right. Well, so we've had bomb threats in Georgia. The bomb threats could scare some people. Like, we don't know if this is real because people are hearing this on the mainstream media, but especially for the elderly and the first-time voters, they're trying to intimidate people to go out and vote. So we've had that happening in Fulton County, where briefly they were evacuated due to a bomb threat. Nadine Williams, Fulton County Director of Registration of Elections. 5 polling stations in total were targeted. Estrus Darnell Community Center and C.H. Goulat Elementary School were evacuated for about a half an hour. Both sites have been since reopened and resumed normal operations. But Williams says the court is now pursuing a court order to extend the voting hours to these 2 locations past the standard 7 p.m. statewide deadline to make up for the interruption. Georgia poll worker was arrested and charged over bomb threat, according to the Department of Justice. We've also seen.
Just summarize them. Don't go into the weeds with it. Just summarize what are they doing.
Okay, so in Arizona, Apache County, all voter machines were shut down, and voters are turned away and unable to cast their ballot. We've had a lot of really crazy stuff going on in Pennsylvania. Let's see where I can start with that. Of course, that's a battleground state, and Kamala needs it to win. So voting machines are not scanning the ballots. It's just they're seeing all kinds of stuff like that. Lots of things with the flash drives are happening too. So
let's call on Wendi and see if we missed any of the highlights. I thought we also heard in Indiana there was an internet outage. I heard in Nevada and Arizona there was some Republican counties that they were having machine issues and stuff like this. And Pennsylvania is supposedly getting an extension to 10 p.m. Wendi, what did we miss? Thank you.
Well, here in Oklahoma, we've had a couple of issues. Just to start out with the home state here, we had some machines that went down. The sheriff's department in Oklahoma County had to go out to a couple of polling places and check that situation out. The first situation in Oklahoma County where they came out, now get this, guys, this is how fragile these machines are. The report was to the deputy that the machine was down because of a rubber band. So there's that. That's just astonishing. We talk about these machines and about how crazy it is that we even use them to begin with, but that was something that I found interesting from this morning. Of course, we're gathering those reports here in Oklahoma because we're from Oklahoma. But with that said, we've also had issues with flags being up in certain polling places, in churches, any electioneering by the polling place or by anyone that's not in their voting, basically, is against the law in Oklahoma. So the sheriff's department had to go out and ask the church to remove the flags that were on the wall. These were not American flags. These were flags from obvious political groups, so they needed to be removed. The Secretary of State of the state of Oklahoma actually had to address this issue. He said that the flags were down, but we are awaiting confirmation that those flags actually did come down because they were reported by more than one person. Then also we've got issues in Wisconsin right now. The machines on 13 tabulators in Milwaukee were found to be, the stickers were found to be broken. So they are now announcing that they are recounting ballots in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And the election official is quoted as saying that they will be counting those ballots until 2 to 3 a.m. So we need to watch that, of course, because Wisconsin is another battleground state that's important. Like you said, Ashley, Harris needs to win Wisconsin tonight. Also, there are reports of small dots in Kentucky, and we did have one report in Oklahoma of this happening, where in the Harris Waltz box, there has been a small dot located, which would actually kick that ballot out of the scanning machine, or it would be considered a vote for Harris. It would cause ballots to be rejected, and then they would have to be adjudicated. Now, also, we have issues with did you guys talk about, there's Maricopa County. Arizona is just full of problems at the moment.
Really short.
Pima County,
Bullet ties.
I'm looking at my stats there. It looks like there's huge turnout, but Maricopa County, there's a report earlier today of the voting centers that have ink issues. Do you guys remember 2020? We had ink bleeding through the ballots and causing issues with the count. So also going through your list, Valerie, and continuing on, there are several issues here. There's reports out that we have to see if they come to fruition of potential riots and violence being planned. There are issues now. I just saw something, as a matter of fact.
Real quick, Wendy, I got to make an announcement that Vermont
Sure.
went to Kamala Harris, so she'll be picking up Vermont, and Donald Trump, as mentioned earlier, won Indiana, Kentucky, and just 1 second, Valerie wanted to add a couple more things on the list that she wanted to mention. Go ahead.
Well, no,
Sure.
I just wanted to go back to Pennsylvania because it is a very important state for us to win. But these flash drives, they're not syncing up, so they're having to replace them. So, and then they're telling people to go ahead and cast their ballots on paper ballots in the emergency box and then to be counted later. So it's just very shady to me. So that's what's going on there. But then we all have to, we need to question this. Why wasn't this identified before today, and wasn't there testing done on these flash drives? And what caused the failure? And where are we getting these new flash drives that they're putting in there? So just something to be aware of, because with all this stuff going on, I'm sure we're probably not going to be getting a normal election vote tonight. They're not going to be able to call the winner, obviously, but and she did say stuff in Arizona, they're going through the same thing, but you can go on with Oklahoma, Wendy, if you want, but Indiana, Fountain County voter machines were down. We've had flooding in Kansas. We've had, just all kinds. The
Finish
list
your
of things
summary.
go on and on and
Please
on.
finish your summary of the topics.
I know. I just have too
Flooding.
much words. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm gonna have to go through it. So.
Okay, go ahead, Wendy. Continue with what you were saying. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Virginia, there's been a report that they had to switch to paper ballots due to a reported issue with voting machines, and that's on Valerie's list. But what I found, I want to go back to Pennsylvania real quick because this is very interesting, and this has been a problem. Speaking of voter intimidation, Allegheny County, there was a judge that ended voter intimidation there. There were people at the polling places wearing misleading badges claiming to be voter protection, and they were actually really intimidating people at the polls. So a judge forced them to leave. So that's been going on. There, it's kind of fast and furious, but just know that across the country, in the states that are the usual suspects that we watch for election problems since 2020, plus even some states you wouldn't expect. And if y'all remember, Oklahoma, you would expect them because you've been listening to me talk about Oklahoma. But Kentucky, issues with the machines in Kentucky. There are long lines in Alabama. There are the lines in Alabama. They said there are precincts that have never had lines before. And this is a concern because, if you have long lines, what happens if people are still waiting in line to vote? And why aren't there other polling places open, right? So with that said, the issues with elections across the country have not really been addressed over the past 4 years. And people need to be aware of that. There have been some states that have, passed some laws, sure, But with that said, a lot of these laws have actually codified the fraud that happened in 2020 into their state law. So now they can say that they're doing things lawfully. Well, I mean, we've had that happen, but other states have not addressed the problem at all. And then we also have states like Pennsylvania that decided to start automatic voter registration, not by state law, but by the Secretary of State just announcing that they were going to start doing that. So there are all kinds of issues going on right now. And I'm sure if I get into my X feed,
Well,
there's
no,
going to be even
we're
more.
not going to be doing it like that, but just hang
Yeah.
tight because I appreciate that data. We're going to call on our candidate right at 7:30. So thank you, Wendi, for your update. As always, that's Wendi. She's in Oklahoma and she helps Red America First on election integrity issues. So while we're calling on our first candidate to come up, I'd like to reiterate the list that we put together of the things that we want to report as election integrity things. So,
well,
Valerie,
one more thing I wanted to say about Pennsylvania is that the Amish people are coming out in droves and they're voting for Trump, and they could actually flip Pennsylvania for Trump. So that's a huge thing that came out today.
okay, read those bullets, please.
Oh, well, Georgia,
The summary,
we already did the bomb threats.
just
All voter
reiterate it.
machines in Apache County were shut down in Arizona. Kentucky, yeah, I think that she told them about the small dot on Kamala Harris's name on the ballots. Minnesota rumored Antifa riots in Minneapolis if Trump wins. Texas, Ken Paxton deploys legal team to enforce election laws. Virginia, Caroline County switched to paper ballots due to machine issues. South Carolina, this is a positive. They've had record-breaking early voting. Over 40% voted early. And if they only need 1 more million to actually make a historical voter count there. So Florida, Miami has turned red. Finally, New York voter machine issues in Scarsdale and several other places that they just kept coming in.
To add to Florida, we were up 1.1 million at 4 p.m.
Yep, in Michigan, polling locations were evacuated due to a gas leak in Northville. Concerns over non-citizen voter registrations. They have like 43,000 people that were not on the registration, and they're having to go back to the state to deal with that. California, Southern California, even all the way up to Central California, there's power outages all over the places in the Republican-leaning areas. Voter roll issues.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing 2020 all over again, but at a much larger scale.
And we're going to get to talk to Dr. Frank tonight about that larger scale of election fraud challenges. Now let's call on our first candidate. She's running in a district in Ohio for the state of Ohio in Franklin County. And let's just ask Brandy. Brandy, how are you feeling with your election and the numbers, and how are you doing tonight? Are you nervous? Go ahead. Thank you.
First of all, are you guys okay? Is the traffic too loud for you in the background here?
Go.
No,
Keep going. Keep going.
Or is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
You're good. You're good.
Must be good. Okay, so basically, I feel good about my chances here. My opponent actually was under the radar because she thought that she could run under the radar because she was able to do that last time because she was unopposed. So we didn't really do anything hardcore to really get out there until late in the campaign to give her not enough time to counter it. So I think that's going to help us. And actually, today there's been a big thing about issue 1 on a local app called Nextdoor. That's a big argument about issue 1, and it's just blown up into other things. And it's because my opponent actually posted a video about issue 1, but didn't want to answer questions about it when people started asking. And then she blocked the post to keep people from answering. But it's just caused all of this like viral thing going on locally online. So it's driving my web traffic up because people are looking at it now because they're looking at her and then they're like, well, who's she running against? So that's helping me. But Right now, I'm at the Epworth United Methodist Church, which is actually in my my ward, which is 54C here in Franklin County. And there's no lines here because most people actually in the district have already voted here, which is great for us too. So, what was the number you said that was? What was that number that I had voted yesterday? Like it was something like what, 29,000 or something?
29,000
like
out of 52.
Yeah, 29,000 out of like 57,000 was the possible number of voters in the district. And lucky for us here in Ohio, Frank LaRose, our Secretary of State, has been kicking off illegal voters the whole year. He's been keeping tabs on that, kicking off people who have addresses that are no longer valid because they've moved, people who obviously dead voters, people who are ineligible to vote, like people who aren't registered citizens.
Criminals.
And criminals. That's the other one my opponent was trying to push him to keep on the rolls, was criminals. So she doesn't have anywhere to go to cheat except for one spot. The whole thing with the sticks, the memory sticks that everyone's talking about, that could be the only way they could probably do it, because they did try to flip votes under votes last week. And luckily for me, a conservative Republican voter, because I'm running as a libertarian, if you didn't already know, but she came to me, actually looked for me and reached out to me on social media and it reported it to me and told me what was going on. So she was able to go through the proper steps to get that machine removed and tested off of the floor for at least 24 to 48 hours. So as far as that goes, there's nothing else further to report on that because I haven't had anybody else reach out to me about that, but that would be the way they could do it. So.
Okay, so that's a good update. Do you feel like you are hearing, you did identify there was some election potential issue, not necessarily to a voter of yours, but someone that elected to vote, not to vote on certain. And tell us about what happened there. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the undervotes issue that I was talking about. So basically, a Republican voter who normally votes all red, down ballot, no matter what, came across me because I'm the only one opposing on the Democrat candidate in this district. No Republican ran here. So she was just going to leave that one blank and move on. A lot of people do who, vote either down ballot blue completely or down ballot red. So that's what she did. And she noticed when she went to go on to the rest of the machine and, hit her responses, she looked back over at that column and the machine had actually automatically chosen the incumbent for her without her choosing that. So basically, she let them know, she alerted them, they fixed it, but they refused to get rid of the machine at that time. But she was really adamant about it and really upset about it. So she reached out to me and I just basically, with the help of Dr. Frank, advised her how she needed to go about that process to get them to remove that, because really she's the voter, she's the one that witnessed it. I can't just go in there and be like, well, hey, so, and plus I would need multiple voters outside of just her to pursue the city further. And maybe that was the only time it happened. Maybe it was the only instance. There's really no way to know unless somebody else comes forward. So.
Well, thank you so much, Brandy. When are you going to know your results? Approximately what time?
Well, our polls just closed here at 7:30. There's nothing on the website at Franklin County Board of Elections at this time just yet. So they're not reporting anything just yet. So I don't know. I mean, usually, there's probably people still voting like in other places. Like I know in Cuyahoga County, there were lines being reported up there earlier today. So I do know in some places there are lines, but we've had that before in Ohio in election 2004 for the Kerry Bush contest. There were lines that were 4+ hours long all over the state all night long, people voting. So it happened then and it can't happen. So.
Outstanding. Well, thank you, Brandy, for that update. Sounds very strong and positive there. Do you feel Kamala's got a chance? Based on the data that you see in your area?
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. It's probably going to be, when you go to the bigger counties, like Franklin, Hamilton, and Cuyahoga, those always go blue when it comes to things most of the time. Now, there is a possibility that Trump may have gained some ground. Either Trump or Chase Oliver actually might have here in the bigger counties, because a lot of Democrats are turned off to both parties. So a lot of people are actually switching either to the Republican side or switching to a third party side. And we do have multiple third party options on our ballot, including Chase Oliver here in Ohio. So, and he's libertarian here. So.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you, Brandy. Good luck. Good luck to you tonight. We'll definitely be giving you a call when we find out anything, and you could come back, hop back on if you find out anything as well. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll let you know if I get any results, and then I'll give you a text, and I'll shoot you a text, and I'll come back on because I got to go to a libertarian big shindig here at 8 o'clock. So,
All right, perfect. Well, we'll be in touch, Brandy. Thank you so much.
all right. Have a great night, guys.
All right, thank you. So that's Brandy Seymour. She's one of the Red America First family members for a long time, and now she's running for office in a state election there. Vermont is called for Harris. Currently, Harris has 3 electoral votes. Trump has 23. West Virginia was called also for Trump. So we have 23 to 3. We're going to be sharing our screen with everybody. That way, you guys could see this kind of map as it gets populated throughout the night. And I have Dr. Frank coming on in a little while. But first, let me call on, let's say, Liz, Texas, real quick to get an update on what she sees in Texas. Thank you, Liz. How are you doing? How are things looking in Texas tonight?
I'm good. It's this close race between Cruz and what is that guy's name? The one he's running against. Anyway, it's a close race and we need Cruz to win. I haven't really been out there in the polls. I went and did a loop around 610 this morning. Actually, Sabine joined us. There was like 4 or 5 of us that went around. They had flags on their cars and trying to promote. And then I came home to work and Sabine went to do her thing. But I haven't really heard anything. My daughter went to the polls this morning. The lines were short. So a lot of people voted early.
Okay, perfect. And how do you feel about Texas? I gotta tell you, I'm not I'm not too concerned about Texas as much as I am Alaska. I think Alaska's going to be a sleeper for Kamala if she can pull it off with all
I agree with you.
that's going on in Alaska. You know, the whole 1 a.m., 2 a.m. debacle, and we're going to go into details about that. But thanks for your report. If you got nothing else, I'm gonna call on Alfie Goodwin. So hang on one second. Let's call on Alfie. Try to convince her to turn her monitor on. See if we could see her. Alfie, if you could hear me, wanted to check how your numbers are doing in Pennsylvania. I like your background there. It's good. How your numbers looking, dog?
Oh, hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Today was absolutely wonderful, fantastic, and exhausting. As you know, of course, Pennsylvania is Trump country. I don't have my numbers yet for my race. Excited about it. I've received a lot of media coverage. I was on Laura Ingraham last week, and Greg Kelly had me on. I had a clip from a MSN interview that went viral. So we're looking good. We are looking good. We're going to finish strong, and we're going to send me to Congress and send Donald Trump back to the White House.
All right, that's good to hear.
Yes.
That's positive data. So tell us where's your district, so those that are listening in the live stream kind of know where you're at.
Well, I'm going for the 5th Congressional District, which is Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Delaware County has a pocket of Montgomery County, a pocket of South Philly, and a pocket of Southwest Philly. So we're southeastern Pennsylvania. It's a suburb of Philadelphia.
Okay, so everything's looking pretty good then.
Yes. Yes. You know, it was very interesting here in Pennsylvania because we had a large mail-in ballot turnout from the Republicans side, from our side of the House, where usually you have a lot of Democrats that are mailing in, but we saw an increase, a large increase, maybe 800,000 throughout of mail-in voters. So it really depended upon the polling place of whether or not we had a long line. And of course, here in Delaware County, there's some issues with, machines breaking down, and it never stops. It never ever stops. But I think the good thing about it is that Republicans are coming out and voting, and I'm very excited about it. I think Philadelphia is looking good also. President Trump only needs 25% roughly from Philadelphia. If he gets 25% from Philadelphia, that's Pennsylvania right there. That's really enough for the entire state. So we're just waiting for the numbers to come in, and I think we're looking good.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that update, Alfie, as always. And we've always hoped for the best on your campaign.
Thank
And
you.
you know, we will be watching this closely. And we'll report if we get any more data. Did you see or get any reports of election integrity challenges on your side?
I did see one of these election protection characters. I saw a few of them out here, and I wasn't really sure what that was about. Like, who are they? Where do they come from?
That's right.
Yeah,
It's kind of
election
strange to me.
protection. Like, what is that?
West,
Because if to me it seems like if someone is some type of election protector, then they should be bipartisan. So it's definitely something that is worth looking into. Who are they? Where do they come from? What is the organization? What's going on?
Wendy, do you want to chime in on this?
I think we're going to get more information about it as the night goes on.
Well, we our election integrity expert will chime in and tell you her thoughts.
Okay, so yes, in Pennsylvania, you're in southeastern Pennsylvania.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and so today it looks like there have been all kinds of issues across the state, and hopefully, like you said, that there won't be problems in your race. There are all kinds of questions about Pennsylvania's elections, and a lot of worry, of course, from across the rest of the country. So on the returns that are coming in for your section, I, haven't seen anything specific myself, but we always worry about the things that are coming in. But when it is almost 7 o'clock, it's 6:45. So the polls in Pennsylvania close at 7, do they not, or is it 8?
Yeah, well, here is 7:44, and the polls close at 8. But if you're in line, then stay in line.
Right. Yeah. Everybody should know if you're in line when your polls close, you have a right to stay in until they have to let you through. They have to let you through. And there are issues, in several parts of the country with long lines. And is the county where the judge ordered the polls to stay open an extra 90 minutes, is that in your district?
No, that is closer to northern Pennsylvania. I'm in Delco, where we have the lawsuits. I'm a part of one of the lawsuits questioning the integrity of the machines. And then Monco is right across the way. I also have a pocket of Monco. We have lawsuits there. It's just with Pennsylvania, you just have to stay on top of it because you just never know.
Right, and the machines are a concern. I'm in Oklahoma and we have issues with the machines out here. So, yeah, there's issues across the country, it looks like. And we've had our own problems with machines going down and people collecting ballots, and then there's multiple things, and the machines essentially have to eventually, for election integrity purposes, in my opinion, need to go. But I think a lot of people feel the same way. And
Right.
are you affiliated with any election integrity group in Pennsylvania that you can report any issues that your voters are having?
Well, I know that we do a lot of work with the election integrity group here. They do a lot of training here, Project Vote, Protect the Vote. We're always, corresponding with them and just letting them know what's going on. We have a lot of grassroots work going on here in Delco. So we're very active. I mean, we have to remain very active.
Right. Yeah. And have you noticed any issues potentially with your voter registrations and your the voter rolls?
Yes, Pennsylvania is also infamous for that. Making sure the voter rolls are legitimate.
Right. That's always a plus, right?
You
We
know
have
that,
the same things here too. I mean,
right,
there's
that the voters are actually alive. The little things. You know, it's just with all this technology, you would think it wouldn't be an issue, but I just encourage everyone to just stay on top of it, stay in the fight. Let's just keep our head in the fight. And I think this will probably take a few days, but it's definitely worth it because we have a country to save. And this is the only way that we're going to do it is by being consistent, like everyone here is doing.
Perfect. Thank you, Alfie, for all that you reported tonight. We're watching you very closely, and we'll be calling on you later on as the evening continues. We're going to
Okay.
transition now really quickly to Hawaii really fast, just for a quick second, because I got some reports that some of the election locations were closed down. We're going to have polls closing at 8. I have more data coming in, guys. We got Georgia reporting, New Hampshire reporting, Trump leading in both. Trump's ahead in Georgia. As soon as those rolling lists starts populating on my data feed, I'm going to share my screen. But at the moment, let's see what if Carrie's there. Well, I thought she was. She just vanished. Let's see if Megaso's still on. I don't see. There's Megaso. Megaso, I heard in Oahu some polling locations were closed, and Carrie was going to report about this. But are you aware of that activity? And only related to the election, do you have any Hawaii data to share before the 8 o'clock hits?
No, things are relatively still early here in Hawaii, in Kauai. And Honolulu has always been the area to watch with the election fraud in 2020. So I believe the National Guard is being called out in Hawaii. It's one of the 14 states. But right now, not really much going on, let's say.
Okay,
So,
perfect. Thank you for that very quick report. There's Megaso from Hawaii telling us what's going on there. I'm going to share my screen now. It's about time to get the entire country map up for those that are watching. What's going on here? Actually, let me pause for 1 second. Valerie, how you feeling tonight about the election so far?
I think it's good.
Any worries?
I have a feeling that Trump's got this. So.
Okay, good. Well, let's see. We're going to be sharing our screen right now. There was a Senate race called in West Virginia. So that West Virginia call was for Senator, remind me, Valerie, the senator's name from West Virginia that won.
Let me see.
Sorry, this is our first time doing this, so we're
Jim Justice.
Jim Justice and Mike Braun won the governor of Indiana. So Jim Justice won the Senate race in West Virginia. So that helps us secure another Senate seat. And then we also won the governor slot for Indiana. So in 8 minutes, we will have more polls closing. Donald Trump flipped Duval County, Florida. New Hampshire data, we got 3% reporting. Trump's ahead in New Hampshire, but that obviously is just with 3% reporting. And it's looking really good for Florida, for Trump, as you see here. Baldwin County, Georgia, which was a county that was won by Biden. Baldwin County now has 90% reporting, with Trump leading 53% to 46%. That population specifically is 40% African American. So this is a good statistic going forward in relation to how is Trump doing with the demographics there in Georgia. Still waiting for Ohio's numbers to come in, as only 3% reporting. I'm going to call on, let's see here. Let's call on Teresa, our Christian pillar leader. Teresa, tell us from a Christian perspective and how much we've been dealing with in the last 4 years in relation to some anti-Christian positions that another party in our country has been doing. What's your position in tonight, and what do you think?
I'm hoping and praying to God in the morning that we wake up and it's all Trump, because we've been dealing with nothing but pure evil for the past almost 4 years. And then the only reprieve we've had is when Trump was in, because we had 8 years before that with Obama. They've done nothing but make our lives miserable. And it's not just the Christians, but trust me, they do a lot more when it comes to the Christians and the patriotic people, you know. I remember back when Obama was in, he made life so difficult for the nonprofit 501Cs. But I never cared, you know, if he took it away from me. So, but the fact is he made it very difficult for us to help other people in other countries and all, or anywhere for that matter. But it just seems like even since he's been gone and Trump's come in, Trump has definitely opened our eyes to everything. I wish he could have done more of draining the swamp so we wouldn't be here, you know, but I get it that, you know, it took him probably time to see what was really all happening too. So hopefully he gets in and he cleans up the mess that he intended to do the 4 years he was in, because it's to me, it's as bad or worse than Sodom and Gomorrah right now, you know, with the sex trafficking coming out, all these people care about is murdering babies, drinking their blood, using their body parts. I mean, it's just totally disgusting and evil what they do, and just makes you want to cry. What they have no care at all for children.
So real quick, Teresa, I just want to update everyone that's on the live stream here. Georgia's reporting numbers, multiple different data aggregates that we're watching, has Trump currently at a 70% chance of taking Georgia. The betting markets have shifted to 67% Trump winning the entire thing. And we're still monitoring Wisconsin and Michigan internal numbers, Nevada, Arizona internal numbers. Pennsylvania, we still have that leaning red at the moment. We need to win Pennsylvania, but at the moment, it's looking pretty positive for Georgia. Go ahead.
I was going to say, why does it look, I don't even know what news to watch. I put that in chat. I don't watch news. I haven't watched it in many, many years. So I'm on Newsmax just trying to keep up. Is that a good?
The answer to everyone listening, where do you want to go for real election data? RedAmericaFirst.com. Come to this show right now. We will tell you exactly what's happening, because here's the deal. Thank you so much for that question, Teresa. When the event happens where they have 80% or 90% counted, and the percentages are there, and it's really close between Kamala and Trump. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, those that remember 2020, Florida wasn't called for 2 hours when they had enough data to say Trump won Florida. Valerie was sitting next to me. We had enough data. We called it. We don't understand why the outlets weren't calling it. There was not enough votes left for Biden. Even if he got every single vote that was remaining, there wasn't enough for him to pick up. And by the way, Florida's one of those states that it has polls closing in 2 different times. So we had half our East Coast time zone counties already closed, and then the majority of them, which is our Central Standard Time Zone counties, they're going to be closing in a couple minutes. Florida will be known probably before 8:30. That's my guess. Worst case, 9 o'clock. We were up 1 million plus 3 hours ago. So Georgia's almost there. I'm going to call on, real quick, a person in, well, let's see what Rosemarie thinks. Rosemarie is our editor-in-chief for our newsletter, and also part of other organizations throughout Florida. Rosemarie, are you nervous? Are you excited? You know what I told you. Kamala has to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. How do you feel tonight?
I was worried about Vermont, Virginia, and North Carolina. They don't seem to be in the favorable to Trump, so I am a little concerned there. But I am happy to see he's winning Ohio, Georgia, Florida, and some of the other states, Kentucky, and so hopefully we are going to get there. He's at 23 electoral votes. She's still at 3. So I'm a little, cautiously optimistic. Let me put it that way.
Understand. Well, you need not to worry. The vote tallies are coming in. The data that I have, don't worry about this picture here. This is actuals. Let me give you projections too. Hang on, that way you guys aren't freaked out. Because you need to see.
What's your projection for Virginia and North Carolina?
behind in the actual reporting, but in reality, we're ahead on the internal data numbers that we have. We're ahead in North Carolina. We're ahead in Oklahoma. We're ahead in Ohio. We're ahead. We won West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana already. Tennessee, we're leading. Georgia, we flipped Georgia already. South Carolina looks good. So just hang tight. Texas numbers are coming in. See how they're updating only certain data points to freak people out. Oh, Texas is blue. No, Texas is not going to go blue. Don't worry about that. Make no mistake. Let me see if my other candidates come on yet or not. I don't see the other candidate here, but let me ping on Rob Ohio. Rob, tell us, you voted today? Rob? Rob's not there. Tried to unmute him. It's okay.
Okay.
There you
How
go.
about now? Yep, voted today, got my sticker. So so far it seems like that's everything I've voted for is going through. That's including Mr. Trump.
Good.
Soon to be President Trump. Hopefully. Yeah, in Ohio, Bernie Moreno is squeaking out a win right now against Sherrod Brown. That will be an important one eventually.
All right, I got an alert real quick to breaking alert. Sorry, Rob. Wisconsin is leaning red now. All of a sudden, Wisconsin's leaning red, and as soon as that happened, the betting markets went to 71%, 125% increase on Trump, and Kamala went under 30% chance of winning. She's now sitting at 29% chance of winning. With the bump up on Wisconsin. Again, Ashley says Kamala has to win all three: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. If Trump wins just one of those three, she's screwed. Please, Rob, continue. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's all I really have to say. Ohio is still counting. We just closed, I think, a few minutes ago, about a half hour ago. So it'll be a little bit. Yeah, the place was packed, though. I've never seen it that busy voting.
Did you get pictures?
Did I get a picture? No.
Okay. All right.
No, but I had witnesses. I've got an alibi.
I trust you. So so overall, the tempo is you think Trump's got this in the bag. That's your confidence level.
I am not saying a word. He had it in the bag in 2020 when when I passed out. When I woke up, he lost.
Well,
so I am not cursing my luck to what it is now. I'm just happy with seeing Ohio going mostly red.
I would like to report a couple things that are different from 2020 to 2024. So one example that Rob brings up is election night eve. So the night before election started, the betting markets had Biden ahead. Okay, and Kamala has never been ahead in this race. In fact, she has only been running for 70 some days when Biden decided to step down and stop representing the Democrats for presidential candidate 2024. Let's get some feedback in North Carolina. I'm trying to call on Jimmy. I don't see. There he is. Jimmy, what's going on in North Carolina? Did you vote today? How are the lines looking? I'm getting ready to report more states' data because it looks like we're getting more data from Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina. I'm telling you guys, we're going to take Georgia. Go ahead, Jimmy.
No, I voted the 17th of last month. Yeah, that was early voting.
What's tempo in North Carolina today, sir?
Well, if he can get North Carolina, to me, that's a good chance for him to win. I'm not sure of the counties, the county I'm in. if he can get about probably 60.
Wait. Oklahoma just got announced Trump. Trump wins Oklahoma, guys. Trump won 7
Good job.
electoral votes just now. AP probably isn't updating it. Yeah, they are updating it. Okay, now we got Trump 95, Kamala 35. Continue, Jimmy. Sorry.
But yeah, the county I'm in, which is our native county, in 2020 he won 80% of the county where I live at. If he can get probably 60%, then that's a good chance of him winning North Carolina.
South Carolina, Alabama, and Oklahoma all been declared Trump. Florida, yeah! Florida's Trump's, guys. All right. So Florida's been listed at 8 o'clock. I missed it. Sorry, guys. They announced it really early on. Like I said, I didn't think Kamala could catch up to the 1.1 million that she was behind. Alabama and South Carolina, Oklahoma, they've all been announced now. I'm going to see if AP's caught up. We should have a pretty good lead on Kamala Harris by now. 95 35. Looking pretty good. We got 200 and... No? We got 165 remaining, and then we got the White House. Go ahead, Leslie. What did you want to chime in about? Go ahead.
So Connie and I were also helping today with things going on here, that Wendi was talking about earlier. So y'all, I mean, it's up to us to find out what shenanigans are going on, and they even here they tried a bunch of stuff. It's pretty crazy. And then we even had an opportunity to do a little bit of sign waving, but we had a very fun-filled, packed day from the hit of our feet to the floor, voting first, and then everything after. So it's been awesome.
Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. I got another announcement. Tennessee was just called for Trump.
See?
Tennessee is now been called. So Tennessee, we're just waiting for a couple more data points to come in, and we should be able to call Georgia. We should be able to call North Carolina. Things are looking really good for Team Trump tonight. Let me call now on someone that's new and see how we could pull this off here. Hang on. Let's get some data points from Texas here. I heard that there was a little caravan going on, and some of my members linked up. Didn't send me any pictures of them hanging out together. Sabina, any updates?
Hi.
Any updates?
Yeah. So, well, this morning I linked up with Liz, Texas, and sorry, my mouth is really dry. I've been outside holding Trump sign and counting voters. Anyway, I just left this place. I'm on my way home. Yeah, so we hooked up after a big storm that came through here, and we did a Trump train, and we went all around the 610 loop. Then I got back and I visited a couple of different people. I visited Bobby. She was working one of the polling stations, and it was extremely slow when I went over there. It was like 1 o'clock. So I grabbed her, and she took a lunch break, and I took her to lunch, and then left that. And I just left a polling place that I've been since 5 o'clock, which it's now 7 o'clock. And I was just counting pretty slow. It was, it was steady, but it wasn't, there was no long lines or anything like that. And the other place that I went to before I went to this place was pretty slow too. And that was it was a lot of Democrats there, but they were just like kind of steady, but kind of slow actually. So I don't know what else is going on around Texas, Houston or Harris County. Do you have any numbers that you can share? I've been wondering all day about numbers. I've been, away from the numbers. And in fact, when I got home to take a break and my electricity was off, and then I left, and that's where I ended up at this other place that I was just at doing a counting of voters. Got my dog because the electricity went out, and I thought, you know what, it's going to get dark real soon. But anyway, so do you have any numbers that you can share with me?
Not Texas specifically yet. None came in from Texas yet, but when they do, I'll let you know. We do have some data on Virginia. We're really looking at Virginia closely because that could be a surpriser that we sneak in. My data.
Hey, can I just tell you, I texted with Sandra a little while ago, and I asked her how it was going. I was wondering if maybe she went on a break, if she could, text me back. And she told me it was okay. She was outside doing the line, just, I guess managing the line. And she said that no voter ID required. And I said, what? No. And I texted her back. I said, are you saying there's no voter ID, no ID required at all? And I said, that's fucked up. And she goes, yes, that's what I said. Yeah, totally fucked up. FYI.
Sorry, I gotta make another announcement.
Yeah, okay, that's okay.
Mississippi's gonna go Trump. So let's actually let's look up. Let's go to 270 to win for a second. I don't trust Associated Press every day, so let's look at this. Let's look at this map. So they announced Mississippi going to Trump, so we're getting 6 electoral votes for Trump with Mississippi victory that just got announced. So I should probably do our own. So let's go ahead and do our own. Let's go ahead and shut these all off real quick. I'm gonna just fix the map based upon what's going on. Oops. Yeah, now you guys know how to do this fun stuff, blue and red, like I do. Okay, now hang on. Be patient with me to set this all to where we're at. I should have did this ahead of time, but when you're wearing multiple hats in this world, husband, father, work 3 jobs, you forget to do these little details. But I'll color this map how it currently is. Let's see if Associated Press caught up with the actual numbers, and I doubt that they did. This is the problem with going with mainstream media, is they don't tell you guys the truth. So I'm going to fix the electoral map as it should sit, and we'll go from there. In the meantime, let's call on a Mississippi. I think it was Mississippi. I might be wrong. Hang on. There's a who is this? Can you unmute and tell us what state you're in there? Teresa, Washington, or are you getting ready for things to happen on your side yet? Uh-oh. No one's talking to me. Let's get Carrie. Carrie's back. Carrie, I wanted you to talk about one of your polling locations closed up. Can you close that door, please? It's went quiet. Carrie's not talking. Did we lose internet? Leslie.
Yes. Hey, we wanted to give the floor to a new Gen Zer in our state. Her name is Bella Butler. She is first time voter for Trump. She's Geek's iPhone, Ashley. Thank you.
Oh, Geek's iPhone. Let me. What's her name?
Bella Butler.
Bella. Okay, Red America First.
Welcome to join the party, Bella.
Is that Ron?
Hey there, Ashley. Ron Taylor here.
Okay.
East Shore, Maryland. We're pulling for Trump all the way. We're hoping Hogan can pull it off. Let's go.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on, Ron. Right now, Trump's got a 70% chance of winning.
Yes, sir.
I'm filling up the map as he's winning the states. So I'm catching up with that end. But thanks for coming on. I think my predictions still remaining the same. You know, Kamala's got to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And right now, it looks really good in Wisconsin. It's leaning red. Pennsylvania's leaning red. Michigan's leaning blue. But we just need to win one of those three. Kamala's out. So hang tight, Ron. I'm glad you're here.
Latest odds I have: Arizona Trump minus 500. Georgia obviously got it. Michigan, Nevada minus 25. Pennsylvania minus 140 Trump. Wisconsin, I'll let you keep talking about that. Perfect. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for coming on. I've been doing elections for a long time, and this is my first time doing it with people. So I'm excited, and thank you for coming on. Bella, real quick, you go ahead and unmute and tell us. Thank you for coming on, Red America First. You know, we, as Leslie kind of told you, we've been doing this for 3 years, and every Thursday town hall, those that are watching the live stream, #town hall. We have guest speakers every Thursday night. This Thursday, we're having Patrick Byrne and the director, Matthew. It'll come to me. Say it again.
Thayer.
Matthew Thayer, and they have a new docu-series coming out, and it's about corruption. So I'm excited to talk about that. But please, our new Oklahoma member, tell us how you feel tonight, and thank you for coming on Red America First.
Hi, my name's Bella Butler. I'm sorry if it's loud. I'm here at a watch party here in Oklahoma City, and I just stepped away. But my name's Bella Butler, and I am 20 years old. I'm a first-time voter, and I actually met Leslie and Connie whenever we were just walking away I was shopping, and she had some Trump signs, and I was wearing my Trump hat, and I was like giving a thumbs up, and they called me over there. Well, then we started talking and stuff, and I actually make Trump hats, and the ones that they're wearing I made for them. And so I kind of followed them around the last several weeks at the Trump rallies and everything. And I've had a great time. I've learned a lot, and I've been keeping up on everything on Twitter and following Elon. But it was my first time to vote today, and obviously I went red. But I just wanted to thank you guys for having me on here, and I'm excited to learn everything else. And I would love to help you guys make a hat if you guys ever want one. My name's Bella Butler, and I'm on Facebook, and then also my Instagram is Bella's Babe Bar, and BABEBAR, and I just make my bestseller has been Trump ones, and I've shipped them out all over, but I am from Oklahoma, and it was cool. My very first Trump one that I posted, that same day I had shipments that went out to Florida, Mississippi, California. I had 30 boxes that went out to other states, and so I thought that was cool. But I've really enjoyed.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. So, are you worried Kamala's going to lose this tonight, or you think Trump's got it in the bag?
I'm praying that Trump has it. I think if it's up to just us American people, I think that it would be Trump. But I am worried a little bit about some of the stuff that's going behind the scenes. But praying that Trump has it.
Okay, perfect. Well, hang tight. I gotta give everyone a quick update of what's going on. Florida rejected the recreational marijuana, so that's a big deal. And also Amendment 4, the abortion debacle for Florida, also failed. So good on Floridians. Floridians don't want, I guess, to turn Florida into California. please don't forget, we won Mississippi, we won Tennessee, we won Oklahoma, we won Alabama, South Carolina. So let me flip South Carolina to red, and Florida. So we are sitting pretty good. I haven't updated the Northeast Territory blue just yet. I'm going to leave it that way because I don't think my numbers have Trump winning any of those blue states except Pennsylvania. Our data doesn't support Virginia, but it comes really close. So I'm going to keep it blue for the moment. So I think that's where I have us at. Let's see where Associated Press has us at. And this is just an example, guys. Mainstream media versus me. Okay, I am telling you, and Valerie will tell you too, there was not enough votes in 2020 for Joe Biden, and for 2 hours, Florida wasn't called.
That's right.
And here we are tonight seeing a Delta, and they're not calling one of these states here. They got Mississippi Trump, they got Alabama Trump, they got Florida Trump, they got South Carolina Trump, Tennessee Trump, Kentucky Trump, West Virginia Trump, Indiana Trump, Oklahoma Trump. I don't know why my 270 to win is saying, oh, I see. My bad. That might have fixed it. Let me see. Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi. I'm still at 102. Something's wrong here. Maybe that's why. Let's see. Are we straight now? There's still something finicky going on here. I'll worry about it in a little while. Texas data's coming in now. I can't see what you're trying to show me. Texas data's coming in now. I see some more people coming in from Michigan has dropped in. Thank you for dropping in. There is a Camille Harris. Camille, welcome to the team. What part of Oklahoma are you in? Say hello to everybody.
Hello, 1 second. Hi, it's Camille. Let me turn my light on really quick. All right, y'all. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma, but I live in Branson, Missouri now. But I met Connie and Leslie in Tulsa. And yeah, so I don't know how we met. Do you know Leslie? Was it just through the Trump rallies or my dad or?
Well, we don't got time for chit chat, but what are you the singer, the popular singer that they're talking about?
Yes. How nice to be introduced like that. Popular singer. Okay, let's take it. Yeah.
I actually saw one of your videos. Do you have a sister or something?
I do. Yes, let me see. I'm trying to find who is talking to me. Let me find out. I don't know. Yes. So my sister and I traveled singing at outside of Trump rallies. We wrote a song called Keep America Great. And then one of our fans saw our video and was just like so happy to see these Trump girls. And he found us. He had messaged us on Instagram. He met us at a airport before we left. And then my sister and him ended up falling in love. And now she got married. She's pregnant with her second baby. And she's up in Ohio with him and his family. And so, yeah. So Trump he didn't know he was a matchmaker. So
that's cool. Well, I've seen your video. It's really neat. Are you planning?
Which one?
Which one? Gosh, it was you, and it looked like a twin, but I could be wrong.
Yes. You know what? Some twins at Victory Christian Center is where we home base when I'm in Tulsa. My family. I'm one of 8 kids, and so I'm back in town in Tulsa a lot. I know Connie and Leslie. Are you guys in Oklahoma City?
Yes, they're near Oklahoma City. So are you planning to sing for us? Because we would love to let you sing something for Trump.
Absolutely. Well, I wasn't sure what Leslie wanted me to sing.
Well,
what do you?
First, we need to get your Zoom set up in audio settings to make sure you put it for live performance, because
that'd be good.
You're already kind of cutting out a little bit, so let's fix that.
Can't be good. Okay, live performance. Tell me about these settings.
So near your microphone button, there's like a little triangle. You'd click it and go to audio settings, and then in audio settings, you'd scroll down to where it says audio profiles. Select original sounds from musicians and check echo cancellation.
Now, does this work for the phone as well?
Probably. Leslie knows that we have these challenges with singing on Zoom. I thought she would have gave you a, hey, you know, you might want to bring your laptop, but it's all right. She's laughing in the background because she knows how this could get. We don't hear you anymore. Oh, she's muted. Hang on. You accidentally muted yourself.
I thought maybe I could figure out settings around the microphone, then I couldn't unmute myself. Well, this is a
We'll go with it. We'll go with it. But if it sounds, you know,
sounds too crazy, we'll see. Okay, we'll have a few Trump songs. I have "Keep America Great," which was a viral one that went to 30 million views on MSNBC Twitter. One of the reporters from MSNBC. So that was our big one. And then I recently, just yesterday, I actually sent it to Connie today. It's called "Trump Will Fix It." Not Connie. I sent it to Leslie today. Maybe, yeah. Because I was like thinking, because I was recording right here last night. And sometimes you need like a picture of somebody, you know, in front of you, like to feel like you're singing to a real person, not just a camera or whatever. So I thought Leslie will like this song. I'm just going to imagine Leslie and get my confidence for knowing she'll like it. Well, and so anyhow.
Well, I appreciate that intro. Before you do it, just give me 30 seconds. Tim Kaine won U.S. Senate race in Virginia. Texas data's coming in, guys. We got 30% of the data. Trump's winning Texas at the moment. 54%, 44. 74%'s reporting in Fulton County specifically, showing a 3% shift towards Trump over the 2020 results. So that's looking good. Camille's going to sing, and then we'll break with an update, and then she'll sing again. Go ahead, Camille. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, if this is too bad, I can get my webcam and do it on my computer if you want to wait a second. And we can see if that works. I just don't know. I can try this.
Do 10 seconds and see if we hear any screw up.
Okay, one moment. And coming up. Keep them great.
Yeah. Get your laptop. Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can pull this off. We're gonna find out. So I will leave here and I'll come back.
All right, sounds good.
Or I'll mute for now until I get my thing. Okay, thank you.
We'll be
Talk soon.
All right.
Appreciate it. You guys are awesome. 1 second. I'll just mute it and find it.
Well, that's cool. She's gonna sing a really good hit there. Guys, the Texas data's coming in. Georgia data is finalizing. I gotta tell you, it's looking better and better on pro-Trump side. Wisconsin data still red. Are you doing a rolling list?
I just got back. Sorry.
Val's gonna get her laptop up and get the rolling list out. We gotta make some announcements. Tim Kaine did win his Senate seat, so that's kind of unfortunate there. I'm gonna call. While we're waiting for Camille to fix her laptop issues, let's see what Susan Hawaii. Susan, you there?
Aloha, I'm here.
Aloha. Are you excited that Trump's gonna get presidency back?
Yes. Excited, yes. This is we got a wonderful movement going. Let's just hope the momentum will just keep expanding until we have that red tsunami.
Did you notice Missouri just went Trump.
Ooh.
So
Fabulous.
We gotta mark Missouri. Did you notice any polling locations closed or things like this?
I haven't noticed anything. I drove by the polling station here in Lihue on my way to work, and it was mellow. There was one policeman there. He was very friendly, just flipping through a book. And I told her I was going to just take a couple pictures to encourage people to come out. And yeah, it was just very congenial, very mellow. Couple guys sitting outside, not heavy traffic at all. I had another friend who went there earlier and said that it was busy inside and that there was some good activity. So far, yeah, it's a small town, so it's not a great place for someone to act up and behave badly without, getting chastised for that. Lihui, it's a small population base, so you're not going to see a lot of craziness like you would in the cities potentially.
Okay. Well, let's keep that aloha spirit going. I think.
Right.
I think we got this. Missouri just got announced Trump, so I got to populate the map and.
Yes, blessings to you all. I'm going to have to mute myself most of the time because I'm still at work.
No problem.
But I just want to send you all love, and I'll stay with you to the end as much as I can.
Yeah, we're going to be here till 270 hits, guys. Thank you. That's Susan from Kauai and Hawaii. Let's see, North Carolina, Timmy. Timmy, what's going on? Did you vote today? Did you do early voting? What are your people saying in North Carolina?
Yeah, man. I voted on the first day of early voting in North Carolina, and so I casted all my votes for all Republicans, Trump, my the Senate race for the governor, and everybody else. So, all right now, I don't know what color the state is. I'm just hoping that Trump gets it because we were red in 2020, and I think we're gonna be red again.
Yeah, I think you're right, Timmy. We're going to be red again, and we were red in 2020. But the data is coming in pro-Trump tonight. Let's talk to one of our our Hispanic director in Florida, Martha. Martha, you've been connected with Valerie and myself. I'm trying to unmute you. Are you there, Martha? I know we had this discussion that you were going to talk tonight.
That I will talk tonight. How are you?
There she is, Valerie's Martha's on.
Hi, Martha. How are you?
Oh, she muted on accident. You got to keep it unmuted, doll. Hang on. Valerie asked how you were doing.
Good.
So how you feel tonight? Did you go to the polls today? Did you do early voting? What are your friends saying? Where's Latran?
I'm meeting her. We're hitting Winter Garden. We're going to a watch party. So I voted early, and I work in Silver Star today. Bunch of blues, but it's okay. And I was just listening to the radio, and they are about to declare winner in Florida. That's what I just heard in the radio.
Florida and West Baltimore.
We won Florida, that's for sure. Is that what you said, Martha?
Here.
Okay.
This is Orlando. So think of Disney. Think of all your theme
So how do
Oh shoot, Martha, hang on. We thought you were talking to someone. Go say again your last. Go ahead. Quick.
Still all the way across the state.
Okay, here we are.
Here is the official county party.
All right, well, have fun, doll. Don't hang up. We'll keep you in the loop of what's happening. Did Camille fix her laptop? Let's see. I'm trying to see. I don't see her other laptop coming in yet, so she's still troubleshooting. We got some updates, guys. Pennsylvania looks like it's gonna come through for Trump. It's not announced yet. It's just a bunch of announcements, and New York Times downgraded their electoral college estimate from 305 to 277. Trump still winning, so that's a little concerning. But we will see what this means. Valerie, you got any updates on your document?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I haven't been working on it.
Okay. I remember our Texans asked Sabina asked the Texas data. So early results show Trump with strong gains, way over the 2020 numbers in Dallas, specifically. Flip alert again on Georgia. It looks like Baldwin County would be the first time GOP has won it since 2004. That county is 41% African American. So we're really focusing now on Georgia, Texas, Pennsylvania when it relates to Trump. And Kamala is looking for Illinois, Minnesota, and Virginia.
It says, oh wow. Oklahoma hasn't been called yet.
Oklahoma's called.
Okay. I don't see your map, so it's hard for me to. Okay.
Let's call on. I don't see Camille's. There's Camille. Okay. So Camille has her laptop available, I think. So let's see if we could get this to work. Now, Camille, before we get into your song, you clicked on the little arrow by the microphone to go to audio settings, right? And then you went down to original for magicians and clicked off echo cancellation. Yeah, check that. And we're going to unmute you because we want to hear the song. Let's do it. She's set up for success, ladies and gentlemen. This is Camille from Oklahoma, and she's has a viral music video that she's going to play for us tonight here live on our special election coverage on Red America First, Red Blood of Christ, America First Policies and Candidates. Go ahead, Camille. Thank you.
Thank you. This is my Keep America Great, but I'm going to make it a 2024 version. How's this coming through? Is it better?
Your voice is good, but your guitar, we don't hear it yet.
You don't hear the guitar yet? No?
No.
You know what? There's a new setting on here, which is it's a beta, but we're going to find out. It says live performance audio for multiple instruments or voices. Yeah. Can you hear this?
Do it.
Is that better?
No guitar.
Can't hear the guitar?
Where's your microphone at, by the way?
On my computer.
So maybe if you stood up, we listen.
Well, it's right here. It's right here. Okay, but I don't know why it's not picking up the guitar. That is interesting. I'm looking. Original sound. See if does this work?
No, we're not hearing the guitar.
Oh no! How's this?
We heard the first note, but then it stopped.
How's that?
Man, this is getting tricky.
I know. Any of this working?
Yeah, that worked when you that worked a little bit. Can you stand up and try it? Maybe I don't know if you got to be
right here, guy. I'm right here next to it. I'm right really close to it. Well, this is kind of sad. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out. There's got to be a way to make this work. Try this. No? Play when muting.
Let's see what's Leslie's idea. She's got an idea.
Okay, I'm right here. So let me see. We're gonna go more.
How sad, right? Okay.
Audio. It's audio settings. Go to audio settings, Camille.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then you're gonna go down.
Blurry.
Test mic, same system microphone. Okay, go to original sound for your musicians. And make sure echo cancellation is checked.
Actually,
or Mrs.
for her, because she the guitar, I put high fidelity music mode.
Try that.
High fidelity?
High fidelity, and then take off echo cancellation.
Okay.
You know what? Try this. Mute. I don't know if this would change anything. Try muting your side for a second and see if it would do mine. No? Is that coming through or not? No?
Just sing it. Let's see if we can hear it. Try it.
Keep America great. Keep America great. Gotta stick to our guns. Get the freedom we want. Keep America great. Anything? Just a cappella, or even is my voice coming through?
Keep America great. Keep America great. Yeah, but I heard that. Yeah.
But no guitar?
A little guitar.
Just a little bit? I wonder. I have a microphone too. You guys are helping me go the next level here. I normally just do the Zoom. I've done Zoom with the audio before, separate, but now we'll try it with this audio. I don't know. I don't want to I have a Zoom mic that maybe if I plug the Zoom mic into my computer and choose that microphone instead of my onboard,
that might be better. Let's try that.
it might work. And if that works, I may end up doing a lot more Zoom calls in the future.
And you could do the national anthem for us one night.
Hey, that'd be good. I can do that. I like to do that one.
All right, real quick update while she's troubleshooting everything. Trump takes the lead in North Carolina, 52 to 48, 16% reporting. We're still leading in Texas. We're still leading in Pennsylvania by a smidge. Wisconsin bounced back to neutral. I didn't have the data for Wisconsin. I didn't have the data for Michigan supporting Trump victory in those two states. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kamala wins those. Arkansas just got announced is Trump's. So I'm going to update her map while Camille sings. Thank you, Camille.
Okay, is this working?
We hear you.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
You can?
We hear you pretty good.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is the H4n. It's a really nice mic someone gave me, like a recording. Okay, but I have to listen to you through my headphones.
So you can hear me through your headphones?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
this is a really good thing. Thank you.
This might work, actually.
This might work. We're going to find out. Okay. Try to hide that a little bit. Look at that hair. Just covers it right up. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, can you hear that? Of course you can hear everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hide my cords. Just pretend you didn't see any of that. Just kidding. Okay. We don't need to pretend. Alrighty, here we go.
Wait, let's check your guitar real quick.
Oh yeah. Can you hear it?
It's back to normal, but let's see if we can hear your voice better this time. Go.
Keep America great. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
All of it together?
It's coming. It's coming.
Okay. Keep America great. Keep America great. Gotta stick to our guns. Keep the freedom we want. Keep America great. Can you hear it?
Yes.
There will never be another USA. Freedom won't come back if we give it away. It's time to vote. It's time to pray. Let's join as one. Let me hear you say, vote Trump. 2024, vote Trump. 2024, vote Trump. 2024, vote Trump. Keep America first. Keep America strong. We are all in the fight for God-given rights. Keep America one. 1, 2, 3, 4. There will never be another USA. Freedom won't come back if we give it away. It's time to vote. Time to pray. If you love your flag, let me see it wave. Vote Trump. 2024. Vote Trump. 2024. Vote Trump. 2024. Vote Trump.
Awesome. That sounds.
And there you go. 4 more years.
Yes, that sounded really good. Everyone really enjoyed it. So that's.
Oh my goodness.
Keep America great, right?
Keep America great. I mean, it's a 2020 version, but yeah, live here it's 2024 version. So Okay.
And then we're gonna update everybody with election data. Go ahead.
Wonderful. And then I may end up getting on my own YouTube channel doing a live stream. So for my fans, we'll find out. But thank you guys for having me tonight. What a blessing to get to be at a watch party with you guys. Okay, so this is my newest song. It's called Fix His Hair. My newest song is called Trump Will Fix It. So I just finished writing it yesterday and wrote it for several days. And then I put it on YouTube and it's got about 4,000 views now. So that's fun. Here goes. If your cat's up in a tree, just as lonely as can, and your dog is hiding out, 'cause the news has got around, our borders opened up to deadly criminals and drugs, while others stand in line for years to come in right. Trump will fix it. The left got in and broke it, but Trump knows how to fix it and deport all this crime. Our dollar's growing thin, can't buy the things that it once did. Seems like by design to destroy us from within. The greatest country in the world, trillions in debt, and borrows more, printing money every day to make it seem like we're okay. Trump will fix it by drill, baby, drill, and tariffs, by welcoming back big business for the second time. These jobs are bigger than one man, but Trump has got the winning plan. And I myself like no tax on tips. He's learned a lot the last 8 years, then took a shot to his right ear. The price he paid for getting so much fixed, like gas prices and regulation and lower taxes and prison changes. No wars under his administration. And don't forget that he appointed 300 pro-life judges and 3 Supreme Court justices. He changed the game and he's a living legend now. And this may be a case that you can't keep a good man down. Oh, Trump will fix it. Biden and Kamala broke it. But Trump knows how to fix it. And he's gonna fight, fight, fight. Oh, Trump will fix it. If Trump says he will fix it, we know that Trump can fix it. And it seems he's got 9 lives.
Yeah. All right. So that was really good, Camille. So I just gotta ask you real fast. What state did you grow up in? What state?
Tulsa, Oklahoma. Actually, I'm from California till I was only 8 years old, though. But we still have family out there. So California, then Oklahoma for about 20 something years. I'm 32 now. And then I moved to Missouri, Branson, about 2.5 years ago. So yeah, I'm tri-statal. So I love all 3 states. And a lot of conservatives in California, actually. I go out there and I've sang at a conservative uh, Calvary Christian Chapel, I believe, and it's in San Jose. They had like $2 million in fines because they wouldn't close down during COVID. But then they got wiped out, all the COVID fines and stuff. So anyways, yeah, but Oklahoma mainly, now Branson.
Can you check your chat and see if you got that message?
Yes. Please save Val number.
Yeah, don't say those out loud because we're streaming.
Yeah.
Write all that down. Send us text message.
Take a picture.
We would like you to be part of Red America First's team. So
thank you. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. I didn't have a watch party to go to tonight, and I was like, doesn't feel right.
Hang some of your songs, and we'll play some of them after Trump wins a couple more states. What do you say?
Oh, thank you. That'd be great.
Okay, well, hang tight. We're gonna talk to a couple more other folks. That's Camille. She was playing some really good music there for Trump in spirit of tonight's election. Let's call on someone in Georgia because Georgia hasn't been called yet, and it is a very important state for Trump to win in my scenario. And while I'm working the numbers, I'm calling on my sister real quick in Georgia, Valerie's sister in Georgia, real fast. And Pam, what do you think? What's going on in Georgia? We're trying to unmute you. I don't know if you can see that we're trying to unmute you, but I'm going to give everybody the data on Georgia right now. Valerie's helping me with the equation as we speak to see how many votes are left. Okay, I guess Pam walked away for a moment. Rob Ohio, you there? Gosh, it goes blank when I have to do some data. Val, can you give some people some updates on some activities for me so I can work this equation out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking through this. Okay. Yeah. So, what was the number you wanted that I was working on?
No, just tell them some updates on your rolling list that you have to share with the team while I work on these numbers real quick.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Rosemarie, you there? Or are you not there? Rosemarie. You got bad internet tonight. Are you not at home? Yeah, she's got bad internet. She's got bad internet, guys. Leslie, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Ashley.
Okay, how did you like Camille singing while Valerie's working on her updated list to tell you guys some news? How did you like that?
We love Camille and Haley and their whole family. They're amazing. Y'all would love her dad. Seriously, we were hoping he was going to come on. He is a firecracker. It's pretty amazing. Yeah. Yep.
And their originality in the music that they write and play is just off the charts. You can give them something. If you are running a campaign and you need a theme song, you get with these girls. They will write you a theme song.
Yep. All right. So, like I said, New Jersey, I didn't have the data for New Jersey like Velarde was telling us a couple weeks back, if you guys remember. Jersey just got called for Harris. Harris also won Virginia. I didn't see Harris winning Virginia. So again, it comes down to Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, what Ashley's looking at right now specifically. And so let's see. Rosemarie thinks she fixed her internet. Let's see if she did. Tom, real quick, Tom, he is helping me monitor what mainstream media is saying. Tom, give me an update.
Well, right now they're at 105 for Trump and 27 for Harris, but they're not really reporting. They're just talking amongst themselves. You know what I mean? They're not giving data like you were given.
Okay, good. I appreciate that update, Tom. Keep up the good work. We're going to have a big announcement in less than 10 minutes. Rosemarie, go ahead.
This one. Kamala was just declared president of the Ukraine. It was on my sister-in-law's on her phone. Now, do you have an accurate count for the electoral college vote?
Yeah, I do. You need to reboot your router, Rosemarie, or if you're on your mobile phone, you have really bad data connection. So please work on that. But yeah, I'm gonna give you guys an updated number on the electoral college. I just got to figure out this Georgia equation. I was hoping to get some talking going on, some commentary going on with the election.
Well, I was just saying that. Well, earlier, I am not sure if Wendi talked about Michigan, but there were polling locations evacuated due to a gas leak, and then there's there's a discrepancy on non-citizen registered voters in the tune of 34,535. So that's been taken to the Secretary of State. It's just unbelievable with all the cheating going on. And I'm trying to see, I'm just kind of reading through my notes. I did hear that the National Guard has been activated in Alabama, Arizona, Delaware, Iowa, Illinois, North Carolina, New Mexico, Wisconsin, and Washington State. And then they added a couple of more Colorado, Florida, Hawaii, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, West Virginia, and Washington, D.C. are also on standby. So hopefully we won't need those, and everything is going to go great tonight. James O'Keefe did go out to the streets in Philadelphia and was saying that the voter clerks were allowing people, the illegals, to vote just with their number, not a social security number, but their INA number or whatever that is. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to. It's really small, and really that's all the updates I have, Ashley.
Okay, perfect. So let's see if Rob is there now. Thank you, Valerie, for those updates. Rob, Ohio.
Yes.
Updates in Ohio. What's going on there? Thank you.
Well, let me take a look here. Trump is up 52 to 47.3%, and only not even half, 45.3% of the votes are in. And the U.S. Senate, which is the other big one, Moreno is losing to Sherrod Brown 48.2 to 49.2%, with 45% of the vote in. So that's still a toss-up. But the rest, there's nothing else really matters. We had issue one here where they were going to get rid of gerrymandering. Thankfully, that's losing right now. But we're still waiting for probably some of the other smaller counties to come in. I know in my county alone, the president, or even just my county, Donald Trump won 71.5% of the vote. So clearly live in a red county. But yeah, nothing else is going on right now. I'm just jumping back and forth between that and the national, which last I seen was Trump was 101 and Camilla was 71. So
okay, well, hang tight. Thanks for the update. We're really worried about your state, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. And let's chime in with Wendi real quick. Thank you, Rob, for those updates. Wendi, what on your side? Do you have any quick updates while I work this equation? Oops,
I'll let you go. I am trying to get information right now on the issues that we reported on earlier across the country, but right now I don't have anything new to add on the issues out of Georgia, the issues out of Pennsylvania, the issue out of Wisconsin. That is concerning me because they are needing to recount ballots out of 13 tabulators in the area of Milwaukee. So let me see, the polls in Pennsylvania, of course, are going to be open a little bit later, so we've got to watch for that. I don't see anything new popping up in my feed yet as far as other national issues other than what we've already talked about. Let's see. Yeah, there's I'm going to look for news on Arizona real quick, and then if I have something to update, I will let you know. But so far, there's nothing new going on with what we've already reported that I can find. So, but we're always looking, and I'm keep watching the news for any issues and any new issues coming up. So right now, nothing new to report as far as the election integrity goes. So
Thank you so much for that.
you're welcome.
Thank you for that. So we're continuing looking at Georgia, guys. 68% is coming in. Trump's on top, and Valerie's check. Well, let me see the rolling list here. New York Times says Trump
said
is at 279. With Georgia leaning
Trump.
Harris wins Virginia. We already mentioned that. So let's call on Camille and see if she's ready for her next song while I'm working on this equation. Thank you, Camille.
Alrighty, I was working on my camera to see if I could get better settings. Hopefully I did it. Alrighty, so this is a new, I don't know if it's a new song, but we just put it out on YouTube. Let me see if I can get this bigger. We just put it on YouTube the other day, and it's called Save America. And so about 3 years ago, when Trump came out, he's had a lot of slogans, the second time. And it was Keep America Great for the 2020. And then after Biden won, then it was like, wait a second, we can't do Keep America Great. Now they're destroying it again. So been back to Make America Great Again, to Save America, and now and Trump will fix it. Just a lot of good phrases he's come up with of their campaign. But this one was whenever they had Save America. And it's also inspired by Charlie Kirk, because we listened to some of their stuff. Can you let me make sure. Okay, check. Yeah. I listened to Charlie Kirk videos and was inspired by those as well. So here it goes. This is on our Camille and Haley channel. If you want to see the sister video in Oklahoma City, actually at the GOP center or headquarters. Is that right? I don't know if you've seen that. So yeah. Anyways, I have this cool background that says GOP, Oklahoma GOP. So here it goes. Everybody's thinking it, too afraid of speaking it. Listen up. I think I have to go higher. Sorry. Everybody's thinking it, too afraid of speaking it. Listen up, boys and girls. School's no longer teaching it. Preachers ain't preaching it. America is the best country in the world. Save America, save it, save America, save America. We the people say, save America, save the USA. People burning flags in streets, they don't know their history, acting like boys and girls. Based in Christianity, king of all economies. Look around, it's the best country in the world. Save America, save it, save America, save America. We the people say, save America, save the USA. We got our kicks. It's 1776. Freed from the Brits through prayer, gunpowder, and grit. The average constitution lasts 17 years. Well, it's been over 200 and we're still here. Save America, save it, save America, save America. We people say, save America, save the USA. Save America, save it, save America, save America. We the people say, save America, save the USA, save the USA. God bless the USA.
And Wyoming.
Amazing job. And as promised, when she would finish the song, I'd have more updates, and I do. So we took North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming, all while she was singing that song, and Louisiana. So the state keeps piling up. The current breakdown is 120 Donald Trump, 99 Kamala Harris. As you know, she has the Northeast secure, and she has Illinois secure. We're still working on North Carolina. We're still working on Georgia and Pennsylvania, Ohio. Michigan numbers haven't came in yet. So very good job, Camille. Any other
You.
song you got on your side, or is that it?
Oh, I got a lot of songs. I have more originals, or I can do like, God Bless America, the full version, or I have a Trump.
I like her songs. I like your originals.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Awesome. I love it.
Oh my goodness. Well, I like the sound of that. Well, thank you. Okay, let me go pick one out then. I have a whole list here. Let me think. I have a few songs. Oh, It All Leads Back to Guns. I should do that one for you. Thank you for wanting my original music. Okay, here we go. So a few years ago, actually at that church I was talking about in California, there was this guy that I was talking to there, and I was hanging out with him, and my dad told him, get Camille to write the song for this event, because he was leading the event, and I was singing at it, and he was around my age. And so anyways, so he got me to write this song, and it's just funny. My dad actually gets me to write a lot of good songs. He knows it's I don't know, it's just fun because he knows if I can get going on a song, like I might just finish it, And so it was cool. That's how he did the whole Trump will fix it song. He just said, "Hey, Camille, Trump's got a new slogan. You should write a song." And I thought, well, I don't think anyone can fix everything themselves. But I thought, well, maybe if I make it kind of funny. And then as it went on, I was like, this is getting serious. This is getting serious now. And I was like, I want to have 3 topics: the border, like, what else? Inflation and abortion. I was thankful that he did so many good abortion, pro-life things, but we need him to become more pro-life again. So we got to pray. God does change leaders by our prayers. So you just never know what's ahead. Okay, so it all leads back to guns. So here it goes. Let me see if I got in the right key. Sometimes Haley would sing the lead, and so she has a lower voice than me. So sometimes I have him in her key. So na 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 na. Here goes.
Wait.
What?
We won Texas.
Woohoo! Praise the Lord. Oh, that's awesome.
Texas, 40 electoral votes is going to Donald Trump.
40 electoral votes? Oh my gosh. What are we at? What are we at now?
194
to 95.
And we need
to 95.
What? Okay, and we need 240? 270. Isn't it crazy? Everyone across the nation, or I mean, all the people that are involved, think about politics, which is a lot of people now, are thinking about this tonight. So cool. It's amazing. It's so cool. It's like the real Super Bowl for, I don't know. It's the more important Super Bowl, right? But here goes. Just between you and me, the cities with the gun control are welcoming the criminals, and they don't want you to see. If you let them take your guns away, they're gonna take your rights away next. Like freedom of speech, freedom of press, the freedom to meet and the right to protest, the freedom to vote for the person you choose, the right to own land and to grow your own food. When all is said and done, it all leads back to guns. Come on, this is the USA. We should never bow to socialists, globalists, and communists. Never give your rights away. We gotta fight the tyrants, 'cause they're never gonna give your rights back. Like freedom to think, freedom to pray, freedom to work for an honest day's wage, freedom to teach and raise your own kids, freedom to rise because of free markets. When all is said and done, it all leads back to guns. And all our rights, they come from God alone, creator of us all. One day we'll stand before his throne, the righteous judge of all. His laws give liberty and life, and governments were made to protect the rights he gave. Like freedom to trade, freedom to buy, freedom to bank, and the freedom to fly, freedom to breathe and not take a vaccine, the right to a trial and the right to be free. When all is said and done, it all leads back to guns. When liberty was won, it all led back to guns. Back to guns.
All right.
What you think of that, Val?
I loved it. Amazing.
Thank you.
No, for real. You are amazing.
I haven't done that one in a while. It makes me tear up at the chorus, the bridge part where it talks about all our rights come from God alone. You know, one day we'll stand before his throne. The righteous judge of all. His laws give liberty and life, and governments were made to protect the rights he gave. It's like we think that we can lead ourselves, but really we're just here to obey him, and his laws give true freedom, you know? So it's just like crazy. Once you have the revelation of Christ, you understand it. But on the outside, you think God's trying to stop you. On the inside, you're like, no, he doesn't want me to have a wrecked life. He wants me to be free to praise him and not be, you know, chained to sin. So anyways, I'm thankful. I haven't played that song in a while, so happy to do it here tonight. Yeah. If you want any more, I got a pro-life song. 2 of them, actually. Whenever you want. Whenever you want.
Do a pro-life song, but let me just
Yeah.
tell everybody real quick.
Oh.
We'll take a break after the pro-life song here.
Yeah, sounds good. And I have a Back the Blues song. I forgot. Man, I got some political songs. This is great.
Oh, I already told you guys about South Dakota, North Dakota. Ohio! Rob, Ohio!
We got Ohio?
Is now Donald Trump.
Yes, he just got it.
I got a text my...
About Texas. So let me color our map up.
That was a big one.
Let me color our map up here. This is very good news. Team Trump.
Oh, I wonder how.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we'll have to call her back.
I hope she
wants. This is so great.
South Dakota, North Dakota, Texas, Wyoming, Montana. We're looking really good. Yeah, pro-life. My mom, she had me. I'm a first generation American. She had me at an old age, and I have half brother, half sister, and they were telling my mom to abort me, and so were the doctors. So I'm here. I'm here now. So pro-life would be a good song to sing. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. You know, I was just watching Nick Vujicic. You know, he has no arms and legs, and he comes and sings. No, he speaks at a lot of events. You guys know Nick? Yeah. So I was just watching his Zoom call, Facebook Live or Instagram Live today, and he was actually almost aborted. And you know, we see what God has done through his life. And so I was singing at an event, I think in Oklahoma City, that he was at. And so we sang this song, and afterwards he came up to us and said, I need to talk to you and you in the lobby, because he wanted us to be his house band for his show. I don't know if he ever did a show or not in Texas, but I just thought that was so amazing, you know, to see there's so many people in Hollywood even that have stories that their parents were going to abort them, but they didn't, and now, you know, look at them, you know. So I'm thankful to be part of the raising the awareness of what abortion really is, you know, and I like live action a lot. I think they've done a really good job showing people, you know, really what an abortion looks like, and they changed a lot of minds with like one video. So I actually watched the movie Unplanned with Abby Johnson, her story, and I had been working on this song for a lot of years, and I just could never finish it. And I'd go back to the drawing board, write a little more, change something. It just, my dad kept saying, Camille, finish that song, finish the song. And I just tried and I tried and I tried. And I finally watched that movie Unplanned, and I just teared up and I said, Lord, please help me finish this song. And we were actually living in Branson at the time, both my sister and I. And all of a sudden, the rest of the song just came. It just was like boom, right there. And so it was just like, what a blessing. And so I've sang at pro-life rallies with this one. And so Haley helped me write it. And I really love this song. And I'm just thankful for it, because you can't make yourself write songs. It's like they have to come to you, and you can try to write songs, and I do, but I don't know. So I feel the Lord gave it to me though. So here it goes. My body, my choice. Sounds right, but I can't ignore the voice. Something inside of me is whispering as I'm wrestling. Open up your eyes. It's not my right. It's not my choice to take an innocent life, to trade their future for the convenience of mine. So I will stand today for what I know is right, and I will march for life. 2 bodies, 2 lives, 2 hearts beating inside. It doesn't take eyes to see the forming of God's masterpiece. You feel it deep inside. It's not my right. It's not my choice to take an innocent life, to trade their future for the convenience of mine. For their right to life. And so I will stand today for what I know is right, and I will march for life. God said, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, fearfully and wonderfully made. I love you, though some may call you unplanned. I call you mine, and that is why it's not my right. It's not my choice to take an innocent life, to trade their future for the convenience of mine. For their right, so I keep messing up. So, champions of mine. So I will stand today for what I know is right, and I will march for life. This is my cry, to be the voice of every unborn child, to overturn the laws that keep them bound. And for their right to life, I'll go the extra mile. And I will march for life, 'cause life is beautiful. Life is beautiful. Life is beautiful at every stage. Life is valuable, irreplaceable. So I will march for life today. I will march for life.
Awesome. Good job.
Thank you.
Wow. Very cool. That's a very touching song.
Thank you. I'm thankful. I want to write, I want to sing it more, that's one of my next projects that I really want to push. I want to make a good music video for that song, and I want to get it out there because one song can change someone's life. It could literally save lives, so.
So Camille, thank you for singing and helping me out with that. We're gonna have Dr. Frank coming on in 10 minutes, so I gotta get ready for that. But no, please make no mistake, you're gonna get to sing more. So hang tight. Don't leave just yet. I'm gonna call real quick on 1 second because Dr. Frank is coming on. I'm gonna ping Sabina. Sabina, you got the update in Texas. We took Texas. I'm really monitoring Virginia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania right now because a lot of the mainstream called Virginia already, and some of the other websites don't have Kamala as taking Virginia, so I'm a little confused about that. North Carolina hasn't been called yet, but go ahead on Texas. Are you relieved?
Yeah, yeah. So, oh my gosh, I am so relieved because I felt like, like today, it didn't seem like there was a lot of voters out. Well, I mean, there was like 700 polling stations. So how do you even get everywhere?
It was really spread out then.
Yeah, yeah, it was so spread out, but still, I mean, it was so busy, for early voting. So, which is great because apparently we overwhelmed them. And I think there was I mean, sometimes I feel like, oh my gosh, not every, all these places, nobody's looking at them, and like I'm just one person, I'm looking at a few places here and there, boots on the ground, whatever. But I think that, I really, I guess, tonight I was telling one of my friends before I got on the phone with you guys, or even in between, and then came back on. I was telling her, I said, I noticed like one area that I went to, and I had my little clicker thing. And I don't know, I just kind of noticed like some weird stuff going on as far as some of the people that were coming up to vote. I was like, well, wait a minute. It almost seemed like they were, anyway, I just saw some stuff that it seemed shady to me.
Yeah.
And then, but since I was there, and by the way, I had Lucy with me on that one, and I opened up my trunk, pulled into the parking lot, and we sat in the back, and I grabbed one of the Trump signs, and I started saying, "Make America Great Again." Everybody that went by, and for for a while, I just felt like there was shady people going by, and then they stopped, and then normal people, like felt like there was some shade coming through for a while, and maybe they knew that I was, and the guy up at the front, at the door, I think he knew that he knew that I was there for a reason, because I went up there and he goes, "Oh, are you here to vote?" And I go, "No, I was just looking at the number," because they're supposed to post a number. Well, they supposedly post a number every hour, but this place was posting it every 2.5 hours for some reason. So I was like, "No, I'm just looking at the number." Well, he saw me when I went back to the car, and I'm sitting at the back now, and I have my little clicker, and I'm watching people go to the front door, and he's watching me the whole time. Right. Yeah. And I'm there for, an hour, hour and a half. I could tell he was watching me. I knew he was I knew he was probably suspicious of me, but anyway, so he continued to stare at me. But anyway, maybe it's because, a lot of people were boots on the ground this time. And, I just, we're not going to be like looking tomorrow and they're going to say, "Hey, we found a whole bunch of votes. They just came through and we didn't count them last night." We're not going to see that, right? I just want to make sure.
I hope not.
Well, I'm looking at Georgia's numbers as you guys are talking, and as Camille's playing the guitar, and then and
by the way,
right now we have 74% of the vote in on Georgia, and they're totaling out in the 74%. They're totaling out to be 3,814,280 votes, with the grand total available votes that are still out there. Let me do that for you guys real quick.
Well, I was kind of excited to see that Ken Paxton and your state really has it buttoned up as far as any kind of illegal stuff going on. So
yeah, well, yeah, I mean, no, but it's still hard. I mean, I know Ken Paxton is out there fighting and stuff, but boy, we sure do have some evil people in our city, that we're, trying to, especially like we have a lot of really bad judges here. And that's, I mean, it's like, this is LA 2.0 maybe. You know, that's what I feel like sometimes, you know. Just really, you know, we were asleep, you know, several years ago when it started happening, and it happened. And, you know, now we're all awake and we're sitting there going, oh my gosh, our city, our county is really up. We need to fix it. And, you know, it's going to take more than what's going on right now, to fix it. You know, we need to really dig in and get some good people in there, because there's some really evil people that are taking taxpayers' money and stealing, you know, from us all. So, yeah.
Well, listen, guys, we have 1,340,000 votes left in Georgia to be counted. Trump is up 190,000, so it's going to take some time to get that remaining 24% to be counted. We just got a big bump in that. Do we got any updates?
Yeah, let me check. No, but people are saying the chances of Trump winning, it's too close to call, but it's leaning Trump. So that's good.
Okay. I can tell you guys the betting markets have increased Trump's outlook to 74%. And Kamala has 26%, so it's looking pretty good for Trump. We got Wisconsin leaning red again. Michigan still too shady a data to know. Pennsylvania still leaning Trump. North Carolina should be ours. Hasn't been announced yet, but we're monitoring Georgia very closely because they say 76% in, but I have my doubts. Let's see, Wendi. Oh, well, Shiza, it's not almost.
Hey, real quick, I'm going to mute. Bitcoin is at 72,000. It is pumping. FYI.
The dollar's crashing. All right. Well, let's go ahead and let's chat with. Fox News called North Carolina. Thank you for that. Fox News called North Carolina for Trump. That is another good victory for us. A swing state that we knew was going to be good data. But let me go ahead and get our electoral map back up. Dr. Frank, how are you tonight, sir?
Hey, guys.
Glad to have you back on the platform. We're going to be sharing our screen here in a little while, but you look happy. You voted. You got your voting sticker.
All right.
How do you want to open tonight's discussion? Just so you know, they just called North Carolina, and we're waiting for Georgia. I'm looking at the Georgia data, and I'm doing the algebraic equations behind the scenes. They have 76 reporting. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, as you know. But go ahead with your intro. Thank you so much for coming on tonight, Dr. Frank.
Sorry, I just ate a piece of chocolate. That may be why I'm smiling.
That always makes me smile. That's for sure.
Absolutely. So I just finished a 2-hour live stream. I did a live stream from with a few people. I had Patrick Kolbeck on. I had Tony Shoup. Patrick Kolbeck is leading the Election Crime Bureau for Mr. Lindell. And Tony Shoup runs Audit the Vote PA. And then I had John Schrock on as well, who's National Field Director for the John Birch Society. And so, you know, we were just talking about what's happening today. I think we all feel, and I don't know if your listeners feel the same as me, a little numb, actually. And because you remember how we felt 4 years ago at this time. It was looking really good. In fact, my wife went to bed at this point and said, Trump won, I'm going to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. And then, of course, what happened the next day? Not. So I think I'm not going to fall into that trap again. And I think we've got, you know, I was joking about it, but it's the truth. I think we focus too much at the top of the ticket, but let me talk about the top of the ticket for a minute. think we got two possible outcomes at the top of the ticket, right? I mean, that took a real rocket scientist to figure that one out. So you've got if Kamala wins, it's going to be a repeat of what we heard in 2020. Only this time it'll be now even more secure, the most secure election in history. If Trump wins, then my prediction is that there will be multiple states that won't certify, and they'll say we're not going to certify because of the fraud. That there's a lot of fraud taking place already. We've already identified a bunch of it. So it's sort of a win-win for the other side, because they can just simply say, if they win, they're going to say, oh, most secure election in history, and these people don't know what they're doing, and we were able to suppress the whole thing last time, and we'll do it again this time. And believe me, clerks are not going to be ready to leap up after they just put Tina Peters in prison. I don't know if you saw that, but today they posted her first interview from jail. And I posted a short excerpt of that on my channel so you guys can see that. But so clerks are afraid to address any election fraud that takes place because they get canceled and they get persecuted. And so nobody wants that. Same with legislators. So if there is any fraud, if Kamala wins, if they cheat enough, because it should be an overwhelming victory for Trump. All the numbers say that. So if she does win, then I think it's going to be the most secure election in history, even more than before, and we'll be going down the road. The difference is that this time around we're a lot more experienced. Last time I was still counting on the numbers to work. I'm a mathematician. I'm a scientist. I've used Transform to predict elections. Have been doing it so for 40 years, and I've been pretty good at it. Only missed once, and it was only by 1%. So I predicted Trump was going to win in 2016, and luckily for me, the group of white hat hackers made sure that happened, and so I'm pleased about that. But 2020 did not go at all the way my math said. It's the first time I was wrong in 40 years, and so I looked into it in more detail. And then the state of Pennsylvania asked me to help with the audit, so that's how I got involved. So Pennsylvania, I think, is probably going to be where we have to pay a lot of attention. That's going to probably be a repeat of a lot of fraud there. And that's why it was important to talk to Tony Shoup today. So that's kind of where my mind is at. I'm just kind of idling here. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. One of two things is going to happen. And if Trump wins, then there's going to be states, I believe, that will not certify. And so he won't reach 270. And then what will happen is it'll go to the 12th Amendment. So those are the two scenarios I think we're going to be playing with. And believe me, I would be delighted to be wrong. I mean, it's obvious who I voted for. And I voted in person today at the polls. I didn't vote early. My family and I, we got in the car. We drove down to the polls. It was a local elementary school. We voted and we drove home. The entire trip from the minute we walked out of the house till we came back was under 30 minutes. Okay. And it's a 10-minute drive each way. So it's ironic because they were reporting that the early voting people, the last day of early voting in Ohio, people were waiting 4 hours in line to vote. Okay. Well, guess what? I didn't wait 2 minutes to vote. So all these people that wanted to vote early, I think, that was not a very good strategy. I would have voted today in person. But anyway, I was before I came on, I just kind of looked at 3 of the lamestream media. I don't believe anything they say, and I can have the numbers to prove to you that they're not telling you the truth.
Hang on, Dr. Frank, you're absolutely right. The mainstream media lies to us. This is why I'm hosting our own election broadcast, because 4 years ago to this day, I'm sober from mainstream media because Fox News didn't call Florida for 2 hours. There wasn't enough votes for Biden to come back, and I was like pulling my hair out. I'm like, why is nobody calling Florida?
Right.
And 2 hours later, Trump wins Florida, but Arizona, they called it within 30 seconds. So
yeah,
this
exactly.
is why tonight we are doing it ourselves. We are telling everybody the truth because I'm sick of the lies. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. So while I was listening to one of the lamestream commentaries, I heard a phrase, and I just want to repeat this phrase. They were talking about Pennsylvania, and they were showing what the current percentages were, but they said, but a lot of the pre-election vote has not been counted yet. I think it was Pennsylvania. And so, in other words, the pre-election vote. So we've got post-election votes and we've got pre-election votes. So even though it might look great tonight, tomorrow they're going to find all these more.
Are not being included tonight. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, they were saying that only 35% out of 55%. They said they were. I don't remember the state. Now I apologize, but I just heard it just like 2 minutes ago or right before I came on. So I didn't have a chance to go say what was that. When I heard the phrase, though, that's all I needed to hear. They said they've only tallied 35% of the pre-election vote, and they had 55% to go. And so if you think about it, they could have a van full of ballots sitting somewhere with pre-election votes, and they can count them as long as they need to. And so that's my big concern. And, people think, well, let's vote early because by voting early, we bank our vote and we no, all you're doing is providing yet another window to create more ballots to stuff. The whole system is, and that's why, and I don't mean to be a negative Nelly. I'm actually a very positive person. I'm just telling you the truth. That I really, and I think no matter which way it goes, we're going to have issues. If Trump wins, I think it's going to go to the 12th Amendment, and I think he's not going to be sworn in. And I hate to say that, but I have direct experience now with 48 states and about 30 legislatures in private with legislators. And there isn't one legislature in our country that likes him. How is he going to get 26 legislatures to vote for him if it goes to a 12th Amendment? So that's those are my predictions. So really, to be honest, tonight, I'm just kind of watching and seeing what's happening. And, like that one phrase I heard that, oh yeah, Trump's ahead, but only, a certain percentage of the pre-election votes been counted. That's the sort of thing that drives me crazy. So I don't know. How about that for pooping in your pool walking in here?
Well, it just sounds like we need some more chocolate.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Frank, because we need to know what states are going to try to hold on to the vote and not disclose the totals. We're seeing that happening in Pennsylvania for sure, extending some of their times to close at 10 o'clock. I mean, hell.
Let's just talk about something for a minute.
We still got 22 minutes before 10 o'clock, and those polls will close. Go ahead, Dr. Frank.
So I woke up this morning, and my phone was already blowing up from people all around the country. For example, in Indiana, in Fountain County, or was it? I may be wrong on that.
I think you're right.
Maybe it's Lafayette.
Okay.
One of the counties, people were showing up at the polls, but they weren't allowing them to vote because the machines couldn't go online. What?
Right.
And so they said, well, what we're going to do is we're going to issue you all paper ballots, and then we'll put them through the machine for you later.
Oh, wow.
Because we can't get the machines to go online now. And I was just on the phone with Patrick Kolbeck, and he's the Election Crime Bureau in Michigan. They have a lawsuit going right now because there was a software update that was required in the Dominion voting machines there, and you're not allowed to use the machines if you've changed them since the logic and accuracy test. In other words, pre-election, the officials run a test on the machines to make sure everything's working right, and then you're not allowed to change anything before that in the election. Well, they found a glitch, and so they wanted to get this, they wanted to go online and put all the machines online and fix them all before the election.
Oh, wow.
And they weren't, and there was a lawsuit forbidding that. But guess what? We caught them. We have the hard evidence that they were online today during the election. And I've been telling everybody this for years now, that the machines are online. So it's like, I know this is happening. I don't have to prove it to myself anymore. But I like it when that stuff becomes public, because then people go, oh, Dr. Frank wasn't lying to us after all. So sorry, I'm burping on my chocolate, but boy, was it good.
No, I have a question though, because I read something earlier about the IP address leak, and they
Oh,
were
you're talking about Colorado?
yeah, and how that could potentially have some foreign problems with our elections.
Yeah, so that relates to the Tina Peters thing as well. By the way, she was interviewed, and the video was released today for her first interview in jail. If you haven't seen that, I posted it on my social media today. I posted an excerpt of it just to kind of give a feeling so you can see how she's doing. But you know, I put that up for you guys to see. But anyway, so what happened was.
Wait, can I make a quick announcement? Trump
Yeah.
won North Carolina. So we
Yeah.
took North Carolina. Make no mistake. Keep going, Dr. Frank. Sorry.
I love the sound of that. You know, I will be the first person to stand up and say I was wrong if Trump is able to overwhelm the cheat, and I will be delighted. But if that happens, brace yourself because it's going to be bumpy days ahead. I was on an interview the other day, and the host said he thinks it's going to be settled in the courts, and I don't think the courts can go fast enough. I think it'll end up the 12th Amendment, but fine. Doesn't matter. We have bumpy days ahead. So anyway, where was I? I was talking about the password. So remember.
New Hampshire finally got announced. Kamala, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. We don't care about that.
So the Tina Peters case, if you recall, what we did is I met with her in April of 2021, and we got forensic images of her machines before, during, and after the trusted build there on her Dominion machines. And when the Secretary of State discovered that, Jenna Griswold, she panicked, and they launched a full-scale investigation, and now Tina Peters is in prison. Well, one of their main points of their case was, oh my gosh, she's compromised the integrity of the election. She posted a blurry, because of her backups, a blurry image of one of the password screens was posted online on the dark web. Well, it was a blurry image. Nobody could have interpreted it anyway, and they were old passwords anyway. But guess what? Lo and behold, for 5 months, Jenna Griswold had all the current passwords for all the machines on a website that anybody in public could have downloaded and read. When this was just discovered 2 weeks ago, that they were publicly available. And if you have those passwords, you can log into them and you can manipulate anything you want. And so it turns out that half of the county passwords were still valid. About half of them have been changed since the list was put up, but half of them hadn't been. And so what did they do? They turned all the machines on and remotely fixed them and changed all the passwords. Well, that makes the machines illegal to be used for federal elections. It says right in the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission rules, if you have a machine that's capable of going online, it cannot be used in our federal elections. And it's happening all over the country. But we don't win those lawsuits when we prosecute that. So unfortunately, that's sort of a moot point because we're playing with their rules and they're just going to keep changing the rules. But bottom line, that's what all happened. And Jenna Griswold's responsible for that. She should go to prison. What she did is 100 times worse than what Tina Peters did. But the whole reason for the Tina Peters case was to prosecute and persecute her so that no other clerk would be willing to step up and make a stand or tell the truth.
Wow. Yeah. That is just unbelievable. But you know, I've been seeing stuff all over today with just cheating, stealing the votes. I mean, it's, you know, I'm sure you've heard more of that too.
Oh yeah, my phone. If I could show you my phone, I probably have 50 messages in there because I have teams from all around the country that are involved in this. And I mean, I guess it's fun to be together with patriots tonight, but we really don't know the outcome of this election, and I don't think we are going to know the outcome of this election for weeks. And someone told me on the last interview I was in that Barack Obama just went on X a couple hours ago, and he told everybody, don't expect to get a total for several more days.
Oh, wow. So, in other words, we're trying to fix the steal. I got you. But here's the thing. Tonight, you don't think we're going to get Pennsylvania's answers tonight?
No.
Okay. All right. Some anomaly that's kind of troubling to me. Some people have called Virginia Kamala Harris, but a lot of other sites have them still counting. Do you have Virginia called one way or another? And then, what's your thoughts on Wisconsin and Michigan reporting tonight?
I like your question. And frankly, sorry about the pun. 4 years ago, I had all my predictions out. I could have told you within 1% what every state was going to be. But that was assuming that there was a clean election. And I could do the same thing on this election, but I didn't do that this time. I didn't do that because it was just too heartbreaking. I feel like I'm wasting my time. I feel like instead, the preparation I've been doing is to prepare the grassroots to know what to do now. So, for example, 4 years ago, the reason that Trump didn't stand up and challenge the integrity of the election is because he didn't have the American people behind him. What do I mean by that? There were a lot of people who knew there was a problem, but we didn't know what to do. And he didn't have one legislature that would stand behind him. So he had to step down. But I'm telling you, there were several of us that were pressuring him to nullify the election. He actually had the authority to do so as well. So a lot of us were kind of upset that he didn't, but I don't fault them because he didn't have the American people. This time around, 4 years later, we have a completely different public where, and you know, whereas before maybe we only had 0.5% of the American public awake, now we've got 3 or 4% of the American people awake. That's a big change. And we got all these people with their eyes on the election, boots on the ground, and my phone is blowing up. People reporting this, reporting that. So we're a different country now. And because of the way the system is set up, I'm not sure that those kind of predictions are really meaningful anyway. I think the bigger issue is who's in charge of the election. You know, Stalin said it doesn't matter who casts votes, matters is who counts the votes. And so in Michigan, that was one of the biggest cheats ever. I mean, everybody saw it last year. Last time it went up and then jumped at 11 o'clock straight up. Well, how did they do that? They stuffed 156,000 ballots at 11 o'clock. That's how they did it. And so whatever we see right now, here, let me tell you what I'm saying. Let's say they say 100% of the ballots are in. Okay, then you can accept the result. But nobody's going to say that. You know why? They're going to be counting ballots for the next several days. And they're going to say, oh, so in other words, the denominator and 100% is going to keep getting bigger. And so you might think it's over, but it's not necessarily over. So that's what I think is going to be happening. And it only takes a couple of states for that to happen and Pennsylvania is probably one of the worst, next to Michigan and Wisconsin and Georgia. And guess what? That's where we're hearing all the trouble. So
yeah, I heard something in Michigan about 34,546 illegals voting.
We have 83,000 voter IDs in Michigan that were duplicates. Wow. And I'm trying to remember the number because I only just heard it a few minutes ago. Something like 20,000 of them voted twice. So in other words, a person was put into the rolls twice. Same person, same address, different voter IDs. And that's something like 83,000. But out of those, like 25,000 of them also voted with both voter IDs. So that's going to be a big deal. And that's the sort of thing we're up against. And those are the only ones we know about it. That's a mistake that those voter IDs were put in twice. In 2020, what they did is they just added 156,000 new voter IDs and stuffed ballots for those. And so they were trying to get ahead of the game this time, it sounds like. So
they get caught with that fraud? I mean, or is that something they can just, it won't go to the courts and they'll just say, oh, no, you know. Or
that's why I think it's going to be messy because once you have valid evidence like that, there's going to be nobody can certify their election, right? So if you can't certify the election, then guess what? That brings the totals down. And that's why I think neither candidate's going to get 270 in the next couple of days. And so, and it might be that neither one, that it takes a long time. And the 12th Amendment says, and there's a deadline on that. I could look it up. I've got the 12th Amendment here handy. 12th Amendment, I think if you don't have 270 by a certain amount of time, I could look it up. I don't remember the exact date, but I should look that up. If you don't have the 270 by a certain date, then it kicks to one vote per state. Here we go. 12th Amendment. Let me see. I can look it up right now. Here it is. 12th Amendment.
While Dr. Frank is looking up the 12th Amendment, I'd like to let all of our live stream audience and our town hall members here that are with us. Trump's leading now the poly market 79%.
That's awesome.
To Kamala Harris's 21%. They have
the blowout.
They have Wisconsin and Michigan leaning to Trump now. I don't have this data. I've always told my team that Kamala has to win all three between Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Yeah. And at the moment, Trump is leading in all three. I yield to the 12th Amendment, Dr. Frank.
I'm looking at the 12th Amendment, and the reason why I don't remember a date is there isn't one. But basically it boils down to if neither candidate gets 270, then it goes to one vote per state, and the legislature of each state decides that one vote. And so then what would have to happen is Trump would need 26 of the states, right? The deciding vote would be the president of the Senate. Wait a minute, who's the president of the Senate? Kamala Harris. And so that's a problem because it's the vice president. So I don't know whether she should have a vote or not. That would be interesting. But that is what it says. That and then what's supposed to happen is if you, and this is very interesting, if no one gets 270, then they take the three largest vote getters, and then the legislatures vote for those three largest voted, and whoever gets the most wins, and whoever gets the second most is vice president. Oh, so Kamala could be vice president again. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Wouldn't that be an interesting situation? But in choosing the president, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation of each state having one vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president whenever this right of choice shall devolve upon them, guess what? Here we go. Before the 4th day of March next following, then the vice president shall act as the president. As in case of death or other constitutional disability of the president, the person having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president. And if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if so, person have majority. Don't you love this legalese? It's difficult to understand. Then from the two highest members on the list, the Senate shall choose the vice president. Huh. Wow. So anyway, that's the kind of thing I'm expecting to happen. And it may not be exactly that route. And I confess, I'm not a legal expert. I'm a physicist. I'm a scientist. But I have gone to school the last 4 years, and I've learned a lot. And one thing I've learned is you never underestimate your opponent in this game. These guys have been doing this for decades, and they know every little wriggly way to get around. So I don't know. How does that sound?
That's about right.
Sounds good. Some more updates. New York Times has their forecast 71% chance of Trump's victory. We are getting Wisconsin and Michigan data in. This is where I come in, team. Dr. Frank will tell you about being a math expert and knowing the percentage of that they currently have counted. We could figure out what the total number of projected votes is going to be, and then we could also figure out what votes are remaining to be counted, and then we could say, Kamala doesn't have a chance. So oddly, since Dr. Frank has came on, they haven't updated Georgia's results for 25 minutes, and I don't know if that's just by coincidence or they just haven't updated it. But we're looking at Wisconsin and Michigan's data. And Rosemarie has a question for you, Dr. Frank, and I hope she fixed her internet because, boy, it was definitely tough to hear her earlier. Go ahead, Rosemarie. Go ahead.
I'm listening, Rosemarie. What's up? Oh, you got to unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, I just unmuted. According to my sister-in-law, could you put that down a minute? We've been looking up some other information.
New York.
No, I'm from Florida. Originally from New York, but I'm in Florida now, so I am total Florida. Anyway, according to my sister-in-law, she's been looking up some of these numbers on her phone, and it seems that the numbers have not been updated for a certain reason. It seems that these channels want everyone to, because monies that have put into them by the advertising companies. But what did you say that he did? They said that he should win or has won already by 70, but they are not updating their statistics. Yeah, okay. They're not updating them for certain reasons because they want everyone viewing they did that in 2015 too, if you recall, when they did Pennsylvania until like 3 o'clock in the morning.
When they stopped the election, yeah, at 11 o'clock.
There might be, yeah, but there seems to be a pattern here, and they are not calling all of the states yet for him in order to keep everybody glued to their televisions. So that might be, a factor right now.
I've told that story. We have what's called the CVR, the cast vote records, for every state in the country from the 2020 election. I have it because I worked closely with Sidney Powell, and she has that for every precinct in the country. I was looking at those. It's called the Edison series. And what we did is for Rhode Island, for the state of Rhode Island, we compared the Edison series, and that's what you're seeing right now. The AP is reporting these numbers. You can compare what was being reported on the television, which with what was actually being scanned by the machines. And what it shows is that all night long in the state of Rhode Island, that Trump was way behind Biden the whole night. But what the Edison series, what you were seeing on TV, was neck and neck all night long. And then right at the last minute, flip, Biden surges way ahead. And the story goes, oh, well, Biden, we counted the mail-in votes. We counted, and so that's what did it. And so, but that isn't the truth. All night long, he was way ahead. And so what you just said, Rosemarie, sounds very familiar. They don't want you to say, oh, Trump won, I'm going to bed. They want to keep you on watching all night long so you'll watch their commercials and they make money.
Thank you for that. We got another question coming in from Ohio. Let's see, Rob, you want to chime in here? Dr. Frank is Ohio resident. And before Rob unmutes, Dr. Frank, is Alaska going to be a surprise blue state when we're done with this?
Yeah, they're ranked choice voting there.
Yeah, I know. That's one thing that kind of hit me today when I was looking over all my data. Is I completely forgot about Alaska. We assume it's safe, but it's a blue state now.
No, it's not safe. The Republicans lost their Senate election last time even though the Republicans had a majority of the votes, because ranked choice voting allowed the minority party to win. Because the way ranked choice voting works is everybody votes. They don't just vote for one person. You don't just vote for Trump or Kamala. You say, my number one pick is Trump, my number two pick is Kamala, my number three pick is so-and-so, and you rank them. And then what happens is they do rounds. And what a round means is if neither candidate gets a majority in that first round, then they take out the bottom candidate and they take their votes and redistribute them to the top candidates. And then if still somebody doesn't have a majority, then they take the bottom one off and add them to that. And so what happens is Palin lost her election in 2022 because of, even though the Republican Party was the majority, because they kept bringing up the bottom candidates and redistributing the ballots. So that's what ranked choice voting does. So, I don't know how many people vote independent there, but I'm telling you, those people up there in Alaska, they're pretty independent folks. There's a lot of libertarians up there. So who knows what's going to happen? Trump is not really a libertarian. He's a populist, and libertarians tend to vote more conservatively and keep our, although Trump didn't get us any wars, so that might make him popular with libertarians. That was a ramble, to a long answer to your short question.
No, it's good. It's good. So, besides just watching tonight, what are some data points that you're looking at? And then, did Rob already ask his question? No, he didn't. Rob, go ahead.
Rob's going to ask his question, but the short answer to your question before Rob goes is I'm going to be looking for states to certify their elections. And until then, I ain't saying nothing.
Well, that's a good way to look at it.
Good to see you, Rob.
Yeah, it's good seeing you too. Question. Why are they allowed to call states on the East Coast before the West Coast is even closed up? I mean, doesn't that tend to, people like to pile on. Shouldn't they be silenced until all the polls are closed?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But that sounded like a should to me.
What's that?
That sounded like a should to me.
Yeah, should.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a hard requirement.
Yeah, and for example, a lot of times people say that Californians don't have such a low turnout because it's already decided by the time it gets to there, and that's what I hear. So I don't know. I'm from California originally. Man, I voted every time. Back in 1980, I voted for Reagan, my first time ever, and he was governor in California when I was a little boy. So I was a big fan of him. So I agree with you, Rob. Now let's just take your question another step. Let's say you want that. Let's say you say, I want more election integrity. Let's get more election integrity. Let's not report any of our results until all the polls are closed across the country. And that's a perfectly legitimate request. Well, you would have to get a law passed. And the problem that you're going to run into is that the Constitution of the United States Constitution specifically says that each state gets to run its own elections. So you'd have to get that passed in every state independently. You couldn't pass a federal law that said all you states, it wouldn't work because the states would just tell you to pound sand.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate your intent though. And if I were to answer your question in another way as well, I spent all of 2021 essentially meeting with senior officials across the country, showing them the fraud in their elections, showing that I could hack into their elections right in front of their face, expecting them to go, oh no, we got to fix this problem. And so, I laugh at myself now, how naive I was to think that politicians actually want to solve problems. So you'd have, even if you had a great idea, which I agree with your idea, and even if you wrote beautiful bills and you got them before every legislature in the country, I wouldn't expect it to pass anywhere. Because anything to do with elections around this country, you get blackballed at the legislative level. So I appreciate your intent, and I would support your movement, and I would promote it and give speeches on behalf of it, but I doubt it would pass.
I would like to bring up a discrepancy, Dr. Frank, that occurred today, at least from my perspective. Decision Desk headquarters announced that Virginia was going to be Kamala Harris, and we announced that, God, probably an hour ago, and it was inaccurate. And they're currently at 60.
Are they flipping it back?
They're currently at 66% reporting. I'm going to start adding Virginia to my data tables to run the numbers for everybody. And
So they're saying 66 reporting, and what's the tally between Kamala and Trump?
It's leaning red right now, sir. Yep.
So you got a third of the. So we have, quote unquote, a third of the ballots still out.
That's right. And I'm running the numbers right now, so if you guys give me some time, it takes a little bit time for me to calculate, but you might be faster at it. So
if it's, I just told you, if you had 66%, that means you have a third of the ballots are still out, and if it's within 1% or 2%, then he'd have to win by quite a few percent to be able to call it.
It's still pretty tight.
Yeah, then it's not callable yet. Now what they'll do is the experts will go precinct by precinct, and they'll say, well, this one votes this percent and this votes this percent, and they'll make their projection based upon that. Oh, we haven't counted the votes from Allegheny County yet, and so that's going to be super blue, and they'll make those kinds of predictions, and it's all math. But once again, you're assuming that those are real ballots, and you're assuming that they're going to not have more of them that they find tomorrow. And
numbers on mainstream media.
So
yeah.
I have an old colleague of mine, a friend of mine that lives in Michigan. I'm trying to get him to unmute here. He's the one that kind of said, hey, you need to look at Virginia again. Drew,
the phrase I heard pre-election vote, that is what is concerning. That is the phrase of the night to me in my ear.
That's it.
So, Drew, thank you for coming on tonight.
We haven't counted all the pre-election vote yet.
Do you have a question for Dr. Frank, or do you have an update on Michigan from your perspective? Did you vote today? Tell us your thoughts. Thank you for coming on tonight, Drew.
Oh, yeah. Well, wasn't expecting to speak, but yeah, sure. Finally got the kids to bed, so I can finally pay attention to your live stream here. Yeah, in Michigan, voted in Michigan today. I'm in a very red township in a rather blue county. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm not too optimistic about Michigan. I don't have a whole lot of faith in my fellow Michiganders. But before numbers started coming in, and we don't really have a whole lot of numbers in Michigan yet. There is definitely some interesting movements. Especially in our significantly large Muslim community, creating some surprise endorsements for Trump. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I was just looking at the map and saw that Trump was 2 points ahead in Virginia. Yeah, still a third out. But I'm not as deep into this stuff as you guys. And for my own sanity, at least at this stage of the night, I'm pretending as if everything is above board until it really looks like it's not. We'll see how that goes.
well, we have a data expert right here with us, Dr. Frank. So, Drew, if you got a question to ask him, he'll give you an answer.
I think the number one thing to realize is Michigan has really, 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 really dirty voter rolls, and
yeah.
They're the worst in the nation.
I have those numbers, and they're close. Maybe not the worst, but they're close. And there are 8 states that have more people in their voter rolls than they have people, and Michigan's one of them. And so that's what that does, is it gives them this big credit line of names they can use to put in ballots. And so that's why this 100, when you say, well, 2/3 of the ballots are in, how do you know? Are you saying 2/3 of the real ballots of the real people, or are they going to increase the denominator and give you more room to wiggle? And what a lot of these elections will do is they will have the winner win by 2%. And there's a reason for that. It's because if it's less than that, it demands an automatic recount. And as soon as you're doing automatic recounts, you're giving time for people to audit the voters. I always tell people they're focusing on the wrong thing. People want to audit the machines and audit the ballots. I say, no, 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 you need to audit the voters. Is every person who voted, is every ballot you got from a real voter? And like I mentioned the Michigan thing a second ago, where they have 83,000 dual registered voters. And then 25,000 or so of them, we have two ballots from those guys. So those ballots, I'm not accusing those 23,000 or 25,000 people of fraud. I'm saying somebody did that. Somebody used their names. And so anyway, that's kind of where I'm going with that.
Thank you for that response.
By the way, I voted today, and it was only 30 minutes from the moment I walked out the door until I walked back in the house. My wife and I and my son got in the car, drove 10 minutes to the polling place, walked in, we voted, no problem. We got in our car and drove home, and I looked at the clock. It was 30 minutes, start to finish. Yet in Ohio, the last day of early voting, there were people standing in lines for 4 hours. So
Yeah,
you people
Hawaii people said it took them 3 to 4 hours to vote.
To vote early or to vote today?
Just to vote today.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to vote early when I can vote in 10 minutes locally in person on a paper ballot, which is what I did.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Wow. There's a David Harris. David Harris, if you hear me, I'm trying to unmute you. And also, I have a colleague that's in Maryland. You know, Maryland is deep blue. I know that. But Ron, if you're still there, we got Dr. Frank on. Maryland doesn't look too hot for us Republicans, per se. But anyway, some updates coming in. Wisconsin numbers still pushing Trump further, leading 30,000 votes. They still have about 193. They still have about 1.9 million out there to count. Virginia still monitoring that. Georgia, oddly, has updated their numbers, so I'll give you guys a quick update on that. I guess, Wendi, you want to chime in? Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, Dr. Frank. It's good to see you again.
Likewise, Wendy. Good to see you too.
Yeah, glad to be
Oklahoma,
here.
if I remember right.
Yes, sir. Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain, and that's still a musical I need to watch. With that said, yes, the issue, I've been worried myself about this election being thrown to the House of Representatives, because I'm afraid that potentially what may happen is we may end up with a situation where we actually see evidence of election fraud.
Imagine
and if that happens, imagine that.
Mhm.
And if that happens, and if that's proven, then that will stop, we don't get to vote again. We do not get to vote again.
That's correct.
12th Amendment, it goes to the House. And
Yep.
the scenario that you talked about is very important. The down ballot races then become very important for the U.S. House, because it will be the new House voting, not this old one. So I don't know how they're going to prove fraud, though, in the presidential election and not be able to prove it in the congressional races.
Boom!
Then what happens? Because if we don't have a Congress, then what happens with our presidential election? If the House of Representatives races, it would go state to state. How are then our representatives chosen? Because our Constitution states that the people vote for their representatives. That is the one seat that the Constitution says that we are to vote for. So we could end up with a real problem, Dr. Frank, and this
The whole thing could be a big mess.
Greatly. Yes, the whole thing could be a big mess, right?
You said something, though, that made me realize because I was just reading this. It says that you don't have to have all the states. You only need a quorum, which is 2/3 of the states.
But if we have problems in the election nationally for president, then we're going to have problems nationally for our U.S. Congress, which the entirety of the Congress is being voted on right now.
You're right.
So with that said, if you toss out the presidential race, you toss out the congressional races. You would have to. So.
Oh, but you know what? I love this discussion. You are so on target. The people who vote in, though, the next president are the existing Congress. So
I thought it was the new Congress.
No,
When
no.
is the new Congress seated?
It's the current one. It's the current.
Okay, because I'm not sure when the new Congress is supposed to be sat and sworn in. I thought it was the new Congress on January 6th in 2020.
Yeah.
Because they waited for those senatorial races in Georgia so that they would have the votes in the Senate when they voted on that. So are you positive?
Well, now you're making a good argument. So that's the problem.
We'll have to look it up.
I need to call Chris Ann Hall because I think
I love Chris Ann.
Me too. I just did an event with her in Oregon. It was awesome. I was with her and Tim Barton, and we did an amazing event. It was fabulous. And she's my constitutional go-to.
Good.
Well, while you guys are flirting with that, I got to give you guys an update of Georgia. So we got 85% in. There's about 775,000 votes left to count. Trump's up 203,000 votes. So we're going to know in the 92, 93%, hopefully, to be able to make the call in Georgia. I'm flipping to Virginia while you guys are looking. So if you know the answer to that, please feel free to chime in.
According to what I see from the AP, Georgia, it's 2.3 million to 2.1 million, which puts Trump at 52%.
Yes, he's still ahead. 202,000 votes, sir. Yeah, you're right. And the total number of votes left to count is 777,000. So
well, and remember, that's the number I'm telling you is the squirrely one. How did they flip it in 2020? Well, you just said that there are a certain number left. What was that number that you just said?
777,000.
Okay, so let's say you're right, and there are only 777,000 votes left. Well, then that 100% number makes sense. But what if I suddenly increase that 777 to 1 million?
Time out. In 2020, my math showed that they added votes to the total.
That's my point.
I monitor this Shiza, and I see, whoa,
Ich kann Deutsch.
10,000 votes, 40. I'm telling you, I watched this data.
Yeah. I sprechen Sie Deutsch. I know what Scheisse is. And you're and that's the point I'm making to you right now, that you're 777,000. Don't think that that's it, because that number can shoot up. And that's what
if they're cheating, sir. But if they're not cheating, it shouldn't go up. My total number, algebra numbers don't lie. So when I'm doing my number crunching,
that's right.
It says actually your total votes for Georgia should be around 5,181,000. So if I'm doing 71% and it's telling me that, 74% is telling me that, 77, and then I get to 90, and it says, "Oh, now your number's 5,700,000."
Oh, how did that happen?
Where the hell did these numbers come from? This is
now that's what I'm trying to tell you.
2020. I was doing this in 2020.
Exactly.
I was mad at Fox for not calling Florida 2 hours early when they could have, and I was mad that Georgia, out of nowhere, had these. I called it out. It's like, guys, they added votes in Georgia. People are like, you're crazy. I'm like, no, I'm not. No, math doesn't lie. That's what he said. Math doesn't lie, and you're agreeing with me right now. Yeah.
I absolutely am, and what I'm pointing out is that if the problem is you don't get to control those numbers. Somebody else is, and they can change that 777,000 to 1 million and flip the race.
You're right, but we will see the discrepancy. We'll be like, hey, where the hell did this number come from? And that's what I did.
But that's what I did. And that's what I did all around the country. I showed that happened. And so you're being rational and logical, and that's your problem.
Okay, well, we could prove it, right?
Which I did, which you can. But fat chance getting anybody to fix it. You realize in Pennsylvania in 2020, they had 765,000 more ballots than people who voted. That was in the minutes on the floor 3 weeks after the election. It's right there, the certification that one of the legislators raised his hand and said, Madam Secretary, we cannot certify this election because we have 765,000 more ballots than voters. And she said, oh, don't worry about it. That's just because because of COVID, our clerks are behind. Once they reconcile the election, everything will clean up. Well, it never did. And the margins in Pennsylvania were not 700. They were much smaller. They were more in the 20,000 range. So we're in. All you have to do is just inflate it a little bit. Take that 777,000 up to say 850, and we'll flip this thing around.
Yep. I'm sorry, Dr. Frank. I had to step out of the room for a second, but I didn't hear if you said, okay, how long do they have to certify this election? Or did you answer that?
Well, I know the answer. Most states will certify within about 2 to 3 weeks. But what if they're not able to? What if there's fraud? And what if they prove there's fraud? Then they can simply say, well, we can't certify it. We're going to have to do something else.
So would we
then
have a re-election, or would we?
Yeah, if you can show that the fraud exceeds the margins of the election, then it depends which state you're in, how that's handled. But you could do a re-election. The 83rd executive order that President Trump signed, the 83rd one he signed, gave him the authority to nullify the federal election, in which case the National Guard was going to run the repeat election.
Oh, okay. So it could be a military ran second election, or
It could be, yeah. But I'm being careful how I say this because
we're just talking what if and what
yes.
could happen. I'm not saying you're saying anything.
Yeah, and each state, I mean, the Constitution is quite clear. Each state decides for itself how it runs its own elections. And so I think some of the states might balk at the federal government coming in and saying, okay, this one's fraudulent. We're going to bring our troops in and run your election. I think the states might say, not in our state, you don't. And so, I think we have squirrely times ahead is my point.
Yeah, no, I know you've said that.
And my data seems to be accurate with Wisconsin. Kamala's gaining some traction on our 30,000 lead. Now we're in 17,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. Georgia still too close to call. Virginia still too close to call. Let me verify some things on my side. Magaso, were you able to check on that ruling?
No, but one thing I saw, I don't know if it was mentioned, that when all the states are called to make a vote, not all states have laws requiring that their electors vote for the popular vote winner.
That's correct.
They could vote for anyone they want at that point.
That's correct.
Iowa went Trump, and so did Montana. There's no surprises, but just telling you guys it got reported.
So in this
Yeah,
area,
I'm looking at the presidential at the AP right now, and they haven't even reported anything. They just said Montana won for Trump already.
Okay.
in the scenario you were talking about with the military, that could be the January 5th reference that we talked about last week, where Trump mentioned that 3 times, that there could be even when he said vote on January 5th.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Interesting evening.
Yes.
I'm ready for whatever happens.
Yeah. There you go.
I got my 45.
Yeah, we just need our 45 through 47 back.
At least you didn't say it was
agree.
It's not a lighter. It's my 1911, baby.
got some interesting news with Georgia, so let me crunch these numbers for you, and then I'm going to talk about it with you.
Wow, Georgia, he's kicking butt.
I think we could almost announce it.
Well, they know they're in trouble anyway. So
I'm trying to figure out how many votes are left here. Not many. 5, 1, 6, 5.
I can do the math too if you need me to. So I'm going to set up a spreadsheet and double check you.
It's 4. Yeah, you could do that. We got 464,000 votes left. Well, 465,000 votes left.
2, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2.
In Georgia, and Trump is still
2,
up.
3,
Let's see how many.
1, 5, 9, 3.
3, 2. Wow. 632 minus 2281. 593. We're still up 151,000 votes. So she cut the lead into by 50,000. So we're still up by 150,000 votes.
I got 643,000 votes left. What do you got?
465,000 votes left.
So you take the total.
Yeah, but I'm at 91%.
Oh, I'm at only 88. Okay.
You got to catch up to me.
You're ahead, buddy.
That's what I'm saying. I've been doing this. It's like my thing. I love doing this shit.
Yeah, no.
This is Ashley's Super Bowl for real. I'm serious.
People don't see my spreadsheets that I have open over here. So, but no, Georgia's looking good with 465,000 votes remaining. We're really close on calling Georgia. Who is this?
I have no idea. That's why I wanted you to see. What is that?
Yeah. So Georgia's almost in there. We're monitoring Wisconsin. Let's see if we got any data. Ron, are you still there from Maryland? Let's see. Ron, I was trying to unmute you. Misty, we see Misty. Misty, what state are you tonight? Misty, go ahead.
Did I set up a little spreadsheet so I can do this faster for you next time if you want? All right.
You know what? I used to have one, and I don't know what I did with it. But yes, you're right. It could be faster. Amanda, Ohio. Well, since we're in a good spot, maybe Camille could play a song with Dr. Frank on. So let's go ahead and get some music going while we're waiting for the next drop. As in a couple minutes, there should be some more news, so let's hang tight here.
So Leslie brought her on, and she writes her own songs. You probably have heard her, but she's really good. She has great songs, very patriotic.
And she's going to help Leslie with the...
I wrote one too if you want me to play it when you're ready.
Oh, wow. Okay. So after Camille and updates, we'll get a Dr.
It's 5 minutes long, and it's all graphicked out and instrumental and everything.
Oh my God! Mainstream media beat me to Georgia. Georgia's called.
You just have to enable sharing, and I'll share. And it's 5 minutes long. It's called America: The Yearning.
Trump
We'd love to hear it.
Trump won Georgia, guys.
Trump won Georgia. Okay.
Won Georgia. So that's huge victory. I'm going to just do my math because 93 just came in. So.
Trump last time with Raffensperger. Can't you just give me 18,000? Give me that 18,000.
Camille, thank you so much for playing a song since Georgia is now Trump territory. Go ahead with a celebratory song.
Georgia on my mind.
Oh, that's a good one. Georgia. Yeah, I have my Constitution here, by the way. I was like looking up because I went through Constitution Alive with Rick Green and David Barton. Have you heard of that, Dr. Frank? Constitution Alive. Don't you just love this one? I don't know where I got it, but I just hold on to this like my best friend because I don't know. I just love this in particular. It's just formatted right. It's just small and nice. Anyways, I used to say, don't leave home without your Constitution. Never know when they're going to try to take your rights. Anyhow, but I sang before David Barton in California, so that was cool at Calvary.
I was just with Tim Barton.
Oh, really? I haven't met him. I don't think I met David. No, I did meet David Barton actually afterwards. But yeah, so that was cool. But the Constitution Alive, have you gone through that the course they have with Rick
No.
Green with Patriot Academy? Or
But
is that what it's
I
called?
just had Tony Shoup on my and she teaches that.
Oh, it's so good. I was
Yeah.
so inspired. I just was like, wow, after I went through that. And so anyhow, this is I like to do this at events I sing at because it's just a Christian song that I wrote. I was taking a Sabbath off, and I'm just Christian, but I like to take Saturday off often.
I'm a Christian too.
Go to church on Sunday and just rest sometimes on the original Sabbath because I like it. Anyway, so instead of going to work, the Lord gave me a song. So this is the one that
I'm muting so I can listen and not
that I
interrupt.
got. Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing your song as well. It's interesting. I've heard people have patriotic songs, and it's like, I don't know, we kind of need to put them together. It'd be really cool. I should start collecting different people's songs and like, because we need more patriotic and American songs. Don't you think? Like we have the same ones for all time, and we need some new ones. They're all beautiful, but the Lord said, the Bible says, sing a new song, right? To the Lord. But anyhow, so looking forward to hearing that. So my sister and I wrote this together. If my people humble themselves and pray, turn from evil and seek my face, I will deliver them, heal their land and wipe their sins away. I will consider them, hear their prayers and turn their fears to praise. Here I am, waiting for you to call on me. I've all you need. Come to me, come and see. My burden's light, my yoke is easy, and I am here with you. If you seek me with all your heart. Soon you'll find me, and that's just the start. I will deliver you, guard your ways, and rescue you from harm. I will consider you, give you peace and rest within the storm. Here I am, waiting for you to call on me. I have all you need. Come to me, come and see. My burden's light, my yoke is easy, and I am here with you. The cattle on 1,000 hills are mine. The oceans and the rising sun alive. So you don't need to worry about your life, for you know the one who lives outside of time. Here I am, waiting for you to call on me. I have all you need. Come to me, come and see. Burden's light, my yoke is easy. Here I am, waiting for you to call on me. I have all you need. Come to me, come and see. My burden's light, my yoke is easy, and I am here with you. I am here with you. I am here with you.
Good job.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Revelation 3, 1 Chronicles 7, Matthew 11. I heard all that.
What? Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I should actually write. Okay, say that again. So I can write that down.
I heard it with the 1 Chronicles 7 thing. I heard that,
Yes, of
that's if
course.
my people will humble
Right.
themselves and pray and seek my face
Mhm.
and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sin and heal their land, right? I heard that in
Mhm.
there. And then it come to me, all who are weak and heavy laden, and I will give
Yes.
you rest. That's Matthew 11, right?
Mhm.
And then Revelation 3, behold, I stand at the door and knock. It's basically, right? You're saying,
Oh,
hey,
that's so good.
I heard all that stuff happening in there.
I love to write songs with scriptures in them now.
Obviously.
More than ever, like, yes, thank you. I wrote one recently, I don't know, actually a while ago, but I played it for someone. I think he found like, I don't know, it was 10 or 15 scriptures in it. And I was like, but yeah, I've written a lot of political music, Trump songs, and some of them went viral. One of them went to like 50 million views and
Wow,
stuff.
that's
And
cool.
traveled around. I was Keep America Great in 2020. And but yeah, so anyways, but then also at political events, I'm like, we got to keep our eyes on Jesus. So I like to pull this song out.
Have you recorded that in a nice way somewhere? The problem is we don't hear your sound. We don't hear your guitar very well.
What?
We
That's
hear your
sad.
voice, but not hardly none of your guitar.
No, that's so sad.
And so
Has that been this whole?
It'd be nice to hear the sound of your guitar.
That is not good. Let me see. We tried to fix it earlier, but it's a little interesting on this.
I'm hoping that if I share mine, have you set it up so I can share a screen?
We're gonna do that right now, sir. Let me update my.
I'm hoping that the sound comes through because I've orchestrated it.
Yours probably will. Yours probably will because it's all together.
Yes.
Not live.
Do you use MuseScore at all?
No, what is it?
I orchestrated a piece with MuseScore, and I have a whole orchestra playing in the background.
Okay, how do you spell that?
Muse, M-U-S-E, score, S-C-O-R-E. They have a good AI in it, so I mean, you can write out a whole score, and then it plays it for you.
Wow, that's awesome. That one we've recorded in studio, but I have a lot of music that I have not recorded yet, and that would be cool. So thank you for that.
It's free.
Tip. That could change my life. Really? Okay.
MuseScore, M-U-S-E. I taught music theory classes for a while, and all my students use that. It's free.
That's really cool. Do you want to try to share your?
I can try to share. Oh, you got it. Good. All right. Good. So let me get this ready. Cancel. Let's see here. See if I can get it. I'm gonna get it started.
So you know, you belong on our team because we're trying to bring Christ back in the family units, and Ron, Maryland, you'll be right after Dr. Franks does this.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Well, you're sharing, but we don't see what you're sharing yet.
Mine froze here. What's going on? The whole thing froze.
Double click to enter full screen.
My whole thing froze here.
Let me take it from you, and maybe it'll unfreeze you.
Huh.
Try it.
I'm gonna hit escape. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna do the 3-finger salute. Control Alt Delete. Hang on. Oh man, I'm totally frozen.
No, we still hear you. Do you hear us?
I can hear you, but like there's nothing moving.
Yeah, I see that. I see.
Well, shoot. What do we do?
I don't know. I can't. I'm probably gonna have to reboot and say goodbye and come back.
Well, before you do that,
it's really getting late anyway. I have another appointment. Let's do this another night.
Okay. No, that's cool. Okay, that's fine. No problem, Dr. Frank. Thank you for coming on and trying to sing for us. But
no worries.
We really appreciate you coming on, and we had a great.
Oh, wait a minute! It suddenly woke up. Are you there?
Yeah, we see it.
You hear this?
Yeah, we see it now.
Can you hear the music?
No.
Can you hear that?
You got to turn your music on.
It is.
No, what I mean is when you share your screen, did you click make sure you share audio as well?
All right, let me see how to do that. when I'm.
It would be in the share function when you said I wanted to. I usually just share my screen.
Oh, share sound. There it is.
Yeah. Now do that and then start your video over.
See if it works now.
It should.
It opens with piano. There is a yearning. That's it.
I got it. He's
Hey,
just
before
he's in numbers.
real quick, Dr. Frank, one of our team members is leaving our live studio that we're at, and he's letting me know that mainstream media hasn't even reported Georgia yet.
No.
And the specific channel he's watching is on Amazon Prime, and I think they're showing NBC or something like this.
Brian
But
Williams.
just an example of why we do what we do is because Foxes and the CNNs and the MSNBCs, they will lie to you people that are watching the live stream, because Tom just reported that they haven't even announced Georgia yet.
Nothing.
But we won Georgia. Make no mistake. Georgia is Trump's territory. But anyway, good job on that, Dr.
That
Frank.
was
Val
beautiful.
wanted to tell you it was
Wow.
nice.
It was beautiful. Thank you for sharing
I'll
that.
talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Tom.
You're very welcome. I put that together because I was I think that we patriots yearn for the liberty that was instilled in our hearts by God, and I think we've as a country we've lost that, and so we need to recover that. So anyway, that's why it was kind of a prayer, and I would love to sing. I have operatic training. I'd like to sing that big and loud, but I can't right now.
Right. No, it's good. Maybe sometime.
Yeah, it would be fun to do it. Maybe we can sing together sometime, Camille. It would be fun.
Well, thank you for coming on with us tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Frank.
I'll be calling you tomorrow for sure. We know.
Okay.
I'm optimistic. I think we're gonna know before midnight.
I hope you're right, brother. I wish you all good night.
You too.
I got to get.
Alrighty. Thank you
so
much.
We'll talk to you soon.
Have a
Thank
good
you,
night.
sir.
Okay, we're gonna call on Camille's dad.
Wait.
What's it?
I don't know if Camille's dad's on. Camille.
Hold on.
Camille, your dad, is that David Harris?
Yeah, maybe. Wait, Leslie. Let Leslie talk real quick.
Camille
wait.
Is
Unmute Leslie real fast.
Okay, Leslie.
Because she's gonna tell us.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Your answer.
But wait. Real quick, Leslie. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay. David Harris. He's listed as David Harris. Do you see him?
Yeah, I've been trying to unmute him for a while, but go.
Oh, my dad. He's at a watch party. Yay. Okay. Dad, unmute yourself.
He might be.
Yourself, Dad.
He might be busy. Real quick, Camille.
Try to unmute yourself. We can't hear you, Dad. Can't hear you. Unmute yourself. Oh.
Do we see him or something?
Yeah. He's right there with the Trump hat, red.
Okay, there.
Red Trump hat.
He's got to click unmute. Click unmute, David.
Click unmute. Mr. Wade, click unmute. Turn your phone sideways or up and down. Try to press the screen until you see this camera button.
Elon Musk tweeted out game, set, match. So looks like Trump won.
Unzoom your, oh, good.
Kansas is Trump. Iowa, we already knew this. Yeah.
Press the screen, Dad.
You tap the microphone button. You gotta tap on the microphone button.
Can't hear you, Dad. It still says, don't have yourself zoomed in. Go out of the screen if you see yourself big, Dad. Zoom out or slide over. Slide the screen over.
All right. While he's troubleshooting his mic there, I'm gonna call on a Maryland guy. Let's see if he can unmute too. You guys are having trouble figuring out how to tap unmute. Ron, you want to try to unmute yourself now? Oh man, some people have hard times figuring out how to unmute.
Well, it could be that he's on a mobile phone, babe.
Yeah, let's see. Ron, Ron Nevada? Is Ron Nevada on?
Yeah, he's right there.
Ron Nevada. Are you happy about your numbers that are coming in?
I'm not really sure. I don't really know. I don't think it's going to be over in Nevada for a while because, like I said, they can count ballots 3 days after the election day.
That's right. They changed their stuff.
So I don't really know. But I do want to say one thing. You know, all these conundrums and shenanigans happening? Well, there's no reason in the world for these to be happening other than trying to cheat. And all these election workers that are involved with this, they need to be charged with election interference.
I agree.
I mean, saying that you don't have enough ink or you don't have this or you don't have that. No, that's unacceptable. You know, this is American 2024.
Right.
Other countries do it.
Election results immediately. I mean, up until Trump came along, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
It's like, you know what I'm saying? We never had, except for one other election, was between Bush and what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank?
Gore.
No, it was Gore and it was Gore, right? And Bush. So
Yeah.
and but then we knew it within like 3 days, and I forgot to ask Dr. Frank, like, you know, now we're gonna be, you know, 2 to 3 weeks. I mean, how long are we gonna have to go through this? I mean, we went through all these court cases through 2020, 21, 20. You know, I mean, it's just like it's just, I can't imagine that we get Kamala in there and then, you know, we're still trying to figure out. We haven't even solved 2020. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
But there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Other countries do it in a day. Why can't the United States do it? Why? Because there's shenanigans and cheating. So those election officials that are involved in all these shenanigans, they need to be charged because that's election interference.
It is.
It's pretty simple. And I think the country is ready for paper ballots and hand counting. But if she gets in, it's really going to be a mute point at that time.
Exactly. So this was our most important election, but you know, you just have to wonder what's really going on. I mean, we were watching people, we were looking at the numbers. Trump was way up in the polls. I mean,
see what some of the smart people are saying are actually disaster unfolding in Philadelphia right now.
Okay, I'm gonna move to the room because we're watching Benny, he's awesome. He just had Eric Trump and Donald Jr. the other night, and he's following all the stats and he's just on it with everything. And we're watching this. And earlier, Frank, who did we talk about 2020 and 2020. It's not 2020. Things are different now. You have a co-chair of the RNC is Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, her team. The difference today, what I believe, is that they are on everyone's back. Just like, I forget what state it was in where they weren't letting in the registered pollers come in, and then immediately Laura Trump got attorneys, the sheriff, everyone involved, and they had to let them in. So they're staying on top of the cheats. It's not the same as 2020. There is a big difference. It's not the same thing. We've learned, I looked at my husband tonight, and I said, look what we've been through in 4 freaking years, the torture that we've all been through. It's not the same. And I believe that it's vindication time. I totally believe that.
Well, I just want to report that.
I hope you're right, because I'm looking and things are just not, I mean,
Pennsylvania state numbers are coming in.
Yeah, and Trump is ahead by 3 points right now.
No. Let me go into detail about about Wisconsin as well. So Wisconsin, Trump's up 40,000 votes. There's about 1.4 million votes remaining to count. Pennsylvania, we're at 65% reporting. Things are still looking good there. We do have, real quick, Maryland person wants to comment. Let me see if he fixed his mic. Ron, if you want to try to unmute again.
I'm sorry, Ron. I didn't mean to take over your thing.
Okay, there's no Ron. Amanda, Ohio. See if Dave Harris could unmute now. Okay. Sabina. Wendi, let's get some updates from your side. What have you been seeing?
I can unmute.
Sabina, what's going on? Texas is a big red state. They were trying to steal it and make it blue. I'm excited. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm excited too. And I'm hoping that all the judges, I hope that everybody voted a down ballot, because we need some really new judges here so that we can fix, our crime situation over here. So very happy about that. And by the way, I know that her father was trying to unmute. It's really difficult on these phones, Ashley. If we're on the phone, you really have to tap it several times. Like I can see everybody's face, and you have to tap it several times, and then you look on the bottom, and it, as long as you tap it several times, you can see the mute and the the camera and all that stuff. But it kind of takes a little bit of doing to find that mute button, just FYI. So just a note, tap the face of your phone several times, look at the bottom screen, and when that mute on the bottom row pops up, the mute thing is on the left-hand side on my phone anyway, just FYI.
Thank you
All right.
for that. I got a big announcement to make. As we're waiting for numbers to come in, the betting markets put Trump at 95% chance of winning this election. 95% chance of winning this election. Just hit the wire. We're monitoring this as it unfolds. Ron, Maryland, I'm pinging you. Let me. I'm gonna call him. Wait a minute. I'm gonna call Alfie Goodwin because she's got an update in Pennsylvania with her numbers, and then Ron, Nevada. Let's see what he says. I agree with you, Kerry. I think we're gonna win the popular vote. They've been saying that Kamala Harris is gonna win the popular vote. I don't believe it anymore. All right, she didn't answer. I'm gonna try Ron, Maryland, real quick here.
Am I up?
Go ahead.
Well, do you know what the electoral count is right now?
Stand by. Hey, I've been trying to unmute you on the show. Trump's locked in 95%.
Because that's what really matters.
But hop back in if you can. I'm trying to unmute you. All right, bye. Ron, Nevada, to answer your question, let me get the exact numbers as it stands right now. 210 to 112.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay. That's good. So he only needs 59 more or something like that?
Yeah, we got this in the bag. In fact, a couple data points to mention. Elon Musk said
let's rock and roll it.
Elon Musk said game, set, match, and the betting markets have Trump 95% winning. Look, guys. I've been telling you for the longest time, she has to win all three, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and right at this moment, 10:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, they're all leaning red. Go ahead, Ron, Maryland, with your comment, and then Ron, Nevada, stand by. You're on deck. Go ahead, Ron, Maryland. What's up? Ron, Nevada, go ahead.
Okay. In regards to what was said earlier about Laura Trump and her team being on everything, I went over onto X and I was reading all the comments and stuff, and there are so many places that are experiencing shenanigans, and yeah, there's just there's just no reason that should be happening in so many places. It's a setup, I mean, and there needs to be consequences. So that's where I'm at. And I'm glad that Trump's ahead. I want to hear him make that 269 electoral votes. I think that's the number. And then I will.
270, we got to get 270 to win.
Okay. Well, when that happens, then I can rest easy because what happened last year.
CNN is reporting Kamala Harris headquarters has fallen into complete silence. Very tense. I think it's game over, guys, because when Arizona's data comes in, Nevada's data comes in, and by that time, Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania will go Trump. North Carolina's already announced. Georgia's already announced. This is a done game. I'm going to paint the map with you guys right now live, and Trump wins. Trump is going to win this election.
What about California?
We don't care. That's going to go. It's going to go.
That's
Harris.
A lot of electoral votes there.
It's going Harris. It's going Harris.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Has anything else been called now?
So hang on.
I wonder how.
Hang on, Ron.
I wonder how.
Sabina wanted to chime in, and then also Wendy's there.
You could probably unmute people.
Hey, why can't we comment in the chat to everyone?
Sabina, we're live right now. I'm sorry, we changed some things for the election stuff. So let's focus on election right now and not talk about the Zoom.
She was just trying to ask why, but the reason is we have some reasons, and we'll tell you later.
Yeah, we can't discuss some of those things on the live stream right now. Wendi, what kind of data are you seeing? This is a good night for us. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now with the current status, so everyone that's watching us will be able to see this amazing news, because we've worked so hard, all of us on this on this platform.
You guys are amazing.
All of us, on social media and our team here at Red America First, we've worked 3 years. The moment,
yes,
with the moment, and we're just fed up with the lies and the corruption, and we want to continue to grow our organization. So go ahead, tell us, Wendi, and then let's see what others want to say. Go ahead.
yes, some of us have been working on elections for 3.5 years too. And while we have all of these issues with that have been brought up in concerns all day long, there's still a lot of things that need to be looked at within our election system. And I just want to let everybody know that my concern with elections is not necessarily who wins, but whether or not the election is free and fair. I am a Trump supporter. I am a Trump supporter for sure. With that said, we have some cleaning up to do still within our election system. It's apparent as the reports came in tonight. So while it looks like they may call Trump as the winner tonight, which will make everybody really happy, right?
It's going to happen before midnight.
Yeah, it's going to happen before midnight, hopefully. But I don't know. I'm still worried about Wisconsin counting until 2 or 3 a.m. That concerns me that they have broken seals that cause them to need to recount the ballots. I'm all for hand counting the ballots for sure. But like I said, there are still issues that need to be looked at. I did want to clarify, Dr. Frank and I were having that discussion about if there should be fraud that is proven in this election. By the way, guys, this gets really dicey. Okay, so this will be thrown over to the House of Representatives. It will be the new Congress. And if there's fraud in the presidential race, there will be fraud in all of the races. And Do we swear in? It has to be the new Congress. The new Congress by the 20th Amendment is sworn in January 3rd. The presidential election is certified in the Congress January 6th by a constitutional amendment. These dates are set in the Constitution. So the question is, what do we do about that? If we cannot be seating people in the Congress if there are questions with fraud. So where are Congress people going to come from? Every single one of them are being elected on today. Today. So this is a conundrum. This is a serious conundrum.
Hawaii is under a trifecta. They're like stuck. And that's why I was
Right.
trying to ask Dr. Frank. I'm like, okay, there's 2 to 3 weeks, and then now you're saying this. So my question is if this all goes down, I mean, could this take forever to figure out? Or I mean,
it can't. It really can't, because we have an inauguration date of January 20th. The old one's March 4th. The new one is January 20th. That's our inauguration date. The date to certify Congress to seat the new Congress set in the Constitution in the 20th Amendment is January 3rd. It's January 6th for the Congress to certify the presidential election. Now, I do not know court precedents, and I have someone researching it right now. I was getting a hold of him to research it for me right now, what the legal precedent is for congressional races. Would our governors or somebody or our legislators have to appoint our representatives? But constitutionally, they can't do that. We are to elect our Congress and our congressional representatives.
So will we have to have another election again? Or like, I know.
That
It's like, what do we do?
I know, and then our elections are compromised because of all this fraud that was just proven.
Right, exactly.
It's a conundrum, guys. It's a conundrum. This is way above my pay grade, when it comes to making these types of decisions. And I'm just trying to look for some legal precedent, because it's very concerning. It's very concerning.
Yeah, what's really concerning is that it goes to whoever, and then they vote on it, or I don't even know how they would do that without us voting for it, right?
Right. And the issue is the fact that the Congress is the one in the Constitution. The U.S. House would be the one to vote on president congressionally, but they are being elected in the same election as the president. So the state certifying votes, the certification process would have to be lawful. I don't know. How can you certify an election if you have fraud actually proven before these certification dates? You can't certify any of the races. I mean, I don't know. Would the states have to certify particular races, and how would they do that and have people actually have confidence in the results?
Right. And that's where
It's a serious problem.
It really is a serious problem.
Sabina,
right.
Sabina, what's your reaction to this topic?
Well, everybody.
Yeah, I have no idea. I was heading towards that we were going to win.
Right.
And then this came up. I was like, "Oh my gosh, what?"
No, we are winning. We are winning. Let's focus
Yeah.
on the election.
Yeah, sorry.
We have
Okay, so there is Fox News is refusing to call North Carolina and Georgia. FYI, I don't know if you've heard that.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Let me
This
show
is what
you.
the mainstream media is doing.
This is what I
Yep.
love about elections, because I'm going to prove to the world that there's no more votes out there for Kamala Harris to get, and that's why Dr. Frank's like, "Oh, you do this shit too," and I'm like, "Yeah, I do it." I'm doing Pennsylvania right now, so let me go ahead and see what Rosemary had some updates. Go ahead, and then Rob Megaso. In that order, go ahead. Anybody?
Hi, I'm trying to get back on. Okay, right now they are speaking from Mar-a-Lago. There is a few people there, part of Trump's Trump's family, and now the thing is this, which I am concerned about, because she has 192 votes, electoral votes. Therefore, she gets 54 from California. And if she wins some of the other states, she could reach 270. So that concerns me. But he has the, but he, but he has the others also. So I don't know. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. Yeah, I think so. Jesus, we need you. Help, help. Because but she's going to get close to it. Um, and so that, is really concerning. And the fact that they are still counting votes in Pennsylvania, and I think it's one of the other states, was it Wisconsin or Michigan? That concerns me also. I don't know what they're doing. And plus the fact that they should be calling these states and they're not calling them. So
That's why you got me here. I've always emphasized this to our team that the mainstream media is not on our side, and in relation to elections, come on, let's remember what happened in 2020, right? California wasn't called for 2 hours. They called Arizona within seconds. The polls closed. I mean, this is the kind of shenanigans that we're up against, and I'm here to tell you, Trump is ahead 183,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Now, there's still 17, 27% of votes out there, which is equivalent to about 1,846,000 votes still remaining to be counted. But Trump's got, almost a 200,000 vote lead. Rob Ohio, go ahead with your update. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't have an update. I'm just looking through what I'm looking on an AP, and it's pretty much in line with what you're talking about. Yeah, it seems like the blue, where it's neck and neck, there's a lot of the blue that isn't counted yet. That seems to be the largest percentage that's still missing.
And that's
a trend.
What state's this?
I'm looking at PA.
Okay.
Pennsylvania. Okay.
Most of the reds are in the 60s and 70% counted, but the blues are like in the 50s to mid 50s.
Right. Those that are watching the live stream, please get your other phone and scan that QR code down there. We definitely could use any help from team members all over the country. We work 24/7 to provide real information, not scripted information. So let's see where we're at in Wisconsin real quick. Val, how do you feel tonight?
God, I'm kind of torn between 2016 and 2020, so I don't know. It's like I see the cheating in front of my face because people are reporting the mainstream media, opposed to you running the numbers like you did in 2016 and 2020. So, Ashley was pretty accurate on both elections also.
And I also want to report,
That's why we trust Dr. Frank, because he did the same thing, and he went to the Supreme Court and with Sidney Powell and Mike Lindell, and we all are tinfoil hats, right? We're conspiracy theorists because we said our election was stolen.
I do want to add some good news to Wisconsin that our lead was up 30,000. Now our lead's up 70,000. with 1.1 million votes remaining to be counted. We're at 64%, 65%. It's going to come rolling in, and I'll redo the numbers. I think I'm still sharing my screen. Rob, you got any more data, or you want me to transition to someone else?
Just transition.
Okay, thank you. Leslie, Oklahoma, and then, well, actually, Megaso. Megaso's after Leslie now. Leslie, how'd you like tonight so far, and do you have any concerns?
It's going really good so far, Ashley, and no, I don't, because God's on the throne. He already knows the outcome. So, and I have David actually on my cell phone. He's iPad now. If there's a way for you to rename him and bring him back up.
Great, I'll rename him and call on him in a minute here. Thank you for
Perfect.
that. Thank you for that. But
No problem.
you're excited, right?
Yes, very excited.
Good, good. Let's see what Megaso's got to say from Hawaii. And while Megaso's chatting in Hawaii, we'll see what Carrie says. By the way, she's on Oahu and she keeps losing power. She's told me she's dropped off like 5 times tonight. Oahu is losing power. Megaso, go ahead. How do you like tonight?
Well, I like tonight, and to echo that,
Here's what they're saying on MSNBC.
Carrie,
dropped.
Carrie, you gotta mute your background noise. Go ahead, Megaso.
I've been knocked off about 3 or 4 times in the last half hour. Yeah, having a lot of rain here now in on Kauai. I think there was flooding earlier on Maui and Big Island, so we're being hit with a storm right now.
What?
I can't give you any updates really on the election because the polls close at 7 here, and then they begin to add the votes. So, but I like the way the show's going. I like the fact that you're ahead of all these other places that are calling the races, if you would.
Yes, this is what I mean. They suck at this, and we're good at it. But thank you for pointing that out. Thank you.
I'm looking at one place now. They have Trump at 211 and Kamala at 153.
Uh-oh. Is that right?
No, these are your numbers, right? Oh, or is this a different website you're looking at?
I'm asking him.
This is coming from One American News.
Okay. I don't have it that high yet, but I mean that's an optimistic view for sure.
No, you said Trump was at 211 and Kamala Harris was at 153.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So
we're at 214.
Yeah. Well, this is Ashley taking the actual numbers and doing the math. This is
no. I like Ashley's numbers.
Exactly. Yeah. Me too. I like them a little better, but
yeah,
you know,
214.
I'm afraid that if I don't even
this is not a surprise. I mean, if they would have called, some of these other states a little earlier, like the media is keeping it going, keeping people glued to their TVs. But I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah, we are too. There's only 1,100,010 votes remaining in Wisconsin, and we are up by now 110,000 votes.
Wow.
What's the difference in Pennsylvania right now?
I haven't looked at Pennsylvania. It's a manual process, and I got to do one state at a time. But good question. I'm gonna check Pennsylvania for you now. Let's go ahead and call on David now. Let's see if he's got his iPad figured out. So this is David. I think it's Camille's dad.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. How you doing, sir?
I can't believe it. I'm an alien when it comes to technology, and I'm just thankful you guys took time for Camille tonight. And Leslie Mahan, thank you.
Yeah, she's our Oklahoma State Director for Red America First. And what state do you live in, if I may ask?
I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay, so you're also Oklahoma. Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah. I got 8 kids. Camille and Haley are my second and third children, and we got 5 girls and 3 boys, and we raised them here. Came from California. Don't blame me. I moved from California. I live in Oklahoma now. 20.
We don't believe that California's red, or I don't believe, or that it's blue. Sorry, it went red a long time ago.
Not only is all the United States, but all the world is red.
Yeah,
There's.
there you go.
I feel like I'm watching a game show right now. Oh, they're up by 1. No, they're down by 1.
Yeah.
It is the stupidest thing. I mean, I'm here at the convention right now, and it's like nobody's even holding their breath. Like 4 years ago, we were so excited. We went to bed knowing what was going to happen. Trump was ahead, 700,000 in Pennsylvania. Next thing you know, he's under in all states. They shut it all off, and some sewage leak shut the whole world down. And it's like, I don't really feel anybody has faith in the system. The same machines are still. I mean, Trump, what's the point? Trump's got all these major rallies, and all they got to do is click some buttons. So I think that everybody, the energy here is pretty tepid. They know that we all know now what we're dealing with. We're dealing with crooked people. And I can't figure out for the life of me, why are only crooked people in charge of this election? Where are the good people? Trump is he was the prez. Why in the world can't we get some people that are on the right side instead of all these terrible people manipulating the numbers? That's what I can't figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to do it, but we're trying to.
Okay, looks like Trump's up by 230, 179. So I guess the game score has gone up on the right hand side. Yay! Don't even know what to expect. But does anybody in this program kind of have an idea of where this is going?
Yes. I'm been very adamant about this. We're at 230 electoral votes. We're 40 away from winning. I feel really good about it. I think we're going to win it. Just give me some time, and we're going to have more data to celebrate over. But thank you for coming on, David. We appreciate it.
Oh man, I'm so happy. In fact, Camille just dropped 2 songs for this thing. Save America. Did you guys hear that one? Camille, did you sing that one tonight?
Yeah, she sang some new ones with us tonight. It's very good.
I kind of told her, hey, Haley, Camille, I saw Trump's new thing. Trump will fix it. I called her on the phone and said, hey, you need to make a song. Trump will fix it. The next day it came to her. Camille's just a magic songwriter, and she's also a very good Christian. She's always preaching, always get people saved. It's really nice to have kids. I have no greater joy than this, than to see my children walk in truth. And, Camille lives it on and off the camera. She's the same person all the way through. And my hope and prayer is that she can sing for President Trump at his inauguration. That would be quite a treat.
Well, we've been to Trump's inauguration before, and we're connected to the Florida GOP, so we might be able to have that happen, David. And we need you and Camille to join Red America First, redamericafirst.com. We're looking for patriots and those that want to be referees to the political system, or if you just want to know the truth of information and not scripted news, redamericafirst.com, or join Town Hall, the podcast, every Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's get some feedback in Nevada now. Holly, if you're off work, I'm pinging you. And Sabina, send a text to your sister. Be like, yo, where you at? And Ron, any of you guys in Nevada, unmute and give me a Nevada update. Looks like the data's looking good on my side. Go ahead, Ron. Ron's not there. Rosemarie, any new update? Are you feeling?
I don't have an update.
Okay, Rosemarie, you gotta shut that off in the background. Ron, go ahead with your update.
I don't have an update. I'm following you as far as updates go.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about Pennsylvania then. Pennsylvania latest update: 77% reporting. We have only 1.5 million remaining votes to be counted, and Trump is allegedly up 200,000 now. So our lead is going up, and in cases like this, people like me look at look at the counties that are remaining to be counted in the numbers, and it looks like it might be Pennsylvania County, Pittsburgh County still remaining to be counted, and Erie County as well. So we're kind of waiting for some of these blue counties to get their act together. But at the moment, Trump's leading Pennsylvania. We're going to check the wire right now. My partner that's sitting next to me here, Valerie, she hasn't been checking the wire for me, but I'll check. Cook County in Illinois, I guess, was Harris underperformed there as well. New York Times. New York Times forecasted shifted from leaning to Trump to likely Trump. So I think that's good. And let me go ahead and look at the electoral map here. They're saying Minnesota's leaning red, which my data doesn't have that. But if Minnesota's leaning red, Wisconsin's leaning red, Michigan's leaning red, Pennsylvania's leaning red. I mean, everyone's talking about the possible sweep. You know, Nevada, no data's coming in Nevada yet, but their polls are closing pretty soon. Let me see if I got any more updates. There's none on the wire. Let me check one more place. Republican Party could win control U.S. Senate. So that's happening. It looks like Bernie Moreno wins the U.S. Senate election in Ohio. That was announced. And I have a hand up from Ron Nevada again. So let's see what he has to say. Go ahead, Ron.
Okay. Yeah, I just was reading that the polls are closed and there's long lines here in Nevada. And
I saw that too in other states. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's fine. So it's good. They said it's going to be a while before they have any results. And don't forget, they can still count the ballots 3 days after today, which is really terrible to be like that. That's something that needs to be changed.
Well,
yeah.
That's
all I got.
Thank you for that data, guys. More states are opening up. We got 30 minutes before midnight, and I hope my prediction stands. Rob, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Did my camera turn off again?
No, I was just excited to hear from you.
Oh.
Besides us waiting on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, you know, they still haven't finished Virginia, but Harris has an edge in Virginia. Is anyone else awake? I'm gonna. Someone's got their hand up. Susan. Okay. Susan, Hawaii. What's up? Talk to us.
Oh, hi. I got home from work and had to swim home. We just got poured on. I feel sorry for the people in line. I did hear some good reports that there were some good lines today on Kauai. That's good. Oahu is really getting kicked in the teeth. People are incensed over there. From what I understand, the latest report was people were waiting 3 to 4 hours in line to vote.
I heard that today from Julie Yamato. She said it took 3 hours.
Scott Nago and Chair Mike Curtis, they failed voters by Hawaii by closing the majority of the voting precincts. And I think they were really relying on the mail-in ballots, thinking, oh, this is what people prefer. But, you know, you can show people, you know, this is indicative people have lost faith in the system and they wanted to vote in person. So they were saying they were like batches of 50 people each trying to vote at the same time. And then there was a report of people passing out in the line from just because it's so muggy over here, with the drenched rain. And we knew there was going to be weather warfare because they were telling us there's going to be a storm coming election day, days before. So, lots of shenanigans just to deter people from getting out. So that's just a small example I thought I'd share with you as an update.
Well, thank you for that. That confirms that the Hawaii lines were 3 hours long.
3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, I was told
Yeah.
that. I was told that. And
Yeah, it's brutal.
keeps
People are really, really mad. If you look at some of the comment threads, people are furious and they want accountability for that, for just causing this kind of suffering just to exercise their right, So yeah, there's going to be a lot of backlash from this. I mean, if that many people are waiting and tearing up their ballots to come in and vote in person, that really shows you that mail-in balloting is not something people trust anymore, and they don't want to do that. And that they just are tired of the control measures.
right. Well, thank you for that report. And are you getting hit by this flooding storm that's coming out of nowhere?
Here in Kauai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, it was pouring off and on today, but it wasn't so bad that, people couldn't get out. But now, like, around the time people get off work, like I was off around 5, just the skies opened up and just drenched us. I mean, I was running through rivers of water just to, from being foot to the car. So yeah, the skies just opened up on us right around the time of the typical quitting work time, where most people would go to vote would be after 5 here, people that are working. Obviously it's going to have to be a national holiday, but this is just another sign of interference. Weather warfare is very prevalent here in Hawaii and so many other states. But yeah, the fact that they tell us, like they always do in advance, that we're going to have a storm that day, election day, ironically, it's pretty nutty. Yeah, it was a lot of water. It seems to calm down a little bit now, and it's very dark, but hopefully people are still going to be steadfast, and most of us carry umbrellas in a car, so hopefully it won't be too big a deterrent. I don't know, Oahu. I'll just try to monitor it, and I'll bleep you if I see anything really noteworthy.
Thank you. Update on Pennsylvania. We're still up 200,000 votes. It's really like 195 or 196 or something like this, but I'm rounding up to 200,000. We've still got 1.5 million remaining votes to count, but being up 200,000 votes with just 1.5 million remaining, it's pretty good. Too close to call. Obviously, we probably won't be able to call it until it gets in the 90s, maybe even 89%. But the fact that we have 200,000 votes ahead of Kamala Harris and only 1.5 remaining to count is pretty good. Let me see if the wire's updated. Any news other than the Republican Party will control U.S. Senate. So that's huge news for us. New York Times projects that Trump wins the popular vote by 1% and wins the electoral votes by 301. I don't know where New York Times is getting that data. They're thinking we're going to sweep the Beltway here: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. They think we're going to get Arizona and Nevada. I don't have us getting all 3 up here. I only had us getting Pennsylvania. But if we get Wisconsin, Michigan, that's great too. I'm telling you guys, as of 11:34 Eastern Standard Time, the poly markets, they have Trump taking it at 95%. I mean, 95% chance of winning this election. Harris has a 5% chance. We got still 26 minutes before midnight, before Ashley's, hey, it should be called before midnight. Let's see if these states could, catch up. Pennsylvania's at 78. Wisconsin, let's look at Wisconsin's numbers real quick. Val's going to check the wire for me and see if there's any updates while I'm checking these numbers. And Wisconsin's at 69%. So we're up in that election. We're up about 150,000 in that election. So in Wisconsin, our numbers are going up. So from 66% to 69%, we gained about a double in our gains. So let me go ahead and do the 69, and I'll give you guys an update. But real quick, Martha, I don't know if you're still in a loud place. Rosemarie, if you want to talk, you're going to have to mute your TV in the background. There's a RKT. I don't know who that is. RKT. If you want to tell us what state you're in, hello. And Wendi, any new updates from your side? Go ahead, Wendi.
Yeah, Ashley, I've been double checking, and there are a couple of things here, but there's reports, of course, people are still worried about the fact that things have not been called in certain states. So this is not just, us worrying about it here. There are folks saying that it looks like, according to what's left outstanding, that if everything is counted the way it is now, that Trump wins. Also, they're saying that it looks like it may be a clean sweep of the swing states, those 7 states as well. So we'll have to see. But yeah, that's Paul Sperry. So that's being reported. We have that's from looking at the tip polls, and the tip polls is usually one of the more accurate polling places. So we will see. We did have Trump did hold Oklahoma County. That was a concern by 1.68%. Now, for people like myself, knowing how hard people in Oklahoma County worked for him, we find that a little bit concerning. He should be winning in Oklahoma County, we would think, by more than that. But yes, I'm trying to find information on Milwaukee still, and Wisconsin. I'm still trying to find information if there are any late reports on the issues. There's still work ongoing across the country. Right now, everybody's just reporting on the numbers that are coming in, it looks like. And I don't see much new on the issues that we were looking at earlier. So with that said, that's about all I have right now as far as election integrity issues go. There are concerns still across the country with everything that we're witnessing today. And who knows? Remember what happened last time. Again, middle of the night, things can change depending on what's going on. So I would not suggest that anybody think that this is over when we even think it may be over, right? So we may have a ways to go here. And by the way, Ashley, it is 10:38 Central Time. So, did you say midnight Eastern or, midnight some other time? You have time.
My prediction was, by midnight Eastern, we should have the declaration known, but
I was trying to give you something there, like give you a little extra time, because it looks like they may be, taking their time. I'm watching Arizona. Arizona is a concern. It's very close again. Trump was up the last time I saw an update on it, but it's razor thin in Arizona once again.
against Wisconsin. She's now that could have been just bad data, that one catch. We're still up 75K in Wisconsin with 1 million votes remaining. I think that's going to be a really close one to because they're only doing every 5 minutes. By the way, Ted Cruz just won Texas for Senate, so that confirms that we hold the Senate. This is looking like a really good night for Republicans all across the board. I don't know about Carrie Lake.
I hope she'll win.
She hasn't been the best candidate really, but we'll see how those numbers come in. Pennsylvania is now at 81. I'm going to do the math for Pennsylvania to give you guys the updates. Let's see if Rosemarie muted her side. Pamela, sister, if you're there, we'd like to hear from you. Tell us your thoughts about tonight so far. We're trying to unmute you. There's an RKT. Someone unmuted. Sabina.
That was me. You asked me.
Rosemarie, what's up? Tell me, you feeling more confident now?
Well, she's up to 198 electoral votes. He's at 216. Arizona is very, very close. And she gets, she will get California.
Rosemary.
Yes.
I don't know where you're looking, but if you're looking at our meeting, don't look at mainstream media. I asked members to shut that off if you're going to come on tonight.
I've been looking at Fox.
We have Trump at 230 and Harris at 192.
Well, I don't know where they're getting their numbers from because this is Fox News. It's not.
I don't care.
Yeah.
You're not going to argue with me about Fox News. We already talked that Fox News lied to us in 2020. Okay? Let's not argue about Fox News. People that come on our show don't subscribe to Fox News. Don't subscribe to CNN.
And also, what they call Newsmax. I've been looking at the two of them and comparing, and they're not calling some of these states yet. They're very, very close. And I think they're just going to hold off. And I don't know if they're going to, conduct any hanky-panky with some of these votes or not. That's what concerns me.
Okay. Well, we'll have to keep monitoring and see how that goes down. Sabina, you heard Rosemarie's concerns. Do you share the same concerns?
Yeah, I actually nodded out for a little bit, and then now I'm back on, and I'm hearing you guys, all concerned that they, and it's 10:38 or 30 after 10:30 p.m. Central, 11:30 your time. Wow, what is going on now? Is this the same thing that happened in 2020? Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely concerned.
Okay. Well, let's
think about what Dr. Frank said. He said pre-counted votes haven't
come closer.
Well, no, I mean Dr. Frank said remember pre-count votes. So that's all the people who went to the elections, but he was saying they're going to stuff them more. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I was just thinking that they're just behind on everything because Trump flooded the red wave. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm dreaming. I kind of dozed off for a second myself. But I was imagining the red wave, but Dr. Frank did say the pre-count votes, and yeah, he was saying that people could bring in semis of votes. True, but but would people believe it? I don't know. Never mind. I'm just half asleep.
That's okay.
Leslie's got her hand up. She wants to say something. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay, so I was just reading that in Georgia, apparently the Secretary of State of the Election Board there, Wendi, He's up to some shenanigans too. Apparently, he was pictured in a picture with a so-called bomb threat person that was at one of the polling areas today in Georgia. What do you think about that?
Repeat that, please. I didn't understand what you said.
I said the Secretary of State for the Election Board in Georgia must be up to some shenanigans. Something's weird because he's pictured in a picture with a person that was supposedly doing a bomb threat at one of the polling places in that state.
In Georgia, yeah. That
Yeah.
was probably one of the 5 locations that were targeted.
Where is the picture? Was it taken today? Was it taken? I need a little bit more information.
Okay, it's on X. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, I need a little bit more information before I comment on that. But yeah, that would be a little concerning if before the election somehow he was pictured somewhere with somebody who called in a bomb threat to a poll. That would not be good at all.
I hate it for Georgia. They keep screwing up really bad, don't they?
Well, Raffensperger was the one that said he wasn't going to put the Dominion patch in the machines until after the 2024 election. So, I mean, that case, Curling versus Raffensperger, has brought to light a lot of issues, basically, that people need to look out for regarding having any of our elections online, quite frankly.
I was going to ask you what you thought about, obviously our judges were a huge thing to vote for this time. And we were really careful about who we put in or we voted for. So, oh, I'm sorry. Can you not hear me? I was just rusting off again. What I was trying to say is, I got interrupted. Ashley made me. So what I'm trying to say is, do you think that the judges? I mean, what do you think is going to happen with the judicial system? Do you think it's going to be like 2020 again, and no one's going to do anything, or I don't know. If it comes down to that again, I guess.
With the elections, this is a concern. I know in Oklahoma there was a big push to recall or not retain 3 Supreme Court justices. It looks like there was one that may have succeeded. We're still getting some results in, and I'm not sure what the final numbers on that are quite yet. When it comes to that matter, there were circuit court judges that were up. So people are really starting to pay attention to the judges as they should, and the justices at their state level as they should, because they determine a lot of things, including election situations state to state across the country. So with that said, it's good that people are paying attention to that. I do not know this time what the judges are going to do. I would hope that the campaigns would have better prepared information and better prepared for every situation, and probably would have thought about this for the past 3.5 years to actually help candidates get standing in the courts, because that was the big problem in 2020. It wasn't that people didn't have evidence or information on election fraud across the country. The problem is the cases kept getting tossed out for lack of standing. So I would hope that if there are challenges or anything to be done across the country, that the judges would actually hear the cases, and that the candidates would be filing them in a manner that gives them standing in the state or in the federal courts. So
could you explain to our viewers what lack of standing means?
In order to file a case in a court, you have to be the party that lawfully can file the case. So you have to be the one, the injured party, or what have you. And people could argue on standing because sometimes it's kind of nebulous who actually has standing in a court. I believe if you come on behalf of yourself, you have a better, as a candidate, you have a better chance of receiving standing in a court than if you come as your campaign. Because a campaign is an entity, to my mind, it's an entity where a candidate is a person themselves coming to the court saying, I was injured in this manner. So, a lot of the cases are just not brought properly. So it's a legal question, and I am not a lawyer. So, but it is my understanding that standing was a big factor in 2020. And I would hope that lawyers have thought a little bit more about that as well on how better to represent their clients in these types of cases. So I guess we're going to likely see, because if we have issues and they continue to happen tonight, and we still have states that aren't being called, that's a little concerning as we go throughout the night, right? So that's going to mean cases coming to court, I'm pretty sure,
Hindsight is 2020. Get it?
Yes, exactly. And hopefully we would be better prepared, and things would go smoothly. So I do not know. I would not look forward to a lot of court cases, but I will tell you one thing, that if this is going to go on as long as Dr. Frank thinks it's going to go on, and as long as we all think it may go on, I would hope that people would continue to pay as close attention to the situation as they're doing tonight, so that we all could learn even more and see if any changes have been made to the system and the way things would be done than they were done 4 years ago. So I'm kind of hopeful with that. We can't grow weary, and we all need to learn more. And I would hope that people would not tune it out and actually tune it in. So we'll see what happens. I mean, they're saying now that it's possible Trump may even win the popular vote. So tonight, that would definitely have more people paying attention, I believe, too, as well. I was just reading a little bit of social media, and people are already saying, and this is going to come about again as well, that if that if Trump somehow manages to win this election, that they want to look at the Electoral College and talk about getting rid of it and abolishing it in favor of a pure democracy. And if any of us that are students of history, and we know why the Electoral College was set up the way it was, to avoid a democracy. We are a representative republic. Every time we have an election, these people come out and start talking about wanting to change the system, which is a system that guards the rights of the states of the United States. That is how our president is chosen, and there is a reason for that. You have to get a majority of the states and not a majority of the popular vote. So we do have to protect states' rights. And that is a factor in our Constitution. The 9th and the 10th Amendment talk about states retaining the power not given to the federal government, and the people retaining the power that's not given to the states. So we need another great big huge civic lesson, I think, in this country when it comes to these things. And I would hope that we all start to keep paying attention, because it looks like I'm still looking here and I am seeing, some things not being called. I'm not seeing any breaking news here really. And,
I'm monitoring it, and it's because there's no announcements being made at the moment. They're still counting, so we all have to just be
patient.
Right? So I got an update, which is kind of strange to me, that Georgia was called on some sites, but on some sites it hasn't been called. And I'm looking at the data, 95% reporting. Trump's up 120,000, and there's 261,000 votes remaining to be counted. So,
Have the big counties reported yet? Who's outstanding? Do you know?
the data that I am looking at isn't drilling down to what counties are still owing. They're all actually saying that they have 95% reported. So this could be, Georgia could be some kind of shady shenanigans scenario. But Carrie, if you're ready, just make sure your background noise is muted. Go ahead. Carrie Hawaii's got something to share. Go ahead. Carrie Hawaii, going once. Going twice. So yeah, every county in Georgia's.
I was muted, sorry. So it's not vetted, but there's reports that there was a mail truck stopped with 1.5 million votes to Pennsylvania to push Kamala there, and they were stopped by the police.
Oh, wow. Can you send that to me? I want to report that.
Yeah, I will.
All right, cool.
And so that could be, it's been at a standstill for a while now, where they should have called Trump for Pennsylvania already.
Well, hang on a second. That's not true. There was something that happened today in Pennsylvania specifically. Valerie had it written down somewhere where something happened and they expanded the poll closing hours to 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that
Yeah.
was all of Pennsylvania or only certain states. It wasn't clear to me.
I heard that too.
But, 10 o'clock was just a couple hours ago. And, it's taking them some time to get the data in. However, I'm watching it as it comes in. Valerie, you got any updates?
No, I don't.
Okay. Martha, Leslie, any updates on your side?
Well, I just have one question. I see that there's movement now to 205 on Harris side. What caused that?
Good question. Let me check. It could be Washington State and Oregon, that kind of stuff. But let me double check for you to see where those numbers came in at. 84% just hit Pennsylvania. So just let me do those numbers real quick. Valerie's checking for you too. Go ahead, Val.
Checking what? Numbers?
For what Leslie just said.
I'm sorry, I was looking at something. What did you need me to do, Leslie? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm just wondering where the numbers are coming, where Harris all of a sudden jumped to 205 from 105.
That's not my kind of question. That's Ashley's. I don't do that.
No,
messing with me.
This here.
I know. Yeah, like I'm. You always do the numbers. I don't look.
New Mexico came in. Colorado came in.
Okay.
Washington State, Oregon, California. That's how she got the 205.
All blue. That explains it, unfortunately.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, good. So, Martha, no, there's no Martha. I'm going to give you guys another update here. Teresa's still up. Teresa, Tom, get in here and chat with us. I still haven't figured out who RKT is. Magaso, you could take the floor and talk for a minute. Trying to unmute you. What are you seeing out there? Go ahead. While I work some numbers.
Yeah, I'm seeing what people are seeing. It looks like some shenanigans going on down in Georgia. Pennsylvania, I knew was going at 10 o'clock. It's kind of interesting. I'm seeing a projection for Michigan and Wisconsin both going red.
Yeah, I am seeing these leaning that way. The numbers are nowhere near being ready to be called, so I don't know how anybody could call Wisconsin or Michigan yet, but I'm checking Pennsylvania's numbers. But to go back to Georgia, you're right. I thought we had Georgia, and then I looked. I was like, wait a minute, and so some shenanigans are happening in Georgia, and we've seen it. Georgia is pretty shady when it comes to elections. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna say that just isn't that what they always do?
I find it interesting that New Hampshire and Maine haven't been called yet.
I'm wondering if they're holding back on states because of the way they rig elections across the country when they rig them. If they call them, they can't call them back. If they refuse to call them, then they can make up reasons why they flip from what it looks like they are now to what they may become later if it becomes necessary, or they decide. I remember Carrie Lake's primary in Arizona and how it looked like they were moving ballots after the primary election to the main center, like they were going to try to, steal the primary from her. Now, what they did is they looked like they were going to do something, and then it didn't happen after a while. So I was wondering if people had looked at numbers and determined that it was going to be impossible to rig that without everybody knowing and it being blatantly obvious there was fraud. So the fact that they hold back and they're holding back on these states is a little concerning, because it looks like they may be trying to figure out how to reconfigure the deck. If everybody remembers 2020, if you remember Draza Smith and you know who she is, she talked about an Edison zero in the Edison data that night, where it looks like all of the numbers, all of the election numbers for all of the states were reset to zero and then started over again. So this is what I'm worried about with the lack of calling these states. It's starting to get a little concerning that they may be looking and figuring up whether or not they need to do this, because Florida, Ashley, in 2020, she says broke the algorithm that she was looking at. So they had to reset it. And her theory was that's when the Edison zero came in. So when they reset the algorithm and started it again. So I mean, I don't know. That's her theory of what may have been happening in 2020 as well. So I am a little concerned because I see some things potentially being set up in various scenarios. It's like people are holding back their cards, before they call them the way people are seeing them right now. So I know people are paying very close attention to this, but I hope they remember in 2020 that Edison zero out of Draza Smith's data, and whoever's getting the Edison data, like the New York Times or whoever's getting the Edison data tonight, is keeping an eye out for a glitch such as that in the data, because
All right, I got an update.
Yeah.
So Wisconsin, I've been watching ever since 30% counting, and right now, as it sits, we are leading Kamala Harris by 100,000 votes, and there's 750,000 votes remaining to be counted. I predict that I'll need 30 more minutes before we can call the election. Sorry about that. But no, we're up by 100,000 now, which was 75,000. So we got the 25,000 lead on Kamala Harris in Wisconsin. Wendi, this is a lot of good data. Teresa, do you have any more comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Migueso, you have another comment?
What precincts are still left to be counted in Wisconsin?
Oh, all of them. Not all the precincts still light up. At least the app that I'm using, they still light up. Wait, what state did you say? Wisconsin? Yeah, they're all lighting up, saying they're like, one says they're 91% voting.
What about Milwaukee?
Milwaukee. Milwaukee is unfortunately 60%.
60%.
That's the one you got to watch.
Right.
Well, you're right. There's other counties that, like Douglas County, has zero reported in Douglas County. It's like, what the hell? What's going on there? But Madison County's done. Milwaukee's 60%. So that's the big one that might, carry Kamala Harris over. But we do have 100,000 vote lead. I could run Milwaukee County numbers just by itself to see how many votes is left in Milwaukee County. Liz, Texas, let's see what she's got to say real quick. Go ahead.
So I was watching LFA TV a few minutes ago, and Pete Santilli caught on live camera 4 trucks pulling in with a police escort.
Good.
In Philly. So, but aren't they supposed to be closed?
They're supposed to be, yeah.
Aren't they? Will they not count since they're closed? I mean, this happened after closing, just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well.
And it also happened in O'Keefe caught it in Philadelphia. No, another Milwaukee, I think. No, Milwaukee, I think. Somewhere. Yeah. So there was trucks going there too after closing. So I don't know how that works. So.
Yeah, I don't know how cheating works either, but.
Well, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. I don't know if they're going to get to count those. Right. I don't know if they're going to get to count those or not, but they had a police escort.
That's crazy.
Oh, it was Detroit. There you go, Detroit.
Michigan. Yeah, Michigan. So I'm going to answer the question about Milwaukee County for everybody real quick. Give me a second. I'm working on it. I really am not concerned at this moment, but I hear all you guys, so I'm gonna see what I can pull here. So there's 4. Allegedly, Harris could win Wisconsin just from that county, because allegedly there's 450,000 potential ballots to be casted in that county, and we only got 100,000 vote lead on Kamala, so it is possible that Milwaukee County could take her all the way. I'm trying to see if there's some Republican counties that still have some votes for him that he could pull off.
Not a whole lot.
So I never had Wisconsin on my map, so I don't know why I thought that we had a chance, but I'll look at these other, well, Brown County. That seems to have some opportunity for Trump there. Let me look at some other states for everybody. Uh-oh. New York Times says Trump will win the popular vote by 1.1%. And they announced that Trump's ahead 218,000 votes in Pennsylvania. We actually had 220. So they did their math wrong. I didn't. I promise. we're currently sitting at 97% chance of winning this election. 97% chance of winning this election. Rob, Val wants to take a picture of it. 97% chance of winning this election. GOP flips control of the Senate, so we now have control of the Senate. And Northampton County, Trump is flipping that county potentially, but I don't like saying anything until I know actuals. We still have 16% left in Pennsylvania, but we got a 220,000 lead. Once we win Pennsylvania, it's game over, Trump wins. It's game over, Trump wins. I don't care about Wisconsin. I don't care about Michigan. Then we're looking at Arizona and Nevada. Arizona and Nevada has to hold up. But let's look at Pennsylvania real quick, see if there's any updates. Georgia's still saying 95% vote in. Let me see if the data's changed. Rosemary has something. Make sure you're muting your TV there, doll. I hope you turn your Fox off.
I did. You wanted to know about Wisconsin, and the latest numbers for Wisconsin are she's got 47.4% with 1,228,591 votes. He's got 51.2% with 1,327,818 votes. So he's winning by over 100,000 votes in Wisconsin.
Yes, I did say that. Did you not hear me say
Yeah, I thought you said you weren't sure, so I wanted to.
2001. A little bit less.
What? I thought you said you weren't sure, so I wanted to give you the exact whatever I had right now.
Oh, okay. I was talking about Georgia because they're still reporting 95 reporting in Georgia. But yeah, Wisconsin, we have Wisconsin just came in 78, so let me give you guys an update on that.
Now mine is 77% in.
Yeah, I know. I'm a little bit ahead of you guys. Rosemary,
Okay.
how are you feeling tonight, by the way?
I'm fine. Thank you.
You think we got this, right?
I think so. I'm banking on it.
2563.
I've already got ideas for my next newsletter, so we have to win it.
All right. Well, I do have some numbers to report. Let's see how it looks for Pennsylvania. So now we're at 3,286. That's not right. Hang on, guys. Yeah, it is. 3,286,825. Now I gotta minus. Hang on 1 second. Minus 723,000 votes remaining, and we are up 101,000 votes in Wisconsin. So we're chopping away, and we're still got a good lead in Wisconsin. And Rosemary, you still got your hand up. You want to say anything else? Valerie, you want to say anything else?
That's all right, but I am going to leave you in a little while because I am exhausted. I was up very, very early. I will continue to watch or whatever. But I thank you for everything. It's been great having this group together tonight during the election, and all of you are absolutely fantastic. Can I say? Okay.
Thanks, Doll. Don't leave just yet till Pennsylvania's called, and it's going to be called before 12:30. I promise.
Okay. I will wait till 12:30. Okay.
All right. Sounds
Thanks.
good, Doll.
Take care.
Take care. Okay. That was nice. That was Marie. She's our editor-in-chief. Liz, Texas. What are you concerned? You worried?
A little bit, but I'm just on edge. Like everybody.
Well, keep someone. Let's see.
After hearing about those trucks and seeing it, yes.
Okay. McGaso, you want to do some narration for a while I run these numbers on Pennsylvania? We just got 3% that came in. Go ahead. Talk for a while.
Okay. Well, this is really great. My computer got knocked out again, so I'm on my phone now. We're still getting a lot of rain here in Hawaii. It's kind of stopped now in Kauai. Because we don't anticipate that we'll see Hawaii moving to red, but we do believe when everything comes to clarity that you'll see that there are more Republicans in Hawaii than meets the eye. A little concerned that Georgia now is tied up. That should have already been announced. Pennsylvania, to me, should already. I know they're going to 10 o'clock before they close the polls. Odd that New Hampshire and Maine haven't been declared yet. There was only like 10,000 votes separating in both those states, 10 to 20,000. But I think some of this, I'm looking at the votes. I figured Trump would get 295, in between 295 and 312. If not, then I believed it was going to go to the military stepping in, that we might end up with nobody getting the majority. And that to me would be just like the rig sports. You know, everything is subject now that they put voting into betting. That again, what's betting's normally controlled by the mafia. So now we have people betting on the election, just like they bet on the stock market, whether it's going to be go up or down. So people bet on the stock market to lose, for example. So who's to know? And that's why it's so important to watch the money in all our states.
Well, real quick pause on that, McGaso. With the data coming in from Pennsylvania to 87 in, it gave Kamala a 50,000 vote increase to our 200,000 lead. Our 220,000 vote lead that we had in Pennsylvania. So now our 220,000 lead went to 172,000, and there's 890, almost 900,000 ballots remaining to be counted in Pennsylvania. It's looking like 19 electoral votes might be held hostage for us today. It's possible. I'm going to keep monitoring it, but please continue. Sorry.
That's okay. I was looking at the jump for Kamala. I wasn't sure. So California, has already been called.
Yes.
And all that. Yeah. Okay.
Oregon, Washington, California called. New Mexico called. Colorado called. Illinois called. Virginia called. D.C., Maryland, Delaware, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, New Hampshire, Vermont. Maine's not called yet. Minnesota's not called yet. New Hampshire's not either. They're leaning Kamala's way, but they haven't been called yet.
Right. Well, I think New Hampshire's in play. Not so sure about Maine, but New Hampshire maybe. I don't know what's going on here in Hawaii. Now my computer just started on its own. My computer was shut down. All of a sudden it's on its own now. So I'm just glad that our Lord and Savior God is running the show. and as the media is keeping everybody in suspense, I think the good Lord has got this, and we're going to be fine.
So, I find it odd that one of my updates, they increased the percentage point of total votes counted, but the math hasn't changed. So I'm calling BS. And this is Michigan. No, sorry. Hang on. I'm in a different mode, so I can't really see. I think this is Michigan. Might be Wisconsin. Oh, that's Michigan.
I'm going to try to get back on with my computer now. Let's see.
Quiet night. You guys don't get too concerned here. We're gonna get Camille to hop on and play a song if you guys are worried. Camille, let's get a jam going. Oh, Camille fell asleep.
Recording in progress.
There's no Camille. You asleep?
I'm here. I'm here.
Ah, okay.
I've changed.
You could try to jam out a song while we're waiting for a couple states to count in. I'm working on Wisconsin.
Let's jam out a song. Let me turn this light back on. Let me see if I can get this on. Yeah, you know what? I was talking to my dad at the Tulsa watch party, and the lady who's in charge of the whole event, dad had his iPad with your guys's Zoom call on, and she said, "Man, I was listening to that. Those guys are really good." And yeah, it's the real information, huh?
I'm telling you, I know my stuff.
Yeah, and so the lady, her name is Rhonda. She's in charge of the whole Republican event there in Tulsa. And you were influencing. You were listening, huh?
Tell your dad I need her number. I need her contact info.
Yeah, I forget her last name. Man, I'm sad that my phone, my speaker was messing up earlier or not playing the guitar through. We got to figure out what the problem is there.
That's a technical thing. I sometimes deal with microphone challenges all the time too. So
Let me see. I had unplugged my mic so I could just have my ears have a rest from these headphones, and then I don't know if it caused a problem. Let's see if this works. Check, 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 check. I wonder, oh, how's that? Can you hear me?
we can hear you, yeah.
Okay, that's nice. It transferred over. You know what? Let me see though this. There was two options. Select a microphone. Oh, same as system. I wonder if that changes anything. Okay, get on. I'm gonna tell my dad, get on Zoom and watch me sing, LOL.
We still have 105,000 vote lead on Kamala Harris in Wisconsin. There's 650,000 votes remaining there. So, I think it's close. And when it relates to Milwaukee, I know Megasa wants me to check Milwaukee's data. I'll do that for you right now while she sings.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do, but I also have to plug in my iPad. So, because it's going low. You know, everything likes to die. Everything likes the battery power on these are not 100%. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do this is a new pro-life song that I just wrote this year. Almost no one has heard. It's a happy pro-life song, which I think we should all be excited about the pro-life cause. I think that a lot of times in the pro-life things, it can be, a lot of songs can be more like, sad. And there's a place for that, but you don't always want to hear a sad song. And it's exciting to be saving lives,
Amen.
Can you hear the guitar? How's that guitar? Can you hear that? Can you hear that guitar?
Just barely.
Just barely?
Yeah.
I wonder what would change that. Let me see if this going closer to me changes it, or if maybe doing the record level higher.
We're muted.
What's the record level at? 7.2. Okay, how's this? Is that any better?
That's better.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so maybe it was too far away. Is that even better? I put it even closer.
Yeah, play a few strings.
How's that?
Oh.
Good or no?
Yeah, it sounds like your voice might be overpowering it.
My voice or my guitar?
Your voice.
Something's just interesting here. I don't know why it's doing this. Sorry for...
Don't sing and just do the strings, and let's see if we can hear your guitar by itself. See, the mic's not picking up her strings.
Yeah.
See if the live performance works. How's this? Is that picking it up or no?
Not very well.
It's picking up better, but
I did it on different. Is that okay or no? You know what? Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. I'm gonna try it a different way. Can you do something for a second, and I will go get another. If this next setup works that I have, this would be amazing.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I have an interface. If I can go through the interface instead of this mic, I don't know. I'm gonna see it, and that might be a game changer for all future Zooms. So, okay, 1 second. I will be back.
in Arizona, Trump is doing really good with Hispanics. Santa Cruz County and Yuma County, both very high in Hispanics. Trump is 5 points ahead of his performance in 2020 and 11 points in Yuma County. So good news for Arizona for Trump, but we needed Arizona in our calculations. So I'm really worried about Pennsylvania now. Leslie, go ahead.
We are debuting here in the MAGA room. Trump, you see the trash can? we just put this together.
Oh, she's gone. Okay, she's back.
Wait, let Val see it. Hang on. Leslie and Connie wanted you to see this.
Wait, hold on. I love it.
That's awesome.
Everybody's like, what?
All right. Well,
David's on the
thank you for making me laugh there for a minute, girl. Thank you. Wendy's got some updates. Let's see what she says. Go ahead, Wendy.
Yeah, Ashley, I'm looking at some numbers that someone here in Oklahoma has taken off of another news station, and I'm analyzing these numbers right now, and I'm looking at the timestamps, and it looks like the concerns are might be well-founded. Because let me work these up and give me about 5 minutes to do some calculations.
What state are you talking about?
Oh, this is the national numbers. This is the national numbers for the popular vote. And it's they are looking at Newsmax numbers, but they've taken screenshots, and they have timestamps on them. And I'm starting to see something that's a little concerning, but I want to confirm it and I want to double check it before I say anything, but give me about 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to disappear for about 5 minutes and run this information real quick. So this is another person in Oklahoma that works election integrity. Okay, so her daughter's been watching coverage and she's been taking screenshots of some of these numbers. So anyway, we'll see. Like I said, give me just a minute. I was noticing some things in Oklahoma in our data, in the state data, and as well. Nothing potentially like this, but I'll let you know. We've she sent a lot of screenshots here, but it's got to do with the national numbers and the national vote. So like I said, let me run my calculator out here and I'll get some hard numbers and report what's been given to me right now. And it is off of reporting by Newsmax. So anyway, it's concerning and it's got to do with their numbers. But I'll be right back.
Thank you, Wendy, for that update. I do want to share that Brandy's going to try to jump on, and I think she lost her district to the Abdullah lady that she was running against. But we'll wait till she comes on to talk in detail about that. Here she is, Brandy. Brandy, what's going on? Tell us.
Okay, so some interesting developments here. Hi, how you doing, David? Some interesting developments here in District 9, Ohio State House of Representatives race. So let me see here. Let me just pull these numbers up here that we have going on. Okay, so the Franklin County Board of Elections is reporting 99% are in reporting, 99% of precincts reporting. And in my race, what their results are saying right now is that my they're unofficial actually at this time, but my opponent has 27,100 votes and I have 10,352 votes out of a possible 58,124 votes. Now, we do know we had one confirmed report last week of Republicans that vote completely down ballot, all red, and if there isn't a red, they abstain from that race. I had one voter report that to me last week that she was a Republican, votes straight red, saw my race, no one was Republican there, skipped it like she would normally do, and then later on, as she was going down the ballot, the machine picked and undervoted for her, meaning that it picked the other candidate, like the incumbent, automatically for her. And so basically what's going on is I think they are using undervotes of Republicans who vote completely straight Republican, and they're actually adding them to her totals. So we came up with a number because this is in the database for the Franklin County, our district, of 5,777 active registered Republicans on our in our district. So if you take that number and you take it out of her total, that would give you a 56% to 43% race, which would be 21,323 to 10,352.
56 to 43.
So basically, she would still win at 56%. But I would, instead of having 28%, I would actually have 43% of the vote. But the other interesting thing about this is we don't know how many undervotes on non-Republican voters actually that didn't vote also, but actually came and voted like just on the presidential race went to her as well. We can't really, there's no way we can track that because we don't know.
And
But
85% of the voters are undeclared.
yeah, and 85% of the voters in our district are undeclared. So they're not registered Republican or Democrat. So there could be more undervotes that went to her that way that we can't really prove. But the most interesting part about this is that ABC is not reporting my district at all. And PBS is also not doing it. Oh, isn't that
We run
interesting?
our own elections because the media is going to lie to everybody.
Yeah.
And the incumbent has not declared victory.
Oh yeah. The other thing is Munaira hasn't declared victory yet either. So that's the other thing, because she's usually the first person to jump on social media and tell everybody everything that's going on with her campaign or whatever, and how great things are. So that's the other interesting part of this.
Well, thank you for that update. Welcome back to the saddle.
Yeah, you're welcome.
This is bad news you lost, but we'll have.
Yeah, but I lost I lost through cheating.
But you also broke.
And I also broke the ceiling for the Libertarians, like highest percentage they've ever had in a state race in Ohio, meaning like I guess the highest percentage they ever got before me was 20%. So I've.
But it's also you were against someone that was asleep at the helm too, right?
Yeah, I know, and I did it in 100 days instead of a full year of campaigning like you would normally get. So. Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for wanting the update. So I appreciate that.
So, any other things you want to bring up with us, Brandy?
Issue 1.
Issue 1. Okay, that's a great one to talk about. So issue 1 went down in flames, which is good for us because of the way that's written. It's written to be appointees who are districting rather than, our representatives, which, yeah, they gerrymander. But if you get appointees that are basically not able to be ejected from that position, if you don't like what they're doing, which is the way that it's written, then it's really not good for us. And the fact that it's was confusing for people to begin with, is that really good legislation? So if you can't even understand it.
And
so, yeah.
When you actually went all the way up to the top,
yeah.
the top two candidates from the majority and the minority party would pick the judges that would.
Yeah, basically the top two candidates in each of the parties would pick the candidates. So, I mean, it's something you can find on the Ohio Secretary of State's website. I think I even posted in Rabbit Hole, like, for people to read it. But yeah, it's not a good thing. And before I went on the radio show, the local radio show that I did an interview on about 3 or 4 weeks ago, no one was really talking about or having the discussion, but I mentioned that on the radio show. And then after that, suddenly the Republican Party was like game for talking about it openly and like actually getting out there and getting their signs about voting no. And so, yeah, basically that's been killed now by the voters, which is good because getting rid of gerrymandering is great, but you got to do it in the right context. And this was not the right context. So anyway, that's really all I've got.
Well, hang on. There's some questions popping in.
Oh, yes.
Magaso first.
Okay.
I don't have a question, but I think I just heard that they called Georgia for Trump. Is that true?
Stand fast. I gotta be honest with you. Georgia was called in the middle of our show, and then they backpedaled.
Sounds like a Florida 2000 kind of thing.
Yeah. Let me see. The data still doesn't show anything past 95%. So no, I don't think that's accurate at this time, Magaso. But I'll check all my sources first. Harris will not speak tonight, campaign official says. Trump is going to address supporters very soon, allegedly. So we'll see.
AP says 93% reporting, still 50.8.
AP says 93% are reporting in Georgia. Is that it?
93% reported. 50.8 is
50.8 is what was that? What Trump
from
has?
the Associated Press.
Yeah, 50.8 for Trump. So 50.8% for Trump in Georgia right now.
Data, I have 95% in Trump's 51 and Kamala's 48.
Yeah, where's your data coming? His came from the Associated Press. That doesn't mean it's like correct. It's just that's where he got it from.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Let me just go over Pennsylvania before I lose my mind.
Oh, sorry.
Pennsylvania's got 89% in now. Let me really quickly do my math here. I think I could call Pennsylvania like very soon. It's very, very close. And Trump's got it. I mean, he's up by almost 200,000. So let's see how that looks. Susan, you wanted to chime in? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if I'm giving you anything new, but I just wanted to say that what updated 7:32 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, and it's just the U.S. Senate results. But I just thought this is from Associated Press as well, just see where your numbers are compared to that, because it says here GOP 51-42 Democrats, which would lead the Republican Party taking over the U.S. Senate. Is that tracking with what you guys are pulling?
Yeah, we took control of the Senate about, I don't know, 2 hours ago. We made that call.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay, and that's a done deal then.
Yeah, we knew about that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry I missed that one.
No, it's okay. That's what I'm here for.
Make sure you.
Help you guys.
Weird that it shows up at 7:32 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, and it's only 7:41. Welcome to Hawaii.
Well,
Anyway, no help for that.
Let's hear from Randy and his campaign. How did it go tonight, brother?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm on my way home now. My candidate lost, but overall, Ted Cruz won, Trump won Texas, and we have a pretty strong House game, the U.S. House game out of the House races. The Texas House is looking pretty strong for us right now. Other than that, yeah, I mean, we already knew we was going to lose U.S. House 35. 35 and 37 sits in the heart of Travis County, Bear County. So that's a deep blue district. But Chip Roy, let me see who else. Chip Roy, Michael McCall, and somebody else I'm trying to think of. They won their races. So the surrounding collar counties of the blue district, they all won their races. So we're looking pretty good right now. But my candidate, he lost by 30 or 40,000 votes, somewhere around there. So, but it is what it is.
Well, let's talk a little bit longer than this. How was your week? And we have 760,000 votes remaining to be counted in Pennsylvania still. I'm watching the data as it comes in, and Trump currently has about 170,000 vote lead. You mentioned Georgia's been called, but that's inaccurate, by the way. There's only 95% of the data in, and Kamala could still win Georgia. So I don't know who told you that Georgia was called, but it hasn't been officially called by us or
on Newsmax, because I'm watching Newsmax, and they're tracking the races, and they called Georgia a couple of hours ago.
Yeah,
for Trump.
They might have prematurely did that. I'm just telling you.
Maybe so, but
at the moment,
yeah,
Georgia has Trump has 120,000 vote lead on Kamala Harris, but there's 261,000 votes still out there.
Yeah.
So we're monitoring that, and then on the Pennsylvania side, There's 760,000 remaining still, and we have 172,000 lead. So we're going to need to get it to 95%, hopefully by then. I'm getting reports that Kamala didn't get any people coming to Pennsylvania, but she's going to win Philadelphia County. So,
what are you seeing in Michigan, and has Detroit area voted yet? I show Trump big in Michigan.
Okay, hang on one second. I got to be honest with you, I stopped caring about Michigan for a while because that's the worst place in our nation for voter integrity. I didn't think we had a chance in this place here. Let me see.
Well, with all the Muslims coming in behind them, you know, that's gave them a chance.
Yeah, Wayne County is reporting 25%.
Shit. Kamala way ahead there.
Macomb County's reporting 43%. There's not, I wouldn't say there's a huge lead in Wayne County, but she does have a lead in Wayne County. And Oakland County, she's got a small lead in Oakland County. They're 93% voted. Grand Rapids, Michigan, we're down 30,000 votes there. They're 83% counted. And then the rest of the states really red after that. So we're currently down 200,000 votes. I don't know if we're going to get them, guys, in Michigan. But anyway, going back to Pennsylvania, let's look at that real quick. Nothing's changed there. The Poly Market, let's see what the Poly Market's saying. We're still at 97% chance of winning the election. Oh boy. Teresa, you still up?
Say we're down 200,000 in Michigan. I'm showing Trump up almost 200,000.
Hang on. Yes, we're up 200,000. Sorry, I looked at the. I thought Kamala was ahead. So yeah, Trump's ahead in Michigan. I stand corrected. We might have a chance to take it. Valerie's got a question for you, Megasa.
Yeah, I just have a question real quick.
Let's make your head this way.
Do you think that Dr. Frank's, the pre-count equals the red wave, or am I going crazy?
You're going crazy. The pre-count is not red wave.
I know, but it's just maybe we overwhelmed
Democrat
them
stuff.
and they couldn't count them fast enough.
What he's talking about is Democrat stuff.
Okay, I just was asking Megasa, okay?
Okay, well, he's going to answer you. Go ahead.
The truth is, I can hardly hear you because I'm in the middle of a downpour right now.
Okay, I'll ask you tomorrow.
Okay.
So CNN just called Georgia just now, 5 minutes ago. I'm glad that they called Georgia. I don't have that data yet, so appreciate you, Drew, for letting me know. Let me look that up real quick for everybody.
Yeah, don't take your eyes off of it. It's been known to flip back.
So let me take a quick look here.
Talking about that midnight train, Rob?
Oh, the 3 o'clock express.
Hey, Fulton County, they had a water main break, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That dripping faucet.
Well, today they had bomb threats.
Well, they've had a lot of them this week, or today. You know, PA, that's why they were delayed like 2 hours. There's 2 or 3 counties.
working the numbers right now with the new Georgia data, and let's divide that by 95. 5, 4, 1, 7, 1, 2, 1. And now I'm going to subtract 5, 1, 4, 6, 2, 6, 5. Yeah, Trump wins Georgia. We got it. So I think it's over now. If Trump wins either Michigan or Pennsylvania, since Michigan's catching up, wait, is Wendi still on? Wendi? I'm gonna go ahead and turn Anton Love off.
Yeah,
As long as you guys
I'm here.
can be respectable of everyone's time on the microphone. Wendi, was there any things given to Michigan to allow them to take their time? I mean, why are they only at 61%?
I do not know. Michigan is one of those states where they've got Gretchen Whitmer as a governor, and they've got, what is it, Jocelyn Benson as the Secretary of State, and they haven't done much to shore up their elections, if anything at all. Over the past 3 years, I wouldn't be surprised, to see things happening, especially around the Detroit area. So, with that said, I'm not aware of anything special that's been done today or that's been, that's come up as far as cases. Let me see if I can get on here now. See if there's any reports on that I can find.
By the way, Starr County, Texas, that's the first win for a GOP presidential nominee ever. So that's a huge win for Trump in Texas. And
right.
I'm telling you, my numbers have us winning Pennsylvania. I know York County's reporting very slow, but we have about a 50K margin for Trump waiting there. I just feel like Cambria County is going to do good for us too in Pennsylvania. I'm very confident in Pennsylvania, guys. I'm really, really confident in Pennsylvania. We're up 117,000 votes with 84% reporting with Wisconsin. So that's looking promising. I always worry about our vote tallies, and when I look at the percentages, when they increase in the total count, and I look at our candidate is gaining a lead against who we're running against. At that point, it's getting close to call Wisconsin potentially as well. We're monitoring that. Guys, we're within minutes of calling this election, I promise you. Just be patient. Randy, do you have any last minute things to tell everybody tonight?
Yes, I do. Something new. So we are just looking at the district map, and there's something on my TV I got to turn off somehow. I don't know what it is. It's something's playing here. There it is. Okay, so basically I'm looking at the Franklin County Board of Elections zoom in map, and they are now altering the map and pulling in precincts and wards that weren't in the District 9 map, and they're not counting places that they should have counted.
What?
Yeah, let me just show you. Let me put it in the rabbit hole, maybe, or maybe
I'm gonna let you share your screen. Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, just hit the share button.
Okay, let me hit the share button. Let me find it. Hold on. I'm trying to do all this here. Oh, come on. Okay, now I got the Libertarian Party coming at me here. Okay, there's the share button. Where's that at? Here we go. Share, where are you? Gallery. View. Maybe it's in there? No.
No.
I'm sorry, guys. Video.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to share it, or am I sharing already?
You
Oh, there's the share button. I found it. Sorry.
Share, and then you select your screen, and then, you know.
Yeah, so let's see. Let's do this here. Okay. Share. Okay. All right, so you guys see my screen? See how the map looks?
Yeah.
See all this blue stuff? This is supposed to be my district, and this is supposed to be my district. Now, let me find a copy of the actual district map. Hold on. I have it somewhere in here. Let me see here. Pictures.
It should look like Kentucky.
See, yeah, I know. My district looks like Kentucky backwards. Hold on if I can find it here.
Almost half of her votes. That's good.
Yeah. So let's see here. Save pictures. Is it going to be in here? No. I have too much stuff in here. I'll try this. Nope, that's not
While
it.
she's troubleshooting her stuff, Pennsylvania's within 500,000 votes to call it. It's currently sitting at 495,000 votes remaining. Trump is still way over 100,000. In fact, I'm going to figure out the exact. I think we got a pretty good lead on Kamala on Wisconsin as well. So hang on. 463. 218. You can continue, Randy.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find my District 9 picture here. Yeah. Save screenshots. Maybe some here.
Yeah, we're 120,000.
There it is. Haha. Okay, so this picture was taken on 7/22 when I first got in back on the ballot. And this is what District 9 looked like before tonight. Does everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what District 9 looked like before that. So there was nothing in here. There was nothing up here in the weird spot, nothing over here. Now look at what they show tonight on the Board of Elections website. See that? How different it is? This wasn't there. This wasn't there. This little section wasn't there. And this little section wasn't there. So what they're doing is what I thought they would do, which is why we actually went and campaigned on the edges, is they're pulling votes from other districts where voters aren't paying attention, where the district lines are, and they're adding them to my district. And guess who they're probably giving them to?
Oh, wow. I'm calling Dr. Frank so you could explain.
Yeah, you better let him know that's going on in my district.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Keep on discussing.
But yeah, basically first they were doing the undervotes, which they used the Republicans who were voting down ballot completely Republican on those. I know that for a fact because I had a Republican voter report that to me. So we took the number of those and took those out of her totals, and that gives you a more true total of probably what our actual race looks like. But now they're adding these other things in because they need to match their numbers up. You see what I like what they have her, because they basically are saying that she has 72% of the vote, and I have yeah, here we go. 76% is her, and 72% is her, and 27% is me, is what they're saying. So, and if I got that.
Oh, I got the district map, the interactive one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting the URL for you.
Okay, he's getting me something else. So while we're doing this, but yeah, if somebody wants to discuss something else at the moment, yeah, we're getting more information here, but that's what we got going on right now. Oh, Leslie wants to say something. Leslie needs to be unmuted, probably.
Just hang on. Dr.
Okay.
Frank's coming on, and I want you to explain this to him.
Show him what's going on here. Yeah.
First start with, hey, this is what it looked like.
Okay.
And then walk him through it, and then, but he's coming on right now to discuss it at the same time.
Want your campaign one or your personal?
No, we're fine right now. We've got what we need for the moment. So.
Well, this one's from the actual Ohio House of Representatives site.
No, the one I wanted is the one I took the picture of, which came from the Franklin County Board of Elections when I first started campaigning in July. That shouldn't have changed since then. It should still be that. It shouldn't be whatever this other thing is that's showing up tonight. So, yeah. So let me know when Dr. Frank is here.
Yeah, he's on his way.
Okay.
He is here. So let's
Okay.
let's go ahead and pin him up there with you.
Okay.
And let me pin you as well, so I make sure you guys are both up there. All right, cool. So Brandy was running in Franklin County. Go ahead and explain to Dr. Frank what happened. Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Frank, I'm the Libertarian that's running in Franklin County, and I actually reached out to you earlier. I think it was earlier midweek
Franklin
last
County,
week.
Ohio.
Yeah, Franklin County, Ohio. District number 9, Ohio State House of Representatives. What I'm running. I'm running against Munira Abdullah. I'm sorry.
Thank you for running.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely been an adventure. So, but anyway, we reported, or we got a report last week. Our campaign did from a Republican voter that her undervote flipped to my opponent, the incumbent, and she did not choose that vote. She did not choose. She was going to abstain from voting in that race. So to me, she was going to vote like all down ballot, all red, because that's what she normally does. And so basically to me, what they probably tried to do is pad my opponent's vote with undervotes. Now that's not something I can prove unless other people were to come forward and tell me about it, like this other voter did, but I've only had one report of that so far. Now here's the interesting thing that I'm seeing. So basically, if you look, okay, so these are the numbers that they were reporting when they were not reporting 99%, which was like 27,100 to her, 10,352 to me. Now, in the district, we have, let's see here. We have a total of 58,124 possible votes, okay? Now, we're saying that like there's actually 5,777 active Republican registered voters. So we took that number because they're probably going to vote, or they probably did vote down ballot all Republican and abstain from my race because there was no Republican running here in District 9. So if you take that number out of her number, that gives her 21,000 and me 10,352, same ones. Now there also are probably a bunch of undeclared that also undervoted, and they just went and did the president, and that's all they voted for. So they're probably flipping that way too. However, here's the more interesting thing to me is I just noticed this. So there's a map. Let me find it here. There we go. Okay, so there's my District 9 map. This is what my district looked like on July 22nd at the Franklin County Board of Elections, where all the stuff in this light green would have been me, okay? So there's my district edges. There's nothing weird or crazy like that.
Just a minute. The map I see is blue.
It's not changing. We gotta see your.
Oh, it didn't share?
Your screen share. We see your browser with a bunch of tabs.
Okay, so I have to undo that somehow. Okay, how did I do that? Weird. Okay.
Because you can choose the application or you can choose the
screen. All right, well, let me try this. Share.
Just do the screen.
Can you see that?
Yeah, we see you moving your mouse.
We see your mouse moving.
Okay, so what?
But it looks blue to me.
Okay, go to your image again.
Stop your share and then start it over and just share.
Yeah, just stop and.
Okay, so stop my share. Okay, all right, so let's do that.
Okay. You want to choose screen, not the individual app. Choose that top button, the top screen that you can see in the share.
This one here?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Select that.
Okay, I'm selecting that, and then I should be able to share that. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so can you see anything now?
It's still blue.
Oh, I wonder.
We can see your map. You're moving your map around. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just you were mentioning green and it looks blue to us.
Yeah, this map should look blue, the one you see now.
Oh, okay. Well, you were saying something was green and I didn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, hold on. We're going to show you what is green. Okay, so this is what is showing up at the Franklin County Board of Elections right now as my district map. You see that? And there's this out here. They're including this. They're including these little sections. They're including this here, which this here wasn't mine, although this part was here, but not these
That's
parts.
pretty gerrymandered.
Yeah, but here's what I'm going to show you. The Franklin County Board of Elections actually had, for the district map, this. Do you see it now?
Yeah.
And do you see how this is green?
No.
You see that?
Yeah, I'm just not sure I know what you're showing me. I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow you.
Well, if you look at this one compared to what they're showing now, there's extra stuff.
Oh, like, for example, there's that clump over on the right missing from this.
Yes, this clump over on the right is missing. There's a clump up here is missing, and there's a northeast clump, and there's a little
there are
section
clumps
here.
missing from this, yes.
Yes, those clumps aren't there like they should be. That was the map in July, but now this is the map tonight.
And even on the House of Representatives site.
You see what I'm saying? And if you go to the Ohio House of Representatives site, it doesn't show these clumps either. And that's, I guess, in my email, which I have to pull up.
So do you have copies of the voter rolls from like 6 months ago and today? And what you could do is you could compare. Because in the voter rolls they tell you which precinct goes with which addresses. Do you see what I'm saying? That would be a way for you to see if they've changed that.
I have it from 4 days ago.
We have it from 4 days ago, but not.
Well, and compare that to like 6 months ago or something, and see if they changed. This is a simple, because they're giving you a graphic, and they could just say, "Well, we made a mistake on the graphic." But if you can show that they changed which voters are assigned to which precinct,
right?
Or if you could show that they have not totaled it up properly, precinct. In other words, the way to confirm this is to actually look at the rolls.
Okay.
If you don't have it, I bet you I do.
All right. Well, are we able to get that or no? Do you think?
You've got the one from 4 days ago, you said.
We got the one from 4 days ago. Yes.
So make sure, like, for example, that spot, the clump on the right there, that little.
Yeah. This one over here?
Yes. Yeah. So that was missing on the other map, right?
That's right, because it didn't exist on the other map from 6 months.
I noticed that. And the clump on the upper left, as you noticed as well.
This is also not there. And neither is this clump. This clump also is not on that map.
So you could just argue, somebody might just say, well, that's just because the other map was a simplified map, except the clump on the right's pretty dang obvious.
Yeah, it is. But you know what else?
You need to look up the addresses and see if those addresses are actually listed with those precincts in the voter rolls.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Clump, that's these weird clumps that should not be here.
That's right. Start right away.
Okay.
And I bet you can find the addresses in that area, and then look those addresses up in the Franklin County rolls and see which precincts they're assigned to, and see if those are and then you'll know those precincts are assigned to you, and then you can look 6 months ago and see if they've changed that. You see where I'm going?
Yeah. Yeah.
If that's never changed, then they're just going to tell. Well, if I was on the other side, I would just tell you to go jump in the lake, because I didn't make a pretty graphic that was perfect, that doesn't mean there's anything going on.
But it's interactive.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. But you know what's funny, Dr. Frank? I predicted this when I first started doing my door hangers on the edges of my district. Because here's the weird part, right? So when we were doing our door hangers, we were doing the edges, and there were yard signs for other races that were adjacent to the district, for the Democrat and adjacent districts. So I think they were already planning to do this, but they were getting mad at us, and they were actually getting very angry at us and trying to intimidate us from doing it. These Democrats in these different areas that were actually part of the district, but they were claiming they were these other districts and that we were in the wrong district. But then when they would call the Board of Elections would confirm that we were in the right district and that their candidate wasn't that candidate for the Democrat Party. So I think they were already planning on doing that. And that's why they got mad, because we busted that out. But now they're trying something new. And actually, my opponent was actually campaigning hard in that clump that didn't exist before in that area. Now we know why.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
If they botched that,
then
you were denied a fair election.
That's right, because I wasn't told where my district was properly.
Yes, and so you would have standing.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm looking at your numbers. That it's 3 to 1 against.
But that's more densely populated areas.
Yeah.
So
that's where all their apartments are at.
How many are in that clump over there on the right?
We don't. Do we know that yet or no? How many are in the clump on the right?
See, this is why you need your voter rolls.
Yeah. Well, we didn't think about this. This, like, literally, we just discovered this tonight,
Yeah.
like right now in real time during being on this show. So
figure out how many are in there. Let's say that I'm going to exaggerate. Say 10 people live there. Okay. Then it's a waste of time, right? Because you're 3-1 against. But let's say, 20,000 people live there,
In that
okay.
clump, yeah.
Now we're talking because,
Right.
and what if the turnout is low there? And you could have knocked on those doors and gotten a lot more votes. And I'm not even saying that, you need to make up the margin. That's a big margin.
Yeah.
But if you can show that the election was illegal, then you might be able to get, for example, the county to settle and pay you back for your campaign expenses.
Well, that would be kind of nice. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
because you could say, you misled me, and here's the evidence that you misled me. And I don't think my election was fair. And and you've got standing, in other words. Now, my understanding, and I don't know, since I'm in 48 states, I don't know the details of every state, but I know that in Ohio, but I don't know in Ohio, I think you've got at least, as a candidate, after certification, you have, as a candidate, I think, a week to challenge. You have legal standing to challenge the voters, and this would qualify. You could say, look, I don't think you should be allowed to include.
There is an increase.
What's that?
He said there was some kind of increase. What is this increase for?
So I'm looking at active voters from the 4th from the 3rd to the 4th. So for Sunday's vote, it would have been people who voted from Saturday and voted on Sunday. The active voters increased just in those 2 days, just 62 people. But if I haven't gone back all the way back into the history of this, so I've been pulling down the district file every night.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm looking at your data. Hang on for a second. Ohio. Franklin County, you're saying?
Yep, Franklin County, it's District 9.
Okay. I'm going to bring that up. I don't have those data on this computer. Okay, I'm not going to be able to do what I was going to do. But what I was going to do is look that up and do my count. You don't have older copies of the voter rolls? You only have the most recent ones?
I think, we just have the recent ones. I
just have from
like 4 days ago.
The 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th.
Of October?
Of November.
Of November, yeah.
I'd have to check on on a different one to see if I have anything older.
Yeah, I don't think you do. Yeah. He's going to check and see if he has anything older. So, it'll be a few minutes for that.
Yeah, I only have on this computer right now totals for Franklin County. And, in November of 23, you had 880,881, let's say, registered voters in the whole county. And
well, I can tell you in 2022, we had about 74,000 registered voters in our district, but LaRose kicked off a bunch of dead voters and people who don't live there anymore and illegal.
Yeah, but I'm warning you about that. LaRose said all the secretaries of states were saying that all around the country. They say they kicked them out. They did. But look at the total numbers.
I know.
The total numbers didn't go down.
Right.
So they basically just churned it. So, for example, in LA County last year, in February, they had to remove 1.2 million people from their voter rolls. They lost their Judicial Watch lawsuit. And within 2 months, they were full again with new non-real voters.
Right.
So even though they say they're cleaning it, they're not really cleaning it.
They're not really doing it.
They're churning it, is what I call it.
Okay.
And the people they're removing, they say they're removing dead voters and whatnot. Well, guess what? I've checked. No, most of who they're removing are people who actually voted.
Okay.
It's called churn. And so you have to do a name by name comparison to do that. But I've written software that I do that when I run a county. That's what I do.
I'm a data analyst, so I'll be able to do the churn.
Yeah,
not right away.
You do it name by name, and you write software to do that, and you go through the roles, and you find out everybody that's been added and removed. But it's shocking how much churn there is.
So I have a file from 10/23.
Okay.
Okay. So
I have one from August, the 8th of October.
So he has a file as old as the 8th of October, basically, is what he's saying.
Of this year.
Of this year, yes.
Mm-hmm. That's
that
the most current one you have?
Early voting.
That's the most current one you have?
That's the oldest one.
That's the oldest.
Oh, no, you need much older than that.
Yeah.
I'm talking like a year.
Yeah, we don't have anything.
No, we wouldn't have that.
Yeah. But I'm sure I've got that.
Okay.
I could get you that copy. Do you have my email?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me get something set up. Actually, you know what? I'll just put it up here.
By the way, did you guys notice that they stopped counting in Minnesota?
No, didn't see that. I seen that Georgia went red.
Yeah, we called Georgia a little bit ago, Rob, and Pennsylvania. I'm about 15 minutes from calling them. Right now in Pennsylvania, I was trying to text it to everybody. Trump's up 225,000 votes, and there's only 483,000 remaining.
All right, so I appreciate the optimism, but I will caution you, none of these results are official. This is all AP. It's sort of like during a tornado and you hear how many people died, and then weeks later they come back and tell you the official numbers.
It's like a jobs report.
The AP is not the official record. So don't get too excited yet. Right? It's like in business, under promise, over deliver.
Well, we're gonna have a quadfecta, House, Senate, White House, and the SCOTUS.
You know I'm a fan, so I want him to win, but
we got the House, we got the Senate. Now we just gotta get these 200,000 votes in for Trump in Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin's at 87%. Let me see how they're doing.
My phone's blowing up from people in Pennsylvania right now. They got shenanigans going on.
Oh.
Okay, there's Brandy. I got you.
Yep. I sent you my email so you can send it that way.
Okay, and let me send you my email back.
Yep, cool.
Because my phone is crazy. So
right.
So if you'll send me an email and say, Dr. Frank, would you please send me X? Okay. Franklin County voter rolls, and then because I'm not going to do it tonight because I'm getting tired.
No, you're busy. I understand, but no, I appreciate that.
And then I will send you a copy or two of what I have. I bet you I've got at least, I don't know. And if I don't have it, I'll connect you to somebody who does.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
But I'm going to have to look because I'm surprised, actually. I didn't have it on my computer. I'm very surprised, actually.
All right, I gotta share my screen because you guys are worried about Pennsylvania. And I just got a video to play for everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carrie Hawaii, for sharing me this. It's a Pennsylvania alert, and there's a mysterious box truck convoy. So I'm gonna try to pull this up for everyone. So give me a second. Can't find stuff. I just send myself.
Yeah, they did call Georgia.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. About 40 minutes ago they did. But my time's getting a little crazy here because I'm an hour off of my estimation. I didn't factor in that Pennsylvania was going to lose 4 hours of poll counting. Okay.
If you know, I keep telling people, if Trump wins, that's when our work begins. You know, we made a huge mistake in 2016. Trump won, we all went golfing. And that's when we should have been, that was our chance. You know, when we had our leader in place, and, you know, he's naive and a beginner. And, you know, he shows up in DC and he doesn't know what he's doing. And that's why they hate him, because he's from outside the system and he can't be bought. And he's going to go in there and think like a rational person, not like a politician. And that's why they don't like him. So that, like, they want to get in there, and he wants to get in there and cut everything, right? He cut back on all the regulations. And, you know, I always joke about it, but I love that way that black lady in Texas I met a couple of years ago. She just cracks me up. She was the sweetest black lady. And she said, Dr. Frank, they hate Trump. He's playing in their sandbox and taking away their toys.
All right, so here's the video, if you guys can see it. I don't know why the sound's not working.
Yes. Are you guys leaving?
We can hear it.
Are you guys done counting ballots, or? No. Oh, so people are still counting. Your shift is over now, then? Yes. Okay. Do you know how much longer you think they might be? You know how much like ballots? They're gonna put another shift in coming in for the overnight. For overnight? Yeah. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. Thank you. Have a good night.
This is like memories of Michigan.
Look at this shit. Truck.
So at Michigan, they stopped the election at 11 o'clock, added 156,000 voters, and then 4 hours later, the truck showed up. They the ballots there matched the 156,000 voters. We have videotape of that.
So we're watching live here on our town hall special election broadcast. Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office and Election Warehouse at 11311 Roosevelt Boulevard, Philadelphia. It's looking bad. I mean, they got so far 6 trucks driving in, escorted with cops. They got cones. Fox just declared Trump the winner, so let's really quickly see what states got announced. It was Pennsylvania. No, it wasn't Pennsylvania. Let's see who announced. Hang on. You guys make me jumble around. I lost my data here. Hang on, let's see what.
It might be Nevada.
Actually, I just woke up. Did we win?
We won. Yeah.
Oh, hallelujah. Oh my God. Thank you.
We won. Fox News is saying we won.
Oh my God.
I'm not seeing the data yet, but I'm very confident we won Pennsylvania. I don't know why Georgia has this odd color. Oh, they're saying it flipped. Okay. But I have Pennsylvania a solid win for us. Dr. Frank, we won.
Well,
It's certified. I'll agree.
I'm taking a screenshot of
I've been
that.
burned before, so I'm being a stick in the mud.
Well, the betting market said it's 98.9%
Woohoo!
for Trump. I'm trying to find other places like New York Times. Let's see what New York Times is saying. They don't have Trump.
Yeah,
yet.
I'm being real careful too, because there are some things coming up. Like I said, I'm trying to verify a couple of things, and I don't know. Half the time people send me graphics and I'm trying to figure out, excuse me, the veracity of the graphics. But considering shenanigans and stuff, I'm going to be cautious. I'm with Dr. Frank on this. We have to wait for things to be certified, and just, it's awesome that they're starting to call states, and that this looks like it may actually be a thing. But like I said, I'm trying to think of all the issues we've seen across the country, and when Dr. Frank says certification, I can see some challenges maybe coming that might challenge certification of some of these things because of what we've seen reported across the country. So, guys, and until a race is certified, you never know. And Dr. Frank, I did look it up. I wanted to tell you.
Oh yeah, thank you for that.
The rest of the group. January 3rd is when the new Congress is seated by, I believe it's the 20th Amendment. January 6th is when the presidential election is certified by the 12th Amendment. So it will be the new Congress that certifies the election. So we would have a problem.
Yes.
Yes. So if the presidential races are contested in these states, then the congressional races will be too. And with our deadlines in the Constitution and everything else, and the fact that we are supposed to choose our representatives, this could end up getting really dicey, especially with the deadlines, depending on what happens.
Did you read it the same as I, that they only need 2/3 for a quorum, though? 2/3 of the states for a quorum?
I did not see that.
I need to go. When I was rereading it, it said they only needed 2/3 of the states for a quorum.
Well, I mean, I don't think, depending if they have where they are challenging the presidential election, if they prove election fraud across.
Okay, here it is. But in choosing the president, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having one vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states. So where I was going with this is you could have, hypothetically, 1/3 of the states not certified, and the other 2/3 could do it. See what I'm saying?
I see. Hang on, let me read that, because I'm wondering if that's for challenges. Is that for challenges, or is that for certification?
Yeah.
No, it's the first time out. I mean, I would be the first person to admit that I'm not a constitutional expert.
Yeah, I'm not either, but
it seems pretty clearly stated there. So
here we go. Hang on. But here's my thing. If they prove election fraud, and they'd have to prove it widespread to nullify a presidential election, I don't think you would have 2/3 of the congressional races that would be certified.
Well,
so
all you need is for
to get to a quorum.
All you need is for Trump to not get to 270 is my point. So then he wouldn't have a majority.
My computer's not charging again.
That's
weird.
That's true. That's true. All you need is a tie in the Electoral College, but it would have to be an exact tie.
That's true, because it doesn't actually say 270. It says a majority. That's different. We always think of it as 270 because that's a majority of all of them.
Majority. Right.
But it wouldn't have to be. So I think, I don't know. You can tell you and I are playing out these scenarios here in our heads. Once burned.
We should talk more, right? I don't know, with the 2/3 majority being a quorum, and what would happen. People would start, if there are challenges to these congressional races all across the country. I mean, you could see that this could turn into a huge, not Pandora's box, but a huge can of worms really fast, given the language that's that's in the Constitution
Yeah.
about such things and certification.
And look at, I mean, they invented Russia. They have been prosecuting Trump for anything. They're willing to go to any length. And so I would be blind to not admit to myself that they're, oh, okay, Trump won. We're just going to roll over and give up all of this. No way. They're not just going to give up. There's going to be something.
Right, I agree. And they're gonna try to drag out any little sliver and scenario they can think of. And they've managed to drag it out tonight so that people are tired, they're going to bed, they're not excited about anything. I mean, we're kind of excited as much as you can be this late at night and watching this go on and with the anxiety that's been occurring.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff is psychological.
We
If they
agree.
can just get people to give up and not
The whole
be-
thing's a psyop. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Pennsylvania is up by 4
Christian
points.
too. Yeah,
91%, 4 points it says, and Michigan's up by 7, 64% reported. So he only has to win 2 of those, and he's over.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, I know you guys are pessimistic because of what happened in 2020.
We're not pessimistic. We're just cautious.
We're not pessimistic.
We're not cautious. I got it. I'm here to try to remove that firewall and tell you that first and foremost, you know, you got Mr. Pressler that helped get people registered to vote in Pennsylvania.
The Amish.
Scott Pressler, and then you got Elon Musk coming in with his lottery. That
Scott Pressler.
Scott Pressler. In my opinion, that's what won the election was Pennsylvania. I really, truly, deep down, think that kind of secured it for us this time.
Hope you're right.
And because Michigan and Wisconsin, sure, it shows that Trump's doing okay, but
Trump's killing it in Michigan. He's up 52 to 46.
Yeah, last time I checked, the data was really good.
Newsmax is just calling Pennsylvania just now for Trump too.
Yeah.
So the thing is, Dr. Frank and I, being election integrity people, we're thinking about all the ways this can go south in the courts.
Knew it wouldn't be 2020 again. I knew it wasn't going to be 2020 again. We're too smart to fall for that shit twice.
Yes.
Hell yeah, that's enough.
That's true. They'll think it's something
for 4
else.
freaking years. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
you know,
it.
I'm ready to work, and you know, I was in a private airport 3 years ago with General Flynn. We happened to cross paths, and we were just sitting there on a couch chatting, and he looked over at me and he says, "Okay, Doug, in 2024," he says, "which cabinet position do you want?" He actually said that to me, and it's like, whoa. I never even thought of that. You know, it's like, I'm not in this. I never even came into this for that. And I thought, oh man, I'd love to do something in education. And then I looked at him and it's like, wait a minute, you're the one who's saying we got to get rid of the Department of Education. Okay. So, and so I guess it would have to be elections, and I'd have to do something in elections, huh? And I said, you give me a budget, I'll go around to each of the states. I'll find the best people. Like I got somebody in Oklahoma I really like. I've got to know her recently. And we get the best people in every state, and we are going to clean up this place. Just give us, we don't need a lot of money. Most of us have been working on a shoestring budget. And we would, and just give us a little bit of authority, subpoena authority, that we can go in state to state, and we're gonna rip open, we're gonna turn over every board and find every grub and spider and you name it. We're gonna find all that stuff. And so that's what I would do. So that's why I say, if we did win, hallelujah, but our work has just begun.
Well, you honor me, Dr. Frank. I can't believe you would even consider,
Well, what I'm looking for are the real patriots, the ones that are not, I mean, I gave up my income for 4 years. Okay. And I was in good income, and, my wife has been very patient with me.
Right.
And and
You'll be blessed. You'll be blessed 10 times.
And the whole point is that, I mean, I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm looking for people that have a similar commitment to me, people that are willing to put it all on the line, and that's what we need.
Well,
you found the right group. You found the right group.
This team. I'm telling you right now, Dr. Frank, Valerie, and I. 3 years nonstop. We were like in the 90s.
Thank you for your work.
Amen. For sure, they are faithful. Let me tell you.
Together.
Yes.
We're a different country today than we were 4 years ago.
Yep.
Because people woke up and we used our communication ability.
Thank God.
Well, we could go to sleep now knowing Trump won.
Oh, don't say that. That's exactly what my wife said 4 years ago.
You know,
oh Lord.
That is funny you say that, Dr. Frank. You're right. There's some states that haven't called it yet. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident, though. I think we got this.
I appreciate your confidence, and the reason that you're confident is because you're looking at the numbers.
I like it. You're right.
Hey, I got a quick interjection here. We got something we figured out here. So with the most recent drop of information, they added 3 possible voters to the voter roll in the past few days from what they initially had. Since Sunday. It was at 58,000, let's see here.
58,124.
Yeah, 58,124. It is
58
now
127.
At 58,127. Of those who voted in the general election in my district, 23,870 voted. My opponent supposedly got 27,100 votes, and I got 10,352 votes out of a possible 23,870 votes. So what does that tell you?
All right. The first thing I need to caution you about something you said. You said something that a lot of people make a mistake. You said 58,124. And they added 3 people for 58,127. That's a mistake to say that.
I'm just telling you these are numbers. I mean, these are numbers that we found.
What I'm saying is you're looking at the total.
Right.
For all you know, they removed 58,124 people and added new 58,127. They didn't necessarily add 3 new people. See what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do understand that part. But how do you respond to, let's just say we were working with one number and I didn't mention the first number, and we just had a possible voters of 58,127, and of those 23,870 voted. And
that's a really low turnout for this election.
Yes, exactly. So here's what I'm
I mean, that's preposterously low.
And we saw that the parking lot was empty when we went to the voting.
And when we were at our voting location in our ward at 7:30 at the time it closed. And we drove by there a couple times today, and there were never any lines there.
Guys, real quick.
There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with these numbers. There's no way. That's ridiculously low turnout. There's no way.
Real quick, I just gotta pause that sidebar for one moment and just say, for those that are watching the live stream, I'm gonna mute Dr. Frank just for a second. Hang on, I don't want his scuttle here. Hang on. We are gonna declare Trump the 47th president of the United States right now. 1:38 a.m. Red America First has enough data to call Trump president. We have he's going to potentially take Michigan as well. He's got the data to support it. Arizona, Nevada. It's all over, but as Dr. Frank mentioned, and Wendi, there is a legal process behind this. We gotta wait for that to take place. But at least from the Electoral College perspective, we won. We are 90 minutes past our original estimation of when that call was going to be made. But in any event, it was made. I'm going to stop the live feed. Please tune in this Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have Patrick Byrne and also the director of